are back. The time is now.
NUFC Talk Drive Time
with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
Bonjour.
Okay. Hi everyone, thanks for tuning in to Toon Talk TV and UFC Talk, Toon Twins edition. So Peter's gone for a different look tonight. He is here. He's one of those two. So you'll have to trust us on that. But yeah, thanks for all your support. Keep the comments coming. We'll pick up as many as we can. Obviously, if you want to guarantee it, give us a super chat and we'll read that out for you. But thanks for tuning in. Can you hear us okay?
Who said that? No, I can hear you,
Yeah. Okay.
Seemed good.
All right, so Peter couldn't make it tonight. He's snowed under with study work. So yeah, couldn't make it tonight. So next time I'm sure he'll be on. But we've got the doc tonight and we've got DX. So thanks for coming on, lads. Really appreciate it. Yeah, my stream at my end, it is breaking up the odd time, it seems, for some reason. So if you need to repeat yourself, just give us a shout anytime. Okay. So yeah, tonight we've got Bayer Leverkusen, and we'll be going through the build up to that game, see what the panel think about who we should be playing, what we think will happen tonight. But also we'll have a quick look at the Burnley game as well, and there's a few things in that game we can pick up on. And just see what we think about certain players going forward as well over the next few weeks or week, really, because it's a massive week that we'll have with these fixtures coming up. Right, so how are you, lads? You okay? How are you doing?
Doing well.
Yeah, good.
Nice.
Very good. How are you? How's life?
Excited to be up with you, Tim, and DX. First time we're on the
Good
panel
man.
together. Yeah.
Good man.
Who
Cheers.
knows what?
I saw tonight, so we got Bayer Leverkusen, and it's off the back of the Burnley game. And I know there was a bit of hysteria, wasn't there, after the Burnley game. I missed that game live. I didn't see it at the time. And I heard a lot about how we supposedly played and stuff like that. And it wasn't the greatest at all. So I watched it back. And there's a few things I want to pick up on with that game. But how do you feel about that game going into this one tonight? Do you think that set us up well, or are you kind of fearful with how that we played against Burnley with this game now tonight, or how do you feel? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I'm not fearful, I wouldn't say. Sorry about the noise in the background. My cat's gone nuts. Yeah, no, I'm not really fearful about it. I think it was a very strange match. It was quite an ugly game of football, really. It wasn't a lot of fun towards the end, and I think it's one of those weird games where we were so in control, especially when they went down to 10 men, that we've ended up kind of like somehow making a match of it for them, because Ramsey gave away an incredibly ridiculous penalty. And I do think that was one of the worst individual performances I've seen in a Newcastle shirt this season. Ramsey, I don't want to get on him too much, but he was shocking.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, I just thought his all-round game for me was there was lots of things where 1-2s were being played that were bouncing off his legs out of touch. And the penalty he gave away was completely on him for me. It was, again, going nowhere. But we got the win. And I think that's the thing is now in the initial feeling with a lot of fans was, oh God, that's terrible. And we felt almost like didn't feel like a win. But I think when you look back on it now with a bit of time, it's almost like, okay, well, we got what we needed. We needed the win. We said it. If we win that game, and then we get, let's say, a draw tonight, and then we beat the Malcolms at the weekend, that's a pretty good little sequence. So we got the win. It wasn't a great performance. There were some passengers in the game for me. I thought Bruno was very good, and Gordon was back to his best. But apart from that, yeah, there were lots of things to be a little bit concerned about, just in terms of, again, not able to kill a game off when we're on top.
Mm.
and we don't. And I was a bit worried about Voltemada. They're not getting the ball to him enough, and I just don't know how we remedy that. And how we get him to play further up. I think he gets fed up and has to drop deep. So yeah, there are a few things there that hopefully tonight will be addressed. And I think tonight we'll see, just a final point, we'll see quite a few players rotated because I think they'll be thinking with one eye on something around the place today. So Tonali should start, but I think Bruno might be on the bench. We'll see.
Okay. I'll come back to you on a few points that you've mentioned there, especially Ramsey there. What do you think, Doc?
I think I share some of the thoughts and I disagree with some of the things that DX said. Obviously, the positive is that we got the result, the 3 points, which is always good, especially this part of the season. Kind of December, a lot of games, and we're kind of finding our feet, still embedding the new players. I think Ramsey, I think he did okay. It's hard to judge him because he hasn't had a consistent run of games, and a new player coming to the club with some injuries, it's difficult to kind of really criticize him too much, because in and out of the team it's not easy. I think we're lucky that Nick Waltemada kind of really did well from the beginning, because we'd be really struggling if he took time to, he scored what, 7 goals in all competitions, something like that. So I think
Yeah.
Ramsey, we're still expecting a lot more from him, but then it's on Eddie to give him game time, because it's difficult being in and out of the team. And also, if the team's not playing well, I always think it's difficult to judge a new player if the whole team's not playing well. If the team is playing well and the player isn't a new player, then it's easier to kind of criticize them. Um, I'm concerned about, like, we're kind of in December, what is it, 15, 14 league games, and still I'm not sure what our identity is. Historically, what was the intensity is our identity, kind of. But I think Eddie's kind of changing our tactics or style of play to more possession based. So I think we're still struggling to really really understand what we're trying to do as a team. So
Mm.
ideally, as you know, Tim, like, teams that are successful is, irrespective of which player comes in, the style of play remains the same, right? So I think we're relying on different players coming in and slightly tweaking our play. So I'm a bit concerned, and I expect us to finish off Burnley, especially when they went down to 10 men. So I'm not sure why we're not putting our foot on the throttle and really finishing teams, because they're 19th. So I was really concerned that right at the end I was like, oh my god. And I think you saw Eddie's reaction when they
Mm.
almost scored right at the end. So there's a lot
Yeah.
of things that we need to work on, and I'm a bit worried that we're repeating a lot of the same mistakes. Um, and I agree with DX. We're not getting the best out of Waltemada. I think he's having to drop deep to kind of pick up the ball. Our crossing is terrible. I'm not sure what the set piece coach is doing. I think we were better without a set piece coach and with our crossing. And Gordon, he keeps coming in, cutting in. That's the issue. He doesn't like hug the touchline.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
those are some of my thoughts. Moving forward, Wissa is the positive. I personally would want Wissa and Waltemada to play together. I think he needs to change the formation 4-2-3-1, put Waltemada in the 10 and play Wissa up front. That's what I would like to see, but I don't think Eddie's going to do that.
No, I agree. We mentioned that last night, and that's going to be the big spotlight, if you like, going forward. I think when Wiss is fully fit with minutes under his belt, I think it's going to be a case of, okay, how do we get these two in the team working
Yeah,
together? So I agree. I think he's wedded to 4-3-3, and I don't see him changing it. I mean, obviously, you could rotate the two, and that's better than what we've had already, because you're having to kind of play Volamada game after game. He's going to get burnt out.
yeah,
So even if Wissa's, coming in and out of the team, it's still better going forward than what we've had.
yeah,
In terms of a few points there, like Ramsey, for example, I kind of agree more with yourself, Doc, around that performance, and kind of in the performance in general, in that when I watched it back, look, it wasn't a great performance, but we're playing against 10 men who were sat deep, and yes, the second bottom, the struggling side. I would say that there's no quote unquote poor team in the Premier League this season, in that I think every team I mean, I know Wolves are like rooted down the bottom, but even they give you a better game than a lot of teams last season who got promoted, for example. So I just think like when you're playing against 10 men who were sat that deep, you're not always going to be creating clear cut chances every few minutes. And we tried triangles, we tried some passing down the sides, etc. It didn't come off. And I said last night, I think the one word I would use was disjointed. I thought it was
Yeah.
disjointed at times where some players were trying to do one thing, another player was trying to do another thing. Do you know what I mean? So the communication wasn't
Yeah.
quite there. And I just think with Ramsey, I think that was evident in the final third with Ramsey when he got in the box. I think before that, I could see some signs there where he progressed the ball quite well. His touch was quite nice, and he kept the ball well. So I wasn't too disheartened. I mean, obviously, like you said, the extra penalty was ridiculous to give that away. I don't know what he's thinking there. And there was a few moments where, like I say, in the final third, he got in the box and it just bounces off him. And I think, like you say, Doc, if he had more games up till now, I would like to think anyway that sharpness would have
Yeah.
been there more in those moments. So I think it's a
Yeah.
case of it's good that he's got those minutes under his belt, and going forward, he needs more minutes so that we can
Yeah.
see that sharpness in the final third, which is what we need from him. Um, I think a point you said about Bruno DX, and it's going to be interesting to see, what happens with Bruno over the next two games, whether he plays tonight and the Mackems or whether he's rotated. I think with Bruno, I want to just elaborate a bit on something I mentioned last night in that I think he had a good game. I think we kind of saw the best, for me, we saw the best and worst of Bruno in that he scored that amazing corner, right? And obviously he meant it, didn't he? Because against Man City, he nearly did that, didn't he?
Yeah, he's been
There was a
trying a
moment,
few times.
aye, aye. So I think he's thought, you know what, I'm getting close, so I'm going to try again. So it wasn't a fluke, obviously. And so amazing goal.
Yeah.
And then you fast forward, right? And we'll get another corner. What does he do? He tries to do it again, doesn't he? He literally tries to score again from a corner. It goes into the side net. It's like, okay, just calm down a bit. You're getting a bit carried away. Brilliant goal, but let's just play the game in front of you now. You're not going to probably do that again in this game. Put it on top of the keeper, yes, but let's not try and be that precise where you're trying to score again. And then, moments later, 5-10 minutes later, we get a free kick. It's a perfect crossing position. Again, what does Bruno try to do? I think Craig Hope has once described it as like when he's got his cape on, being the Superman. In this instance, instead of trying to cross it, he tries to score. And again, it goes out of play, I think. And it's like, just with Bruno, he does get carried away, I think, at times. And I love the passion, I love the commitment, I love the personality. And I don't want to be a hypocrite in that I say that we need personalities in the game. But at the same time, I just think, you've got to rein it in a bit and just play the game in front of you. And I think Bruno in that game, he did get carried away at times and he gave the ball away in his own halfway. He's trying to bounce off the Burnley players, as in, like, look how strong I am. You can't get the ball off me. So I think I've still got kind of concerns, if you like, around Bruno in those moments with these few games coming up.
Yeah. I just want to pick up two things on what you said,
Yeah.
Tim, before I forget. So one thing is about Ramsey and new players. I think psychologically, so being a sports psychiatrist, I think, new players, they want to impress the crowd, they want to impress their teammates. And I
Yeah.
feel that because one of my criticisms of Eddie is his kind of loyalty to certain players. So I feel that when people do get an opportunity, they're too scared to like make a mistake. So they play very defensively. They don't like really express themselves because I've seen Ramsey play really well for Villa in the past. Like you mentioned, ball carrying, very
Yeah.
creative. Yeah, he might lose the ball, but I feel that the body language is he's a bit scared to make a mistake because he's going to get dropped.
Mm.
And I think that's an issue even with Elanga. I think Elanga doesn't feel secure like when he plays because he knows he's probably going to get dropped or subbed off. So I think
Mm.
that's one of the challenges that Eddie's got to allow them an environment for them to thrive. So I don't think that's why you can't really criticize the new players that much because they're a bit kind of defensive in the way they're playing, especially the creative players. And secondly, I agree with you around Bruno. I call it ADHD football. We play on emotion, and we just need to calm as a team and really stick to retaining the ball. I don't know what we've never been so poor in retaining possession. well, not that I recall anyway, last season and the season before, we're much better at retaining possession. For some reason, we make 2-3 passes and that's it. We lose possession very quickly, even at home. I don't know if you agree with that, Tim and DK, but that's what I feel, that we're struggling to retain possession and really control the game in the midfield.
I've got thoughts on that. What do you think, DX?
Well, I can see where you're coming from. I just think that because I would say it overflows, if that's the word, with Joe Linton more than it does with Bruno. I think Joe Linton gets really carried away and starts being a bit ridiculous. But I think with Bruno, he does feel like the leader to me a lot of the time. Like he's the heart. I always say that Tonali is the brains and Bruno is the heart. So that's kind of how. And I think he's an important player for us. He has been the one midfielder who's actually scored some goals as well. That's the one. The one, if you're going to give one little criticism to Tonali, who's a great player, he doesn't quite score enough. But if he could add that to his game, he would be absolutely top class, you know. But yeah, so I think I just think yeah, I can see where you're coming from. There has been an overlap there at times of you get carried away and try the same thing again and again. I do wonder if maybe it was a deliberate tactic with Dubravka that they thought just swinging the ball in like that might. That's a weakness they've spotted in his game. They know him better than the Burnley players do, probably. So yeah, I wonder if they spotted something and thought, okay, we'll really keep trying this, and
Yeah.
paid off once. So I mean, but I can see what you're saying. I think that sometimes maybe we don't have that many ideas in this. Like we didn't seem to have that many ideas in the second half. We were like running out of ideas. What do we do? How do we play? And with Ramsey,
Yeah.
I've seen flashes. I think it was disappointing because the early games I saw flashes of brilliance with him, and then there was kind of this drop off since he's come back from that injury. So I don't know if he's a winger or a central midfielder. I think we're trying to make him a central midfielder. Not sure if he is, but I hope we can figure it out because there is a good player there. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think just going back to that free kick with Bruno, you said about putting pressure on Dubravka, and I agree that was obviously something they've probably looked at because we know Dubravka has struggled at times with crosses, I think, from corners. But I think with that free kick though, Bruno, that was kind of my point in that he didn't even try with that particular instance. He didn't even try and put it on Dubravka. He literally went near post and just bypassed everyone. And even Dubravka, he tried to just catch him out. Whereas, like you say, we should be just putting as much pressure on possible on them. But in terms of style of play, right? We were speaking last night, and I've mentioned about Pep Ball, Tiki Taka, and so what you're saying, Doc, about the frenetic football, ADHD football. I don't want to kind of completely go down that path in that I personally want to see mixed football, if you like. I want us to try things if it's on in front of us, as opposed to just pass to death, where, okay, maybe you can do that if you've got certain players, but ultimately you miss openings and you miss opportunities to test the opposition, I think, if you don't cross or if you don't shoot. So, to be fair, I think the style of play itself, I think it could be a bit more cultured, yes, but I don't want us to be all in on the tick attack. I think it's right to mix it up. I just think that in moments we'll just choose the wrong option. I think it's more
Yeah.
that than anything else at times, and like players getting carried away. And also, I would maybe say, Tino Livramento, as great as he is, sometimes when he gets on the outside, his crossing isn't great. And we're kind of miss a trick there. We're getting the space, and it looks poor, but actually it's the right thing to do to cross the ball. And he either balloons it or he doesn't want to cross it because maybe he's not 100% confident. And we'll come back again, and it's all a bit mishmash. But I think it's kind of the style of play. And also Lewis Hall, I think, helps massively when he's in the team, just to keep the ball a bit and work the
Yeah.
openings with
Yeah.
creation. So
What I
it
meant
is
was
like,
not necessarily changing the style of play, but more better game management. Like especially when we take
mm,
the lead, we don't want to invite the opposition to have chances by giving the ball away cheaply. We need to value the ball more. That's what I believe
yeah,
anyway. And if the ball's with you, then you make the opposition run, and they get tired, then more spaces open up. But I don't think I've seen us consistently. Yeah, there's a couple of games. I think obviously Everton and Man City, where we did a bit of that, but it's not a consistent thing. So then that's why we often lose the leads, because we're not killing the hopes of the opposition by retaining the ball a little bit. So you can have this hybrid thing where, yes, you attack, but if you take a lead, try and just retain the ball, slow things down a little bit, and then go again.
Yeah, I totally agree with that in terms of like hold on to a lead. I think obviously it's like self-evident, isn't it? Like, when we're trying to hold on to a lead, uh, definitely that's when it's like, okay, tick attacker, keep the
Yeah,
ball. Yeah, I totally agree. And against Burnley, there was kind of three mistakes there, and that when the ball goes in the air before the free kick at the end, Fabian Schär just launches himself on the halfway line, and there's no need whatsoever. There's no
yeah,
danger there. Let them
yeah,
have the ball if they want it there. You've got the extra man. Gives
yeah,
away the free kick. As we seen against Liverpool when we had 10 men, what you're going to do with 10 men, how are you going to play? You're going to launch it, and obviously it's the last few minutes. So you can still be hurt if you're getting long
yeah,
balls in the box, even
yeah,
if you got the extra man. So they put it in there. The ball drops. Lewis Hall doesn't, as great as he is on the ball, he doesn't stop the cross in our box. And then, we're all at sea at the back, where that Burnley player should be putting that in the back of the net.
Yeah, that
But
would be a disaster, wouldn't it, if that happened?
yeah, honestly, if that went in, but
I mean,
um,
how many shots did they have on target in the whole game? Probably.
well, this is the thing. It's like, exactly. I watched it back and it's like that. It wasn't a great performance, but it was one of the most comfortable games. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
You'd ever see. So yeah, that should have just been okay, forgettable game if you like, but job done. But to have that scare at the end, yeah, it was a reminder that we do not handle, like you say, game management well enough when we're winning. Um, I just
So
want to
my
mention,
question, Tim and DK, is like, if this is a consistent pattern, like, what are we doing in training to address this issue? Because it keeps happening, game
yeah,
after game after game, and
because
everybody can see it. Eddie's working with the players daily and his coaching team. So what I'm not seeing the change. I mean,
do you think
the
it's
same
a bit
issues
of
are
fear?
recurring.
Maybe it's a bit of fear in the players. They're starting to think, "Oh God, we can't give this away again." And maybe it's becoming a bit of a theme with them that they're
Yeah,
starting to lose their confidence on the pitch. And I'm sure Eddie wouldn't just say like, "Come on, everyone behind the ball, with one goal ahead." Like it can't be, surely. So I think it's got to be a bit in the mentality of the players. I think didn't he say something about, was it that game or the game before, where we had a lot of young players on the pitch at once, and he said, "Well, I think it was the Burnley game. We took Dan Burn off, and we only brought Toon Army on for like the last few seconds, and some other stuff like that." So we had quite a young team out there, and he was saying that might have been part of the problem, just the lack of
mm,
experience.
mm,
So I don't know about that, but yeah, It's definitely been a bit of a curse this season. We actually had a season a bit like it under Sir Bobby Robson, where we came fifth, but we end up drawing, I think, 17 league games, and
mm,
about 8 of those were we conceded an equaliser in like the 85th minute and later, something ridiculous like that. So
mm.
this is sort of reminding me of that a little bit, where we just seem like we've run out of, I don't know if it's energy or just come at the end of the game and it all falls apart a little bit.
Aye, aye. Well, I'd still take 5th place, that's for sure. Never got that this
Yeah,
season,
if
but,
we get 50, I'd be happy with that now. Yeah,
yeah,
for
I
sure.
I mean, then again, Champions League maybe isn't 5th place, but, obviously as things stand, you would have took that a few weeks ago, but, I think with that, Doctor, that you've
yeah,
mentioned there, I think for me, it's a mixture where you go back to the Liverpool game at the start of the season and that
yeah,
last minute goal. I think that was kind of us going for the win, and that was Eddie Howe taking the hit, if you like. Whereas all
yeah,
he had to do really was tuck Elanga in to right back,
yeah,
right wing back. You can watch that go back. You can literally see that space is just left
yeah,
open. If
yeah,
a player is just simply standing there, we do not concede that goal. So that's more on Eddie Howe for that particular
yeah,
game. And you can argue, about whether that's right or wrong, going for the win in that game or not. I can see both sides. But that was a tactical thing. I think with
yeah,
some other games, I think it's like you say, DX. I think fear has came into it where you drop deeper and deeper and deeper unconsciously, perhaps. Um,
I mean, there have
and
been games where Eddie's put on an extra defender, and that's
yeah,
sometimes worked, but it hasn't generally worked. And on those ones, you have to give him, a large a chunk of the blame. But I think it's games like the one against Burnley, we didn't do that, did we? We still had the same formation, but yeah, something obviously. I think we probably thought, oh, this is over. When they got the goal out of nothing, really, there was a bit of panic. Like, oh my god, panic! 2-1, 10 men, we can't lose this. And then they gave away, like you say, a stupid free kick that was unnecessary. And then you can load the box, pump it in, and we were very, very lucky. I mean, they missed an
Yeah.
absolute. We haven't gone each other's way. That's 2-2, and we're all fuming. So
Yeah, but
we're fuming because we won anyway. But
yeah,
still, yeah.
I mean, this is the thing, like you said, Doc, about training. So, you know, in those instances, you're switching psychologically from a certain state of mind
Yeah.
to, okay, now it's all hands to the pump. And I think the fact that a Burnley player was left completely open at the end tells me that it's more of a mind thing where the players are kind of all scattered. And because why on earth would you leave your 6 yard box open like that when it's Burnley players standing there? You know, I think to me it's a mentality thing where maybe they're getting in each other's way. And then Walker's mentioned that about maybe there's too many men back there. But I wonder in training whether you could replicate something, you know, where you're playing a certain game,
Yeah.
certain session, and then suddenly the plan is to switch it whereby you throw up your centre backs against, you know, the second team in training, if you like, and just launch long balls, launch long throws, and going from a state of mind of slow thinking to quick thinking in regards to aerial balls, aerial defending, etc. You know, we do something like that in training? And this is what I would love to ask Eddie Howe, and this is why
Yeah.
some of the press conferences are frustrating because you don't get these questions and you
Yeah.
get these. I mean, look, I'm all for, like, you know, jokes here and there. Obviously, you know, you want to have a light-hearted moments in between the serious stuff, but it'd be interesting to ask these questions to Eddie Howe, and the journalists just ask very bland, basic questions, don't they?
Yeah,
You don't get any
I
insight
agree. I
that way.
think, and the thing is, it's like he's been in charge more than 4 years, and the players have pretty much been the same players he's been working with. So if it is a mentality issue, what's changed? Because historically, we've not been as weak or fragile in defensively in the sense that losing leads. I don't think, maybe I'm wrong, but last season or the season before, don't remember us losing leads so easily and crumbling during
Mm.
matches. So then, if it's a mentality thing with players who've been there for many years, what's the difference? Like, is it something? Because I think you mentioned this, Tim, in one of the lives on the panel, and I agreed with you. Is it going stale? Does there need to be a bit of a shake up? I'm not saying like get rid of Eddie, but like the coaching team, hearing the same voice for the
Mm.
last 4 or 5 years. Like Pep, I know Pep and Klopp, they frequently change their number twos to give them fresh ideas and challenge them a little bit. I don't get the sense that Tyndall's or Graham Jones really challenges Eddie in terms of let's change things a little bit, let's be a bit more creative.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree. Like, you want that healthy challenging, don't you, of everyone? And you know, I think Eddie Howe has done brilliant for us.
Yeah,
Um, and to be fair, obviously he's got the set piece coaching, hasn't he? But and he's got Graham Jones as somebody he didn't have before. But like you say, it's 4 years now, and Fergie is the perfect example.
yeah.
And if it's good enough for him, then in my word, it's good enough for anyone. Just to have that rotation, if you like, every 3 years or so.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
I know it's a fine line.
same as psychologically. Sorry to interrupt you, Tim. Psychologically, in any area of work, if you have the same manager and the same, kind of team that you work with, it's like as human beings,
Yeah,
we often lose interest. We get disinterested.
yeah, exactly. So it's not necessarily a massive slight on Eddie Howe, is it? In that you're saying, look, you're talking rubbish in the dressing room, we need another voice. Like exactly what you said there. It's just having that freshness, so people can refocus. Obviously, you know better than anyone else here, but I totally agree with what you're saying there, on that
Yeah,
point. And again, it would be interesting for that to be put to Eddie Howe. Although obviously, I think you know what he'd say about Mad Dog and that. And again, I think Jason Tyndall obviously brings something because he wouldn't be with Eddie Howe for all these years if he didn't. I don't
yeah.
think it's a case of just being his mate sort of thing. I think there's some substance there. But no, I think it'll be it'll be a good thing to refresh things here and there.
But
Um,
Tim, I think, sorry to interrupt you again. The loyalty issue is one of my criticisms. So I think he has loyalty towards coaching team as well. So I think What he's a great manager, but I don't think he's at that elite level because, like, people like, for example, Pep or Klopp, they're very ruthless, right? So, for example, Joe Hart, he had a brilliant season. Pep came in and said, "I want a goalkeeper who plays from the back," and he got rid of him. A lot of these kind of elite managers, they'll get rid of people if they're not fulfilling, even though they're being very loyal. So that's again with the issue with Dan Burn as well. For example, playing at left back. That's my biggest criticism of Eddie, is that around the loyalty issue. Can't he kind of identify some youth that he can blood in? I'm sure there's somebody in the academy who can play at left back.
Well, I'll come on to that because we'll talk about like the team for Leverkusen.
I'm not sure Alex Murphy is quite up to it, is he? Well, I mean, he went to Bolton in League One. He didn't really pull up any trees there. So, I think it's actually a position we don't have a lot. We've got Shahar on the right side, who could be a good player in a year or two. But left side, we seem to be a bit...
Yeah, so you could put Tino at left back and put Shahar at right back.
Yeah, but I think Shahar probably needs another year,
especially against Burnley, when they're down to 10 men.
Maybe in that game you could have done it. Maybe got away with it. Yeah, I don't know. I think Shahar, just from the bits and bobs I've seen, he needs to do what Hall did when he was the same age, 18. He bulked up and came back looking like he put on about 15 pounds of muscle. I think if he does that, then fills out a bit. He'll be worth a shot. Definitely, he's got the talent.
Well, yeah, I mean, Shahar came on, didn't he, against Spurs in the League Cup? I think it was that game. He definitely came on at one point. And I don't watch 21s, so you might know more DX in terms of obviously saying his build isn't quite there, etc. But that is a name that I was going to mention. And you were talking about rotation, Doc. And while with Dan Burn, I think you can understand that a bit more in the left back position, like you say, Alex Murphy, DX. Maybe he's not quite up to it. I mean, to be fair, maybe you could have thrown him in, but I think with the other side, I think Shahar, he's already made an appearance this season. So Eddie Howe clearly likes what he's seen so far, to an extent anyway. And I just think with Tino, he's been one of my concerns in the last 12 days or so, coming back from this injury and playing every single game. And obviously it's great because he's one of our best players and he makes a big difference. But I just think in terms of the ruthlessness that you're talking about, that's where I would be ruthless in terms of, I'd say to Tino, look, I'm simply, and look, who might I say this, and he's played the games and he's fine, but I'm not a physio, but I just think all these games after such a long time out isn't ideal. And I think you bite the bullet and maybe you say to Shahar, look, I'm going to put you in. Don't worry, just do your best. It's not a case of this is your only chance. So maybe the Burnley game was a chance for Shahar to come in then Tino for tonight.
Did he definitely play in that League Cup game? I don't remember him coming on in that one.
He came on in one game.
I just checked the stats. He didn't come on. No.
He definitely came on in one game.
I think it was pre-season. He's thinking of pre-season.
Right.
I'm on the Premier League website and it says 0 appearances.
What about, who did you play before Spurs in the League Cup?
No, who did we play? Oh, we played Bradford City, didn't we? 4-1. I don't think he played that one.
No. Maybe it was he's came on at some point, but maybe it was pre-season. Maybe it was.
Yeah, I think it might. I don't remember him coming on, but.
But yeah, obviously he's been involved in the first team is pointless.
But DX, for example, Arteta, he's playing Dauman, a 15-year-old. I know he's a technical talent, but unless you throw youngsters in, you can't really judge them. Like, they might be not great, but then they might actually swim and do really well.
Difficult finding the balance, isn't it? Because we had those, if you remember, all those kids who were terrible, weren't they? Really, when we put them against Australia's what was it, the A-League Select?
Yeah, true.
They lost 8-0, and really none of them. Qual looked okay, not great. The rest of them looked terrible. You could tell they're not good enough. And we have upgraded the players we've got since then, so we have got some decent players. But even when you look at the UEFA under 19s games, they're losing every game. So I just wonder about the levels, because obviously Miley's only 19, isn't he? And Hall's 20. But the other guys, are they up to it at the moment? I'm not sure. Is it they? But there is this 16-year-old Alabi. Is it Alabi?
Sam Alabi, yeah.
You know, he's with the squad, isn't he? So he's someone that they obviously think might be one to break through the next one. So I think he's the one probably to keep an eye on. But he's not a left back; he's a centre mid, isn't he? So
Right.
and we've got about 7 or 8 players there. So it's the one position we probably don't need a youngster coming through. But yeah, I think we're just going to have to buy a left back in January. You could find someone, and it has to probably be someone who's happy to be back up to Lewis Hall, because can't play Dan Burn there. He was fine there a couple of years ago. He did a good job, but now he's that bit older. He's 30, nearly 34. You can see he can't keep up with the play in games at left back. He's a decent centre back still. He's a good centre back, but he's not a left back. So.
Yeah.
And then you can't be relying on Tino going there, because then you're having to move other people to right back, and it's a mess. So we definitely need to get another left back. And I think this should be Trippier's last season as a first team player. If he wants to be coaching or something, great. But I think then we need another right back, because I also think Kraft should be let go at the end of the season. So we need 2 backup backs. I think Walker Peters would have been good actually on a free, because he can play both.
All about him.
But
Yeah.
we didn't get him, so.
My preference would be to always start with Lewis Hall, let him play 50, 60 minutes, and then bring on Dan Burn if he's getting tired. But I think Eddie does the opposite. He starts with Dan Burn, and then he brings on Lewis Hall. So, for example, Tim at Burnley, the news we got was Lewis Hall has an illness, but then he came on and did really well. So if he has an illness, why is he on the bench? You know, it's these kind of things that is my criticism.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Maybe it's a case of like, look, he's ill, so I don't want to rely on him to kind of go and get the win. But at that point, we're 2-0 up.
Yeah.
So it's like, while he's ill, I want him just to get some minutes in his legs. Do you know what I mean? Keep him match
And the
sharp, if you
problem
like.
with Lewis at the moment is he does seem to be cramping up around the 65, 70-minute game, which is what happened to him last time when he first came back into the team. Or first came in and played week in, week out. He kept cramping around the same period. Because he does a lot of running, doesn't he? So it's whether we play him for an hour, like you say, and then bring Burn on, but then you can Burn playing left back for half an hour. And it's got to be something better than that, surely. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, do you move to wing backs and start getting funky and playing people like Gordon at wing back? I'm not sure that would work, but you might have to start.
But the thing is that every team is targeting Dan Burn when he's at left back, and he's not a left back, and he's slower, like you said, and other people are having to cover him, like Gordon's having to drop back, Barnes having to drop back, which is then negatively impacting our structure. So it's a holistic thing. I don't know.
Not ideal.
I'll just go through some of the comments here. So I've got Ginesta saying Pep and Klopp always hire young, hungry assistants, and these do eventually get offers and move on. How motivated is Tyndall and Graham Jones? Some red flags there.
I think Graham Jones gets a few offers, doesn't he? I think he's
To be fair, he does,
all the
yeah,
ex-players have always, like Gale and people have always said he came in and he was, top class coaching, and he's had some good jobs and stuff. I think Tyndall, I can get on board with that, but Graham Jones is a different level. I think.
High rated.
Yeah.
Choppy there, hi at NUFC Talk TV. Good to see you, mate. Let's have a look. You'd need a proper refresh of the team, Mantle. I think he's speaking in the comments about something else.
Okay.
And there was a comment here. Eddie Howe looks devoid of energy and enthusiasm in his talks. No wonder. I mean, look, he's like, he's very middle ground, isn't he? And on the one hand, I don't mind that, because football being what it is, you allow others to get involved in the emotions. And if the manager's getting dragged, pulled left, right, centre by the emotions, then it's not going to be very stable. And that's one of the things I liked about Rafa Benitez, in that he was straight down the line, no BS. He's there to do a job, and that's that. But I mean, I agree in a sense with Eddie Howe in that maybe you could see a spark here and there, about certain things. Be nice to see that.
Yeah. I've noticed this season he looks more tired and fatigued. I don't know. His body language seems not great. And I
I
think
thought
there
he
was
looked
one
worried
press
a few weeks
conference
ago.
where he had challenging questions, and he kind of like reacted, which I've not seen him before. So I don't know if that's pressure or what, but he's definitely not looking at the normal enthusiasm that he had last season or the season before.
Yeah. I do think he looked worried at times when we were losing those games. I definitely agree with
Yeah,
that. Another one here, Eddie kept 24-year-old
yeah,
Ashby and
Ashby. Yeah,
21-year-old Alex Smith for absolutely no reason. Yeah, exactly. So, like, I mean, granted, there's been injury issues, I think. So, but would he have played Ashby anyway? So, like, again, it's going back to the point about rotation and giving players a chance. Why isn't Ashby being given a
yeah,
chance?
Thing is,
Just
100%.
to give people a
Ashby's
break.
not a Premier League footballer though. He was at was he at QPR last season and Swansea the year before? I think he's just never done anything that you go, wow, this guy's
Mm.
going to be good.
But DK, if you look at Harry Kane struggled in when he was out on loan, and then when
Yeah,
he came
No,
back to Spurs, he was phenomenal.
yeah,
So
but
I don't think you can necessarily judge players in that sense.
I don't know if Ashby's going to be Harry Kane though. I mean,
No, I'm
or
just giving it as an example. As an
yeah, no,
example, he wasn't.
you're right.
Yeah,
I think, but I think there's been nothing to me that I've seen in his game that makes me think, oh yeah, he could be a solution. I think he's a guy that we took a punt
yeah.
on. He was at West Ham, wasn't he? He didn't ever play for
Yeah,
them.
it was a punt, wasn't it, I think. Aye.
It
But I
was
mean, the
just
thing is, though, that
cheap punt,
yeah,
a million,
but
2 million.
the thing is that you can put him in. Aye, maybe a resale thing, but you can put him in just for. It's not necessarily about Ashby in that
yeah.
instance. It's more about giving Tino a break. Do you know what I mean? It's like, and Tino goes straight back in, and Ashby, if he does it, he does it. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But you should have other players around him to try and compensate a bit, and just as a team, you take the hit, knowing that you're taking care of one of your
Mm.
prized assets in
Yeah,
Tino.
I think I'd rather we did that with maybe Kraft if he's fit. Kraft, give him because I think he can. I don't think he's what he was. I think when I've seen him now at right back, he does struggle. But if you're going to do that, I think he'd be a better bet than Ashby probably for me. Like,
Mm.
I don't think he's quite. He's 20, and I
Um,
think has he got how many years has
yeah,
Ashby got left? This must be the last year of his contract, surely.
Not sure. Not
not
sure.
sure, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Who's the youngster we got from Man City's academy?
Alfie Harrison, isn't it?
Where's he gone?
Midfielder.
He's still
I
playing
think
for
by
the
all accounts he hasn't impressed, has he? He hasn't kind of impressed as he thought he would. But again, you could say going, back to the chances. Maybe he could have been given minutes here and there just to kind of get up to speed and
Yeah,
take a few things from the first team players. I mean, well, it's hard to say without seeing the details behind
yeah,
the
of course.
scenes. But
Without seeing them day in day out. Yeah,
yeah,
And the other thing I think is that we loan them out, and this has come back a lot, hasn't it? But the loan spells of all these players, apart from Minte comes to mind was a good one, but the rest of them have been shocking. I mean, we've sent what's his name, Sanusi out to France. He's not even getting on the bench. We've sent who was it? We've sent another. I'm trying to think of the names of the players now. But anyway, we sent about 3 or 4. The Spanish winger, Calero.
Cadero,
yeah,
Cadero.
No, that's it. Sent him out to another league, and I don't think he's been on the bench, or maybe he got on the bench once. He's got nothing to his name. So we're just sending these players out. They're not playing any football at these clubs. We need to and I think it's Shola's getting the blame for it, right? But I think that we need to have some sort of recall thing, or put something in the contract. Like there must be a way of doing it where you can say they have to play this many
yeah,
Number of games. Yeah,
minutes when they're
exactly.
fit, or whatever, because otherwise they're just going there wasting time. Another year of their careers passed, their development stifled again. It's just completely pointless. So I think that's something we're not doing well. Chelsea, they loan their players out and they go to Dutch clubs and stuff and do really well, and they come back and it's like, wow, they can go in the first team now. We don't do that.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. That needs to be overhauled. And Sanusi, I didn't know about that. I know who you mean. And whenever he's been on the pitch for us with the first team, he looks like a live wire, doesn't he? He's got something
Yeah,
about him.
it's got potential.
So I'm surprised to hear that he hasn't been even in the squad wherever he is.
Yeah, he's in France. I'm trying to remember where he's playing now. I'll find out. He's in the French league for one of the teams near the bottom of the league. Lorient. So he's there and he's not
Right.
played.
I mean, that's a waste.
Yeah,
Aye. I want to switch it back to the first team, right? And obviously looking for tonight and the Burnley game. So Anthony Langa, he's an interesting one. And I think particularly with yourself, Doc, because one of the things I've been saying and one of the things I want to talk about is the mentality. And to me, one of the probably the biggest issue for Langer since he's came has been in his head.
Mm.
And he looks like he's struggling to kind of adapt to the move. He looks like he's got pressure on him to perform, and that's, in my opinion, leading him to overthink. It's leading him to either hold on the ball too long or give the ball away too quick. Do you know? It's like neither here nor there because his mind is going 100 mile an hour. So I think, yeah, it is very much, in my opinion, a mentality thing with Alanga, where he's not in that flow state. Do you know what I mean? Where he's not thinking about it, he's just playing his game with his teammates. He's trying something, it comes off. If it does, it does. Doesn't, it doesn't. Um, like I say, it's an interesting one. Where can we get him to a level where he's past those barriers? And then we can judge him in terms of what is he going to bring technically. And I know there's a debate around that, and I think he's not the most technical player that perhaps we'll want on that right side. But I would say he's got enough about him to bring something to the table as a winger. And I watched that Burnley game back, right? I've said a lot of things about Alanga where I've not been impressed with him. And I think these things I mentioned have been, part of the problem. And some of it has been really basic stuff. But when I watched the Burnley game back, look, some of those basic mistakes were there again. He was not in the same wavelength with his teammates. He was giving the ball away cheaply, not getting his body in the way. Of the defender. Kind of stood still, if you like, where he's overthinking. But I personally, I did see signs in that game that he was actually getting more into his stride, and he did a few things in that game. And I want to bring some stills up here, where he did what I've been asking in terms of just keep it simple. And when you're struggling mentally, I think like he has been, um, just keep the basics. And I'm gonna bring this up here. So this is one instance here, um, and then I'll come to yours. So he gets the ball wide right. Because I heard a lot of things again about the Burnley game, and Elanga being terrible was one of them. And I know he had poor moments, but these are some of the sparks I've seen that gave me a bit of hope. So he's got the ball on the right here. What do I want him to do? Keep it simple. You've got the pace. Get it on your right side, go down the line and whip it in. So he's got it on the right here. And he does exactly that. He goes down the right. I'll move it on here. Gets to where he wants to be there. And then afterwards, he whips in a brilliant ball. So it's not just lumbered in there. There's 3 occasions during the game he did this where he put 3 quality crosses in, you know? And this is the first one. So that was a great ball.
Where's Voldemort there? I can't see him. Is that him in the middle?
That's him there. So if he's maybe making a run quicker, perhaps he gets to the end of it.
Yeah,
Burnley
learning, isn't he? He's trying to learn the game as he plays. Really,
But
Voldemort.
Yeah,
if
exactly.
you look at Walter, he's got 3 defenders around him. What are the other 3 Newcastle players in the box doing? They're not just static.
That's true. Yeah. So those 3 there, I mean, those 2 in particular. I mean, you've got Ramsey
Yeah,
as
he's got
well.
3 guys around him.
Yeah, they're unmarked, but you got Gordon there and you got Ramsey there. There's no one on them. So if they're making a darting run, as a
Yeah, they
Langer's
need to be making a
lining
run
up,
at the back post or the front
yeah,
post.
they can get across there, can't they? And leap.
Yeah, so
So
they'll drag
I,
defenders, and then Walter's got more space.
that's it. That's it. And so Alanga did his job there. Do you know what I mean? And he's getting pelters, but he did well there. But I'm going to move it on again. So this is later on in the half. Again, faces up the full back, doesn't overcomplicate things, gets down the line, moves it to his right side in that position, doesn't try anything fancy, and whips it in across there. And you can see there, that's in a really good area. You look at where that ball is, the 6-yard box. Look at the keeper. He doesn't want to come for that. That tells you that that's a dangerous ball. And like you said, Doc, where's the rest of the players here? Langer's done his job. No one's backing him up by making that near post run. You're not going to do it every time, obviously. Defenders are going to win it at times, but
Yeah,
again, it was another good ball. And just
yeah.
finally, I'll move it on. Um, Again, third time, gets the ball wide right, faces up the fullback, goes down the line, same thing, nothing fancy. And I admire him for doing this in terms of, I think there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but he actually produces some quality moments here. And move on again. Now, you look at that ball. Remember the corridor of uncertainty we used to hear about that I've
Yeah.
mentioned a million times now?
Yeah.
That's where that's going. So it doesn't always take one of your own teammates to put it in. One of those
Yeah.
and it's actually, I think, maybe the near post defender gets his head in it, but because he's stretching, it's nearly an own goal. It goes out and hits the top of the net. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I just thought
But
that
look
was,
at the 6-yard
yeah,
box. Nobody's making a run into the 6-yard box.
yeah, yeah,
So and the play our players are towards the edge of the box. So I think that there's a lot of work to be done. Yeah, I agree
yeah,
with you. Elanga did well there.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah. I thought, like I said, when I watched the game, and after hearing a lot of the noise, I just take this off.
You know what, Tim? I have a hypothesis
Um,
about Elanga. I
yeah,
think the reason Elanga is not thriving is because one of the reasons is he signed for us because of Isak. They're apparently very close friends. Obviously, they played together for Sweden. And I don't know if you saw the videos when he signed, they were laughing and joking together. So I
mm,
think it's psychologically really harmed him that the way Isak left. And
yeah,
so you know when new players join a club, often if they have a friend or they know somebody from the international team, the transition's a lot easier. So maybe he's feeling the after effects of his mate leaving. I don't know. This is just like a hypothesis,
He's got a
and
Sula.
that's affected his confidence.
go on, DX.
He's got his pal Sula at the club, hasn't he? He's good friends with Sula.
Yeah, but Asula's not a first team player, so he's not going to
And he
help him
might
on
be
the
on
pitch.
his way out anyway. But yeah, no, I think it would have obviously been shocking to him. He wouldn't have seen that coming, would he?
He
Mm,
even
The
he even said in his interviews one of the reasons he came to us was because of Isak.
I
mm,
think that's probably part of it. Yeah, I just think it was a shock to everyone, wasn't it? It would have been a shock to him. But they've said he's had some personal problems off the pitch as well, family related stuff perhaps. So
Okay.
I think there's maybe a few things going on there that might
Yeah.
be. But
The
his
other thing, yeah.
agree. I think they
Sorry,
have.
DK.
No, I was just going
Carry
to
on.
say the other thing. I do think he has been, as you said, his performances have been improving a little bit. Like when he first started out, I was like, oh my god, what have we got here? But there's been some moments, especially against Everton, where I thought he was actually really good in that game. He's not going to be a 90-minute player. You get some guys
mm,
like Nobby Solano could do it 90 minutes. You go, oh yeah, nice little touches and everything. But this guy is not going to do it. He'll have some bad moments. It will bounce off him.
Yeah.
Technically not the best, but because he's got that raw pace and he can whip in a good ball when he doesn't overthink it, I think you're going to get match-winning moments. So more of a Robert than a Solano, perhaps. Well, I'm not
yeah, yeah.
comparing to Robert, by the way. But
Not technically, no, but I know what you mean, in and out.
yeah,
Yeah, exactly. And I think I mean, look at the goal. Obviously, not the goal, but the penalty. Yeah, that we got is down to his pace. So even his pace alone
yeah,
is
that's
going to cause problems for any opposition. And I was kind of happy with the signing because partly for that reason, in that I thought he had enough in his locker to bring a different dynamic and bring us options down that right that could hurt the opposition. And like, do you see what I mean as well, Doc, in terms of like the mentality? I know you mentioned Isaac there,
Yeah.
and maybe that's something. And like you said, DX stuff off the pitch. We don't know what's going on in people's lives. Do you know what I mean? These are human beings, so
Yeah.
you've got to think of that as well. But I think he looks like, for me, I think if he's fully settled, I think would see a good player there. Maybe not everyone's cup of tea, and maybe not against a low block all the time. But I think you'd see a good player. But do you see what I mean about, like, he looks a bit stunted mentally in that way,
Yeah.
where he's
What
overthinking
my
his
concern is
shell?
that he was the first player we signed in the summer, so Eddie's had time to work with him, and Eddie's historically been great at developing players.
Mm,
So I'm not sure because he was embedded in from the beginning, right? He had preseason, and Eddie would have worked on him in terms of tactics and formation. So that's one of my concerns. Unlike Ramsey, who came in later, for example, Nick Walter-Moda. And sometimes the eye test is also something that I look at, and like he's a bit like clunky and kind of, I don't know, chaotic, and the ball control is a bit lacking, which is my concern. I wasn't that excited about his signing, to be honest with you. I know he had a good season at Forest, but I didn't think he's going to take us to the next level, to be honest.
Yeah.
And we spent a lot of money on him. 55 million is a lot of money.
It is. Yeah. We overpaid for sure, but we took a gamble because of every other player we were trying to sign at that point was going somewhere else, and I think we were like, God, we've got to get one of them. So yeah, you're right. He's a clunky player. He's not a very like some players like Ginola or whoever. I'm trying to think of like wingers. They're a joy to watch. They get the ball.
Yeah, like Doku, for example. Doku at City.
Yeah, Doku, or even some Maximan in a different way.
Yes, Maximan, yeah. But silky skills.
Elanga is very like he's functional because he's got the pace and this and that. But some of his like the way he does it is not that pretty sometimes, and it's a bit like
even Antoine Semenyo. He's very silky, and he's got or Eze, for example, who's gone to Arsenal.
Well, I know he hasn't been playing well, but
Semenyo
for Brentford or someone like that.
Yeah. I mean, I think for me, Semenyo will be the one, but I think somebody said that his family were Arsenal. The Emirates,
Liverpool, apparently. Liverpool, 65 million release clause.
Oh, is it happening?
Yeah, apparently.
You
know what? I'd go for Mo Salah. He's not happy at Liverpool.
if they're paying half his wages, let's do it.
Yeah. Well, exactly. we wouldn't. Yeah. We could swap Jacob Murphy for him because Slot wants Jacob
Actually,
Murphy.
That's true. That would be interesting. Wouldn't it?
Well, I think with Jacob Murphy is that like I thought it was a kind of good combination where you've got Jacob Murphy against teams who sit deep and Elanga against teams who are pushing on, and you've got the space behind. So you've got two options there. That was my thinking. And I just think with some of the clunky stuff with Elanga, it's partly down to the fact that he's not the most technical player, but like I say, also down to the fact that his head isn't quite in the game. Slowly but surely, hopefully it will be. But I think Kudus might have been the one that went to Spurs. I think
Kudus,
yeah.
I agree with you. Yeah. Even Jack Grealish on loan. I would have loved Jack Grealish on loan because he's slightly different. He creates things.
But he's more of a left winger, isn't he, Jack?
Yeah, he's a left.
He is left. True. I'd have more of a Gordon.
But then you could put Gordon on the right.
Jack Grealish over Gordon. Yeah, I mean, I'd get 70 million for Gordon. Do you know what I mean? And get Grealish in there.
Well, here's the thing.
To be honest, I've had it with Gordon. I don't think he's gonna look at his stats.
I quite like that winger at Brighton, the right winger there. He's pretty good.
Who's that?
Minte kid. Minte. That's the thing. I think we had the ready-made.
Yeah, he's a quality player.
He's really good. He'll score goals, and he's got lovely left foot.
We should have got rid of Gordon, kept Minte and Anderson.
That's the weird thing, isn't it? When you think back, I mean, and it might have blown up in our face. We might not have won a cup or whatever, but if you think that if we had sold Gordon, we probably would have kept Minte and Anderson.
Yeah, we would have got 70 million for Gordon, isn't it? Something like that.
We would have. Yeah, you would do that, and a lot of people right now, with hindsight, would do that, wouldn't they? But I think if he did it at the time, he would have got pelters, wouldn't he?
Yeah,
if he done it, because it's like Gordon had a great season and stuff like that. I mean, like I say, I've said a million times, about Gordon. He's not really my cup of tea.
Yeah, and, I agree.
Yeah, even during that season, I was a bit kind of I want Barnes to get his chance, sort of thing, because
I'm a big fan of Barnes.
Yeah,
but I did I did think Gordon's performance in the Burnley game was one of the bright sparks. So if he can, and it's the big if he can maintain that level, then he can be that brilliant player that we saw for a year. But
the thing is, his stats are terrible. Like how many assists and goals he scored in the last 30 games is really bad.
Yeah,
like, he did take the penalties out.
He did sort of assist the ball for Elanga against Burnley.
Yeah, it was a good pass.
And the other goal was he was heavily involved in that as well. So and the one against Everton.
Yeah, but that's like he is he's not consistent.
Like Elanga in that exactly. He's not consistent, and he is a bit clunky as well. In that some things will come off, some things will go badly wrong.
And Tim, just want to pick up on one thing you mentioned. like you said, he would have got Eddie Howe would have got pelters if he sold Gordon. But then if you look at Alex Ferguson, he used to get rid of players before he knew they would decline.
Yeah,
That's true.
So
yeah.
so this is
Oh,
again
I agree.
as
I
a
agree.
We got
coach,
with
Yeah,
you need to get
Chelsea.
rid of players at the right time.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's and that was a point I actually was going to bring up too. So I think you're totally right that we tend to hold on. We've done it for years actually, even before Howe and things. We held on to Dwight Gale when we were having offers for him, and he's ended
Yeah.
up we had to pay Stoke City. We had to pay his wages to get into Stoke City, and we've probably missed the boat on a few players. I think Wilson we could have sold and got some money for.
Wilson, yeah.
There's been quite a few like that. Longstaff we could have probably got more money for.
Longstaff we could have sold at least a season before.
Yeah, so we're a bit too slow sometimes in making that move and going right. And that's you're right. That's what Alex Ferguson was very good at. He would see like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, Kanchelskis is still really good now, but he's starting to dip. Let's get
Yeah.
the big in, and then
Those managers are paid the big bucks because they have the foresight
yeah,
to
Exactly.
see ahead.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I agree. Like you got Joe Linton, maybe is another one who you look at and you think, why would we get some money? Maybe just evolve the team and get the money in. But I just want to bring it to tonight. So we've got Leverkusen.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on the team tonight with the Sunderland game coming up as well? Like who looking at the opposition, who would you play? Whatever position you like, who would you play? What's on your mind for this team tonight? Whether you're thinking just about this game, or whether you're thinking about like the Mackhams as well, how would you go about it, Doc?
yeah.
Go on, DK, you go first.
Well, I was going to say I think he's going to have to see. I don't want to do it because these are Champions League nights, and we've got to be in an ideal world put out the best team for both games. But I just don't think we can. I don't think we'll be able to do it because too many players are playing too many games. So I think we're going to have to. This is why I said Bruno on the bench. I don't want Bruno on the bench, but I just think that Sunderland game we need Bruno to start, and he needs to be fresh and at it. So if he could play a half tonight or something, and even if he did play it from the start, but just an hour, that would be okay. I think we're going to have to be smart though, because the annoying thing is, I think if we'd beaten Marseille, and I think first half we were all over them. Gordon for some reason didn't shoot when he had an open goal at the end of the first half, and then Pope, whatever he did, and so if we won that, it was a little bit of a free hit. But now, if we lose tonight, we get dragged right into that kind of bottom part of the qualification bit on 9 points. So, I'd like to, and we can't really rest Voltemada, so he's going to have to start. But Alanga could play, Visser could play.
Visser.
So maybe that's the way you play. Maybe it's you start with a really good team. You say, right, come on, we want to get a couple of goals here. Don't underestimate Leverkusen; they're a good team, but just go for it. And maybe after an hour, you have to start then going, right, we're going to take off Tonali, Bruno, maybe even Tino or Hall maybe more than Tino. But yeah, I don't think we should flog the players for 95, 100 minutes tonight and then expect them to be at it against Sunderland. So we're going to have to be smart. And the question, I guess, for you guys would be, if you could only win one of those two games, which one would you win? I think we'd all probably have the same answer, right?
Yeah. See, my perspective is the spine needs to be strong for both games. It's not like we're towards the end of the season where players are fatigued. I personally think that we should go to win both matches. I don't think we should, even psychologically, having the discussion which was more important. I hope the players are not having that discussion with Eddie Howe, because that's a mentality thing again. I mean, like, again, if we want to go to the next level, we're gonna have these games every 2 or 3 days or 3 games per week, and we need to be winning most of them.
We've got a squad.
We haven't got a strong enough squad to rotate too much. So I would keep the spine the same. I would play Bruno and Tonali, to be honest with you, for both games. Take them off after 60 minutes or 70 minutes, depending on how the game's going. But I'm a strong advocate for starting with a strong team and then rotating once they start fatiguing or some,
What if you lose in the game, though?
Sorry?
So what if you lose in the game, though? Do you still take them
If
off?
you're losing the game, then the new players have an opportunity. I mean, somebody was telling me that we had £300 million worth of subs on the bench against Burnley.
Yeah, it's probably about right, isn't it?
Yeah,
Nice.
and I think the team on the pitch was around 300 million. So we had like 600 million worth of players.
Hmm.
So if we can't, utilize our squad to beat teams like Sunderland or even Leverkusen are inconsistent. They're not that strong, to be honest with you. I've just checked their results. They're losing as many as they're winning in the
They're
Bundesliga.
dropping off, aren't they?
Yeah. So we need to be really challenging our players to perform in both
I
matches.
feel like with the wingers, that's an obvious one for me. My opinion is tonight
Yeah.
looks like a Elanga Barnes game, and the Sunderland game maybe more of a Gordon Murphy game. So for me, that's the switch I would do.
I would do the
I get
opposite,
it.
to be honest, because I think Gordon loses his
Yeah.
head. Against Sunderland, you need somebody calm and cool and
So
collected.
you'd rather go Gordon?
Yeah, I'd go
Barnes?
Gordon tonight and Barnes against Sunderland.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I was saying that last night. Like, I think thinking about that Sunderland game and the type of game it is, it's a very unique, specific
Yeah.
atmosphere. And I think you want the passion, you want the drive, and the cojones basically. But then you also want the intelligence and the incisiveness and the
Yeah.
calm heads. And I think Harvey Barnes, in amongst all that, would bring
Yeah.
that quality and incisiveness. And
Yeah.
so I think I want him on that pitch in that game because I want to watch that game knowing that those players, if they get in the final third, in amongst the chaos, they could
Yeah.
potentially deliver. And it's going to be nervous enough anyway without thinking that we've got players who are going to be scuffing shots left, right, and centre. And I think Harvey Barnes is one of our best bets to
He's
get a
clinical.
goal even from nothing.
Yeah.
He is,
And
I
Barnes is a brilliant finisher. We forget that he is an absolute top
think he is.
finisher. Yeah.
He's a
Aye.
goal
And I
scorer.
think
Like there's other sides of his game that aren't brilliant, but he
Yeah.
will score goals if you play him, and
Yeah.
he's proven
Yeah.
that over his career. I mean, how many did he get for Leicester when they got relegated? He got about 13 league goals.
He was our he was our top scorer for a long time last season as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I think for the game against Sunderland, like, and obviously tonight, if I'm looking at the Mackems, right, I want really the ideal thing, right, is that Bruno rocks up to that game with his head screwed on, bringing his passion, bringing his drive, but not getting sucked into any nonsense.
Which is easy for him
because
to
we
do.
need,
Yeah.
but we need leadership obviously in that game, and he's our kingpin, if you like. So,
Yeah.
I think Bruno has to obviously play in that game. Joe Linton is the one where it's more kind of on thin ice, where on paper I think Joe Linton is perfect for that game, where he's got that combative style to use his muscle, to get in their faces, to track runs, to win the physical duels. Again, can you trust Joe Linton not to get involved in silly stuff where he's getting a yellow card, maybe a red card, or give the ball away in stupid areas, trying to do silly things. So that's if I'm the manager, I'm having like real conversations saying, look, do not let me down. You do not do this. You do not do that. I want you laser focused on this game in hand and bring all your attributes. You need to be physical, but I want you totally focused. If those two players have the right mentality, I think they need to play against Sunderland. And then you've got Tonali, obviously. I think Tonali is kind of the middle ground, if you like. So he has to play against Sunderland. So it's that kind of famous three midfield. I think if I was to say, I would probably pick against Sunderland, which leads us to tonight's game, where you've got, I think maybe you could play, I think you could play Tonali, because he's had his rest, hasn't he, against Burnley. So
Yeah.
you play Tonali in this one. And I honestly wouldn't be averse to having Miley and Ramsey tonight with Tonali. And then you bring
I
the
was
two
thinking
Brazilian lads back
Ramsey
in.
and Miley might be a good one for this game.
Yeah.
He
That's
hasn't
what I'm thinking right now.
disappointed me. Put it that way. I've been quite impressed with him. He's going about his business all right for me. I think Shaw should start tonight and then Burn against Sunderland. So I do a little flip there. And I just think Burn against Sunderland, that's a no-brainer for me. He's a leader. And I think he will keep his head in a game like that.
Well, I wonder, part of me thinks, will he play a Burn left back?
Against Sunderland?
If he does, I'm going to be fuming if he plays down left back.
Don't think about it. That would be crazy.
But guys, honestly,
you
like,
want
on
him
a
to be
serious
holding.
note, do you not think that he should be questioned? Why he keeps playing with him at left back?
I just think there's no other options unless you put Tino there and flip around on the right back.
No, but why not start with Hall?
Oh, with Hall, I mean, I think he's just protecting him a bit. He has been starting a few games recently, hasn't he?
I think let's see. He has, and I do think that
But then
Lewis
he's been
Hall is
playing
number
Burn
one.
in centre back instead of Botman.
Oh, I mean,
Botman's
that's
not
a
fit.
different conversation. For me, I think Botman's had his hiccups this season, but
Yeah,
to me, the ideal thing is that Botman is the future.
Botman and
And
Thiaw
I
in the
think,
centre back.
Botman's injuries are worrying.
yeah,
Though. This guy can't stay fit for more than about 6 games. So I don't know if is he going to be like a Woodgate type figure where brilliant player but just can't
mm,
string 10 games together. That's what worries me
mm,
about him. And I'm always worried like, oh god, he's played twice in a week. He's 25. You shouldn't be worrying about that.
yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, if he
I mean,
stays fit, he could be one of our great defenders, you know.
He's a top
I agree.
player. Yeah.
There's no doubt. Like, if he can prove his fitness, he would be number one for me alongside Thiaw, and obviously
Yeah.
Lewis Hall left back. And I think, in terms of Dan Burn playing left back, I wouldn't have him there if I could help it. But I do think that with Lewis Hall, obviously he's been out injured. You know, I don't want to sit here and complain about lack of rotation and lack of kind of care for players coming back from injury, and at the same time say that Lewis Hall should be playing every minute right now. If they think there's concerns around fitness, then I think fair enough.
But
Play down
yeah,
Burn the odd game.
but
I
the
think
thing is,
the
why
test
not
is going to
start with
be.
We've got the
why
lineup.
not start with Lewis Hall because he's playing 60, 30, 50, 60 minutes. Okay, don't
There
tell
you
me
go.
Dan Burn left back.
That is. Oh, wait a minute. I'm trying to put it together. Okay, no. So Hall is playing left back. So that is pretty much the strongest team, isn't it, available right now?
So Burns playing centre back. All right.
Yeah, so I've got the lineup here. Can you see the lineup? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got Ramsey in goal. So we've got Lewis Hall left back.
Ramsdale in goal.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Ramsey.
Ramsdale. Yeah.
Ramsey and goal would be a bold
That would
move.
be a risky
Ramsey
thing,
and
wouldn't
Golby would be out of the box.
Yeah, but he can play with his feet though. That's a good thing.
it? True. So we've got Barnes is in. So Barnes and Gordon.
So we're playing Burn and
Yeah.
Burn and
Playing
Thiaw,
Burn and Thiaw centre back.
which is fine. That's okay.
Yeah, Lewis Hall
And-
left back, Tino right back.
Tino right back. And then
And then you've got
Strong- the
Tonali
big
and
three.
Bruno.
And Joe Linton,
So
okay, so
yeah,
the big three in midfield, and then you got Barnes, Gordon, and Voltemada up top. So interesting. That's a strong
playing
team.
Barnes and Gordon. Interesting.
well, yes, exactly. So who's going to be in the right? Do you know what I mean? It's probably going to be Barnes, isn't it?
Barnes, yeah, because I think
Barnes,
Gordon will always get
Barnes will
priority.
be definitely because Gordon doesn't move from left or plays up front.
Yeah. And again, that's something I don't agree with. So if it is Barnes on the right today, to me, he's been brilliant in the last few games,
On the left.
and I don't want to take away the momentum that he's gathered playing on the left. So he plays right tonight. If he doesn't do well, or doesn't have the same moments, if you like, that's not ideal for him, is it? To carry on that rhythm that he's got recently, where he's been outstanding at times on the left. And if Gordon has kind of moved up in the pecking order on that left-hand side, it is one of my bugbears with Eddie Howe in that, why is Gordon now playing there on the left ahead of Barnes?
100%. I agree with you, Tim. He should be shoehorned into a different position because Barnes has been our most consistent player on the left.
Yeah. Like Barnes has been shoehorned many times on the right, so why not shoehorn Gordon at the right?
Exactly, and we know the answer because he's Eddie's favorite.
He's the golden boy, you think? I mean, it's like...
So this is my criticism. I don't know if DK you agree with that.
I think...
Golden Boy.
well, it's definitely with Gordon.
I think there are certain players who are very popular, with the manager for sure. I wonder if part of it is because Gordon and Hall have had a good link up down the left, maybe. But we don't know. I mean, it might do it the other way around. We're not 100%, are we? We're just speculating. But
Has Gordon ever played on the right for us?
He has the odd time.
Tried
the
it,
odd time.
and he didn't look great there, to be honest.
As long as he doesn't play up front, that's my.
Play Voltemada on the wing.
Yeah.
Remember, Isak scored against Arsenal last season. How did that come about?
Oh, that's true. That was Gordon's ball.
Header.
In.
Yeah.
That was a great.
So he can do it. You know what I mean? If he puts his mind to it, And he's got the attributes to go down, like what I showed about Alanga before. What was Alanga doing in those stills? He was getting the ball,
Going down the
fullback.
outside, yeah.
Exactly. It's it. Can Anthony Gordon not do? Has he not got the attributes to do that? We know he has. So it's a mental thing. So for me,
Yeah.
Gordon goes right. You're going down the outside, mate. When you're facing up the fullback, keep it simple. Whip the balls in. Use your pace. Don't overcomplicate it. We've got Harvey Barnes on left to come inside and do his stuff. You know, to mix it up where now Barnes is on the right after playing brilliantly on the left, and Anthony Gordon doesn't get shoehorned around. It just sets the wrong tone, if you like.
Sets the wrong tone, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. We'll see what he does. I mean, he might surprise us and play it the other way around.
Yeah, he might. Hopefully.
You know, I also would have gone for Shaw instead of Burn at centre back, and I would play Dan Burn against Sunderland at centre back.
I agree.
Yeah, that's what I
had
too.
Yeah.
But
because today we need more skilled, silky players against the Leverkusen, who are not very physical.
Yeah.
And Shaw did some brilliant balls against Burnley, some long passes.
Exactly, I agree. And like again with Dan Burn, look, I think Dan Burn is a brilliant centre back, and we're in safe hands if you like with him playing there. But how many games has he played this season? And I think there has been moments in the last few games where there's been slip ups. Is that down to fatigue? Yeah, he has. Is it down to fatigue? Is it those mental lapses? It might well be. Again, the human beings. So Dan Burn,
I think Tim also he's got a bit complacent because he knows he's an automatic pick. So even if he switches off, he's not going to be dropped.
The one we are running into the ground is Chiao. He's playing every single minute of every game. That guy.
That's interesting one. So why is he not being? If we believe in rotation and he's performing every match.
Yeah, he's on a different level at the moment, isn't he, to the other centre backs? So I think like he has to.
But what I'm saying is, you can consistently play as well. You don't have to be rested.
Well, yeah, it depends on the player a little bit though, because you do get some players who just don't look the same. After Tonali had a couple of games where it was like, I think he did and probably need a rest. Hopefully, he'll benefit from it, and we'll see him back to his best tonight.
I just think that there's certain players for the Sunderland game that really need to play.
There are 7
know what type of game that is.
In my opinion, there's 7 players who need to start that game.
Yeah, so you kind of pick tonight's game a little bit based on that. I know, like Eddie Howe says, no, you look at the game in front of you. I get that, but ultimately you're going to be playing these fixtures, and I think it's only sensible to look at the games you've got coming up. And to me, Dan Burn must play against Sunderland. So I would just,
I agree. I agree.
You've got players that come in his place. That's the thing. It's not as if you're bringing anybody in. You've got Fabian Schär to come in his place. That's absolutely fine. Yeah. So then you're bringing Dan Burn for the Sunderland game. For me, you bring in, who else did we say? I think, obviously you got Harvey Barnes.
Elanga.
I think Elanga. I think you could have played Elanga tonight to keep his run going, maybe, in terms of, look, he's put a few good balls in against Burnley.
I would have kept Barnes on the left and put Elanga on the right tonight.
I mean, the midfield 3 is the best midfield 3, really, isn't it? So we'll see how that goes. But then against Sunderland, start with Willock, Ramsey, and Miley.
Well, this is it. Like,
go down like
so Joe Linton and Bruno are shoo-ins for Sunderland. With that in mind, have I got capable deputies to come in against the team tonight, Leverkusen? In my opinion, we have.
He has. He could have played Jacob Ramsey tonight instead of J7.
Yeah, exactly. Ramsey can come in for J7, and Miley can come in for Bruno. And you've got Tonali there, who's had his rest, who can, I say, hold their hands. But it's a good combination. I think it's a good mixture of elements there. Then you've got the players, Bruno, Joe Linton, whose characteristics we really need to be on it against Sunderland. Coming 100%. In fresh, fully focused. I mean, I said before the team, that's what I was thinking. And I just think maybe it's, if we go into that game against Sunderland with these lads having run 90 minutes into the ground, ultimately we are at a disadvantage straight away.
We are knackered.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he'll do the 1 hour idea, the thing of After an hour, we're going to take off Toon Army. We're going to take off Bruno.
Depends how the game's going. If we're losing
It
or if we're
depends.
drawing.
Yeah. I mean, if it's 2-2 and it's blood and thunder, you probably don't want to make too many changes at certain points.
Yeah.
Well, exactly.
But
It's
yeah.
easier said than done.
Yeah. And I think, guys, I also think we need to prioritize both competitions. But in the league, we can't drop off. Like, we can't drop more points now. Villa are like 3 points behind Arsenal. If we want to make Champions League, we really need to have consistent results in the league.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're going to struggle to catch Villa, to be honest. They look really, really good now, don't they? They've really
But
stepped.
like the happy clapper in chief Wynn said, if we're more than 3 points from Champions League, he wants Eddie sacked by the new year.
Look, I mean, I would, I wouldn't go off like a metric like that, because what if you?
No, that's
what
what he consistently says, and he, I'm just saying.
I know.
Yeah.
And that's fair enough in a way. That's his views, but I just think, like, if you're 4 points off and playing really well, do you still sack the manager? Do you know what I mean? If you're on a run, so I just think the question is,
my point is, we need to now get consistent results in the league. Otherwise, we're just gonna know where we're gonna be even in Europe.
We are 4 points off at the moment, aren't we? So
yeah, so we need to continue.
Yeah.
Even Man United are picking up points. They smashed Wolves 4-1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves are just the whipping boys.
But we struggled to beat Wolves 1-0, wasn't it? Was it 1-0?
Yeah, we weren't great in that game.
1-0,
A few teams have struggled to beat them, but I think like they are getting worse, I would say.
I think United, I'm worried about United, to be honest, DK. I think they're getting more consistent.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm thinking Villa have surprised me because they're playing so well. Palace, I think Bournemouth might be dropping off a bit now.
They're dropping. Bournemouth are dropping. Yeah.
And we've got a run of. I mean, okay, so the derby's always going to be hard, but then we've got Fulham. Oh no, that's Cup. Okay.
Then we've got Chelsea.
In the league, the games aren't that great, are they? For a bit,
so we can't afford to keep drawing or losing.
No, so we need to win the games that we really could do with beating Sunderland, because then we go above them, then we go right.
Exactly.
So
and the thing is, if we don't make Champions League qualification, I think we lose a lot of our top players.
I think I've got a funny feeling that Toon Army will leave next summer. I've just got a funny feeling that he might be the one who goes, look, I want to go. I'll be 26.
Yeah,
get big money.
Feels like it's his time.
And Tino apparently also City are sniffing around him.
I think because he's a bit younger, he would hang around for a bit, maybe. Tino.
It depends. That's why we need to get Champions League qualification, in my opinion.
But yeah, it would definitely help to keep players, wouldn't it? But we've got a guest.
Gary.
Yes, he's going to run naked through the streets if we win tonight.
Only if you want to see Greenpeace with buckets of water. I'll keep telling you.
You're right, man.
What do you think of the lineup, Gary?
What's that, buddy?
What do you think about the lineup tonight?
I mean, there's pros and cons. If you look at it, it's the strongest lineup you could put out there. If you were just to base this on metrics, right? And I mean progression with the ball, the players that he has got on the field today, left and right, are both sitting very high. I mean, Murphy is as well, but I mean, when you look at what these two can actually produce, both with 5 and 4, if you look at it from the metrics point of view. So they've both scored goals in the Champions League. They both progress the ball really quick, and they carry the ball well if they turn up. I mean, the one thing that I do like, and I'm listening to you boys in the background there, who's going to play that right-hand side now? You know, have we seen more out of Anthony Gordon on the right-hand side? Well, you obviously, you guys hit the nail on the head. Well, the only time we've really seen him on that right-hand side is when he whacked that cross in against Arsenal for Isak. But apart from that, it's been very bitter. And I must admit, the same from Barnes. But I do believe that Leverkusen will probably play with wing-backs today. So if they do push forward, they'll go narrow up top with Poku and Tillman and Schick. And I would imagine the weakest link, if I'm honest with you, if I was to put a finger on an area that I would really work at, is that right-hand side. So whoever plays there, whether it's Barnes or Gordon, Grimaldi is the lad that you want to get at. He's the weak link. He's the one that drops the clangers. So it's going to be an interesting one. But from my point of view, I think this is a very strong side.
And we got the lineup for Leverkusen as well that we'll talk about. But what an amazing show, by the way, and what a good combination from the Dr. Tim DX. I was going to call him DK again because the doctor called him DXK. But man, what a good combination, man! We may have struck gold here, because you guys were bouncing off each other back and forth. No room for that so-called dead silence. So pretty good stuff from all of you. Appreciate all of you, and of course Doc coming in clutch. You had stuff to do, DX as well, short notice. Thank you very much for doing this, man. I appreciate it. And let's make predictions, Tim.
1-1.
What?
On the fence, man.
Oh man, that's a bedwetter prediction, man. All right, give me a prediction, Doc.
2-1 to Leverkusen.
Oh my
the dark
God,
side.
That's even worse. Shambolic, man. Shambolic.
Hold on, did you just say these three will be good for the program, for the show? It's bloody negative, man.
And they ended up being negative, man, the whole time.
I mean, that was shambolic.
DX, what's your prediction?
I'm going to say 2-2. I'm going to go with a mad game of football.
There you go, man. There you go.
There you go.
Well, folks, thank you very much, Tim. Thank you, Doctor, and thank you, DXK. Hopefully we
great
win
show,
tonight.
boys.
Let's start with the build-up, folks.
Have a good one.
You are listening to
NUFC Talk Radio.
the voice of the Toon Army. Live daily on the website, on YouTube, and on every online radio directory.
NUFC Talk.
The voice of the Toon Army.
Ooh, I forgot to add myself on.
Yeah.
Hello,
There's me
everyone.
dancing away.
There you go. Welcome to the build-up right now. Smash the like button. Don't forget to do that. We're going to be live here. Mighty Win should be. I don't know if he's joining. He said he caught a rash from the Thai Girls Club, so he's he can't sit down at the moment. So he'll put some cream on. Boki, it should be joining us at any moment given time, of course. So because he got the same login as Tim. So either way. Welcome one and all. Don't forget to smash the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. We got the full match commentary coming up, as well as the instant match reaction, something that we definitely need to do. So I mean, we already got the lineups and everything else. The last we're already talking about it. But as you said, this is a pretty strong lineup, you would assume. Some changes there, but Burn back where he's supposed to be. That's a plus. To be fair, I have no objections with this lineup. I wish we would see. I want to see Gordon on the right and do, wing work on the right, as he literally is supposed to be. By definition, he's right-footed, and he can cross. As the guys mentioned it from the Arsenal game last time. He whipped the ball in, very lovely ball when we beat Arsenal in the Carabao Cup away. I don't know when the last time we had done that over there. Maybe never. I don't know. And he did great that game. A lot of work, so it was great. Why not try him on the right wing again? Certainly not a lot of people has been lighting it up as far as the right wing is concerned. We got Boki now in the house as well, and so why not there and leave Barnes where he'll probably do his best, but more likely it'll be inverted as usual. How are you, Boki? All good?
Good, yeah. Seems like quite a strong team, doesn't it?
It's a pretty strong team. I mean, I have nothing, to be honest. I mean, that's as strong as he can get. You can possibly argue Wissa, but I mean, obviously Wissa's, he's just coming in. He'll probably play a few minutes. But what do you guys make of it?
I like it. Like I say, for me, the way these guys set up, like I say, he's three at the back with. I mean, Kwanzaa's come in for Boulder, obviously from that defeat the weekend. So I mean, is it because he knows the Premier League a little bit better? Have they looked for a little bit more experience regarding Premier League play? So obviously he's coming to the side, but that's the only change. And like I say, the way they set up usually is with wing back. So Grimaldi and Arthur will be left and right wing back accordingly, and they'll have Marza and Garcia as their sixes that sit deep. That allows Poku and Tillman to get narrow with Schick, and I think that's the area of concern for me. But again, it's about dictation of play. It's where you want to play football. If Newcastle sit in and try and play that deep role, then all it's going to do is allow, Leverkusen to actually get bodies forward. I want to see us down the other side of the field and trying to get the ball in their final third and push them back further. And I think, like I say, the more you give Grimaldo and Arthur freedom of the park down that left and right side, the more they'll get involved in the game. I just think sometimes, like I say, for them to do like this box four with Marza, Garcia, Tillman and Poku, they'll try and overload that middle three, if you like, with that extra body. So somebody somewhere, and whether we utilise Voltemada to drop in and play the diamond, it's going to be a difficult one, or whether, because they haven't got wingers as such, whether we utilise Tino or Hall on that trigger point to go into that six to support, allowing Barnes and Gordon, whichever side they play. I think if Gordon plays on the right-hand side, I think you're absolutely right, Chris. I think he'll be a natural winger on that right-hand side. Again, for me, their weak link is Grimaldo. But if Barnes will go against Arthur, and again, I think that's a nice matchup because he does prefer that left-hand side. But if Barnes goes right, you can probably see Barnes playing more that inverted role, playing closer to Voltemada. And because the way Tino and Hall, do get up and down that line, I think what you could see then, if he does go close, is who's going to mark him? Are they going to drop a six onto Harvey Barnes, or is somebody like Tapsoba going to drop in? But we'll get into more of the details when we do lineups.
Yeah. Pokey, what do you make of the lineup? You said it's pretty strong, which is, I agree. I don't think it can be any stronger, to be honest.
I mean, there could be an argument for Shea to be in the back four, I suppose. There's that argument. There could be the argument for Murphy to be on one of the wings, but to be honest, I don't think it makes a lot of difference. I think the team that he's put out, as you say, is strong and possibly the strongest that he could have put out. So I don't think there's any arguments with Eddie for choosing the right team. I don't think there's any arguments that he's chose the best players he can for the match. And I think now all we need is them to work as a team together, really, and go out there and get with the result.
Can I ask you two, before we go on to anything else, though? We'll be talking about Newcastle, and I want to take everybody in the chat to obviously get on board with this. Does this not show you how poor our right wing's been?
Well, you could say that because Elanga hasn't been a solution, but maybe the solution will be Gordon. Actually, that's just coming up. Really, we haven't even. I doubt he's going to play there, but that could be the solution. I mean, Gordon is a good wing. He's fast. He's got work rate. Why not try him there? But again, we keep going at this, doing the same thing over and over and over, not trying new things. You're not really, inventing anything. You're just putting a winger where he's supposed to be instead of playing inverted. So why not try him there? Maybe that's the solution. But yeah, I mean, nobody's been able to fulfill that role in a long, long time. So in that particular sense, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Personally, I think I would rather see Gordon play down the right than Barnes, simply down to the fact Barnes gives you a better goal scoring chance if he's cutting in on that right foot and if he's getting in behind. So yeah, I've got no problem at all with the team. I would have a little bit of a problem if it was Gordon on the left and Barnes on the right. But again, it's still a strong side. And as I said, you've just got to look where our goals coming from in this team. And I think having Barnes on the left gives you a lot more of a goal threat. But you have to remember, is all the wingers are right-footed. So whoever you play, sort of, your chances of crosses are probably better from our attack on the right, and the chances of scoring from the wing are better on our side on the left. Just the way naturally footballers play.
Yeah, but one of the arguments was at the time that Gordon doesn't want to play there, basically, because he becomes the assist guy or becomes the crosser as opposed to the main guy, and therefore in England, for example, he wasn't going to start over Saka as opposed to the left side. He wanted to play there because in England he'll be able to play there as well. So that to me, I never bought that argument. That seems like a personal problem. That doesn't seem like a Newcastle problem. So, but again, as I have mentioned before, we a lot of times become Gordon feeling FC protection. So there you go.
Completely agree, Chris. And with that, I think Howe has to be strong and say to Gordon, no, it's not up to you where you play. It's up to me. And if you're going to refuse or don't want to play a position I put you in which case you don't get in the team. Howe has to be strong about that.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. That's a good question, though, Gary. That's a good question.
I mean, for me, I could only see Gordon playing on the left-hand side and Harvey Barnes playing on the right. That is the way, if I'm absolutely honest. And we talk about isolation. And when we look at Burnley, how Voltemada, I mean, he bless him, he had hardly any touches of the ball. Simply because Gordon on the left-hand side sometimes touched and hugged that touchline. And what that didn't help was the fact that we weren't getting bodies forward enough to try and overload the boxes. And I think against these, because they're going to be really impact, there's lots of space down that left-hand side. And I'm hoping when you'd see that, whoever goes down the line, I think you'll see Harvey Barnes trying to hit that back post a lot more, which allows teams then to push on. It is going to be an interesting one to go forward. But for me, I think you can only see Gordon and Barnes. Gordon left, Barnes right, because out of the two of them, the player with the best left foot is Barnes. So if he does invert and tries, he's got a chance of a shot on goal, we know he can utilise his left foot. Even though, I mean, I'm not saying Gordon hasn't, but he's got a better strike rate with his left foot. So again, when you put all them bits and pieces on a piece of paper, as much as we want to see players go down the line and cross, we know how Harvey Barnes hasn't got the pace, but Grimaldi isn't a fast player. So, maybe you'll see a little bit more of a one-on-one scenario, and hopefully, we'll move top sober out of that midfield, out of that back line to try and support, and Andrich going the other way. Again, we are looking for runners. I think it doesn't matter who's in this team, unless you're willing to commit bodies forward, you're not going to get anything. The results don't matter. If we isolate Voltemada like we did against Burnley, then it's going to be a tough night.
Yeah, but I mean, we got to supply for him. That's the thing. Yeah, I think that this is pretty much the strongest it can be. I told you, I think I would do, to me, the strongest would be 4-2-3-1 with Wissa, with Voltemada as center forward, Wissa behind him, Barnes on one wing, Gordon on the other wing. I think that would be the most dangerous attacking lineup we can ever have. But we'll have to wait, I guess, when it comes to Wissa being available. But I mean, this is pretty close, to be honest. This is no rotation whatsoever. I mean, this is as close as you're gonna get as far as. I mean, you can talk about Joe Linton. Possibly you could play somebody else there, but other than that, I'm not bothered about anybody else coming in. And so, I mean, this is the strongest lineup. Now it begs the question: who's going to play against the Mackham? Are we not going to rotate then? Is Eddie Howe listening? Well, I'm the only one that thinks about like that. I think. Well, no, Win. I think things like the same as well. No rotation whatsoever. You got how many days? 4 days or something like that? Yeah, 4 days really.
4 days.
So, I mean, if they're knackered, they're knackered. But I doubt they will be, and they should be ready for the derby. I mean, this is pretty strong. I'm a bit shocked because I thought he was going to rotate anyway. But so pleasantly shocked.
Me too.
Pokey,
yeah, like I say, I have no issues with what they've got out there. Like I say, it's whether they turn up, Chris, isn't it? We keep saying it. We've seen strong sides before play, and again, if they actually don't turn up to play, like I say, and again, service up to the front man. Doesn't matter what system of play you utilise, unless you've got runners coming from deep, Voltemada, Toon Army, Bruno, it's meaningless. And that's what I said. For me, I want J7 and Bruno. If Toon Army's going to be the one that's the sitter, I want the two fullbacks to push on into the six, allow them two to drop out. We've got to be careful not to commit too many bodies forward, because, like I say, they will play up top really quickly. These guys, they're at home, they're going to have that little bit of an advantage. I think this probably has the potential to be a slow start to try and get the crowd down a little bit, But we know the German crowds very rarely go silent, so
Okay, let me know if you see
I
the
don't
game.
apply
Give me
to
a
their
thumbs
arms.
up.
Yeah, we'll do. So there you go.
I think with it as well, it's a strong team, and what you're saying about the Mackin game, Chris, is I think at least the back four, as long as this back four have a good game and carry on playing the way we want them to, that the back four has to stay the same for the next few games. I think we need some continuity in that position, and yes, you can rotate around the rest of the team. But as I say, I think that especially the four at the back, and he's chose to go with Burn, which is absolutely fine. As I said, there was choices either way, but I think you've got to stick with that back four now for the next couple of games.
There's some breaking news, guys. A statement from Leverkusen reads, for personal reasons, our head coach, Kasper Hulmlund, will not be on the sidelines. Assistant coach Roger Meyer will take over. His return to the coaching bench is scheduled for the derby next weekend.
They got a derby too?
Yeah, they've got a derby too.
They got a Bayer derby? No, that's not.
Looks like it.
Bayer's not a place, is it? München is, or Leverkusen would be. Whatever the derby is, I don't know who Leverkusen derby is. But they're
like
going to play against
there was a bit of a scuffle at the end of the last game, the weekend, between their own players. I mean, literally, they had to be separated. So I don't know whether that's got anything to do with it, but it just says for personal reasons. So that's an interesting one.
There you go. Folks, the lineups are right on your screen. Don't forget to smash the like button, help the channel grow. We got the line match commentary. You can stay with us and enjoy with us. React to the match with us as we do it live as well. Ramsdale, Hall, Joe Linton, Tonali, Gordon, Barnes, Chow, Livramento, Voltemara, Byrne, and Bruno Guimaraes. The starting lineup for Newcastle United. On the bench, Thompson, Harrison, Fabian Schär, Wissa, Ilanga, Murphy, Willock, the other Murphy, Ramsey, and Miley on the bench for Newcastle United. Very, very strong team. If you go to Leverkusen, this is their lineup. Flecken, Kwanzaa. This the English Kwanzaa?
Yeah, the one that come from Liverpool.
Oh, okay, got you. He's English, right?
Yeah, yeah.
He plays for he plays for the national team, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Well, he's played. Yeah. He's played. I would say he plays for.
Yeah. Yeah. Endrich, Captain, Tillman, Tapsoba, Arthur, Schick, Poku, Grimaldo, Garcia, and Maza for Leverkusen. You got Blaswich, Lomb, Bade, Echeverri. That's the Man City Echeverri, Argentinian kid. Tape, Ben Sigger, Tella, Kofane, and Belosian. Whoever them are, them people are, but they're not playing, so we're not worried about them right now. But there you go. That's the Leverkusen lineup, ladies and gents. Newcastle United Champions League match day live. Don't forget to smash the like button and let us know what you think. I mean, you probably studied Leverkusen more than me and Boki have. You were mentioning a few players. I think Grimaldo, one of them. What are their threats really on the wings and the? How do they?
Well, I think if you look at like vulnerabilities, and I think that's what you've got to look at. I mean, defensively, the recent form shows they can both score and concede goals. I mean, I'm talking about both sides now. So the games tend to be quite open, and I think that is where, for me, Newcastle have to exploit the space in behind because they will whack pressure on. It's the pressure under high tempo, if you like. So if Newcastle press well and move the ball quickly, I think Leverkusen's defence could be stretched, especially on the flanks or in transitions type of thing. So it's going to be a psychological thing for me because they both know how important this game is. I mean, they're only 1 point behind us in the league, and because of the results last night, we have tumbled down that league a little bit more. So the psychological pressure, having lost their last away game, which to I think the team that they played against, Augsburg, were 14th in the Bundesliga, so not a big team. So, like I say, they and I think that's where the fisticuffs come from. There was a lot of pressure building up, and like I say, they've had some really good games. And again, not many teams go to the City and beat them 2-0. So there was a lot of changes at Man City. So again, you've got to take it for what it is. Doesn't always read true when all you're seeing is a name and they've beaten them. But for me, there is nerves, and it's going to be nerves where they make errors. And I think if we can get into them, and again, is that the reasons why they've picked Gordon over the likes of Murphy? Because if Harvey Barnes played left, you'd bring Murphy on. It's more the fact that, we know Gordon's good on that press. We know with Barnes and Voltemada, they're not the quickest. But what Gordon gives you is that press. And what we need to do is if we go man for man in that deep role with Bruno and Joe Linton pushing on the likes of Garcia, Marza and Top-Sober, you've got to make sure if you're going to go that high that there's cover behind you, because again, as we saw against Burnley, first 15 minutes Tino looked a bit vulnerable, wasn't on his top of his game, and tonight, unfortunately, it will take. I think it'll be a mistake that gets the goals, and I think it's like I say, it's who deals with the pressure, because both teams will want this. And again, Newcastle's away day vulnerability, if you like. Historical away matches in Europe have been difficult for Newcastle. Defensively, they can leak goals and get caught up on counter-attacks or set pieces, which seems to be the nature of the beast this season. So consistency and concentration is required against a team like Leverkusen. Mistakes are punished. And that's what I said. We need to be on the top of our game, get on the press, get on the front foot, and hopefully they make mistakes.
Well, the concentration is key for Newcastle United, because we've been the least concentrated team in the history of civilization this whole season, because we give up leads all the time. It's incredible because we have done, I don't know stats. I don't know about the stats, but incredibly well, I would assume. We scored almost every game. We're up every game almost, I would, from what I can remember, which can't be an easy thing to do. That's why I don't believe that the scoring is the problem. But we also allow goals every game. And it's that's why I believe it's a defensive thing. But it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing.
Yeah, I was bemused when me and Boki. Sorry, Boki, carry on, mate.
I was just going to say, there's no excuses tonight either with this team that we've put out. It's a strong team. We've got the full backs that we wanted in place. We've got those back, the ones back in that we want and we need. We've got, but basically apart from maybe Botman, we've got the strongest team we can put out there. Obviously, Wissa's on the bench getting back from injury, but there's absolutely no excuses team-wise tonight. If this should be a good win forward, this should be the start of our season now. If with them two full-backs back and having a proper striker on the bench now, this should be us taking off.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I think, me and Boki was talking about this last night, because like some of Eddie Howe's comments just didn't quite ring true with me. When he was talking about, obviously, he didn't think he had enough experience on the field of play to deal with set pieces in the latter stages of the game. And I'm like, it just doesn't make sense, that, because like I say, a lot of the boys that he had on the field of play at the end of the Burnley game, where they obviously had that overload at the back stick, were virtually a full team of players that he's been utilising over the last few seasons. So where do you get that type of requirement from? For me, it just didn't make sense.
Yeah.
I was thinking these presser that didn't make sense yesterday as well. I mean, the pressers now are just getting a joke because they don't actually ask any questions. It's sort of basically, do you like fish finger sandwiches?
Has a girlfriend.
Yeah, do you like fish finger sandwiches and who's your girlfriend? Basically, seems to be the major questions. But again, Eddie is sometimes a little bit too reserved in press conferences. I think sometimes, as you say, Gary, he could expand or be forced to expand by the pressers himself on the answers he's given. Because what they tend to do is ask a question, but then the follow-up question's on a completely different subject. Sometimes what you need them to do is ask the question and go, no, Eddie, what I meant by that was, and sort of ask him to expand on what he said. And there seems to be a reluctance with them at the minute to actually do that with him.
And by the way,
right in press conferences, really.
From personal experience now, because as I was telling you guys, I don't know if it's the media. The media team does a lot to protect certain clubs. From personal experience, because I was asked by the Premier League to send a question for Fabian Schär, and as I was told, I asked about the current form, and the producer told me this is going to get turned down by Newcastle. They're not going to allow us to ask a question like that. They wanted more of a question, more lovey-dovey, a question about his favorite. Basically, it was about his favorite moment in Newcastle, the Premier League. So I wonder if it has something to do with that, and it could be. It's not that obviously they're going to do it live. I don't want to ask these questions, but Eddie Howe could say in the background, listen, don't allow these questions, because I'm not, and I'm not saying he's doing that, but I'm just saying that's happened to me. So, and it wouldn't be the first time anyway, especially when you're in the bad form. Remember, Cabbage Head, he went at it with Craig Hope until he was kicked out. So,
yeah.
But Craig Hope was willing to go up against him. Yeah, Craig Hope was always willing to go up against him, whereas with Eddie Howe, Craig Hope seems to have this just loving with him, basically. And don't get us wrong, Eddie's a great bloke, and there's no reason why they shouldn't get along, but I think sometimes you've got to put your personal feelings for a person and your professionalism put your personal feelings to one side and bring out your professionalism and ask him the tough questions and say to him, Eddie, you didn't really answer that question. Can I push you on it? What did you mean by this, that, and the other? And as I say, none of the pressers really do that.
No. To be fair, that's a fair point. But either way, again, a very, very strong lineup coming up tonight, ladies and gents. So don't forget to smash the like button. We do have, I believe now, Eddie Howe's pre-match comments here live in Germany. Let's take a listen to Eddie Howe as he is speaking about the match coming up.
Had to beat Manchester City. They were extremely brave, very aggressive on and off the ball. Do you have to almost match that intensity and that physicality tonight?
Yeah, I think we pride ourselves on that ourselves, to be really athletic and really good in that respect. So I think it'll be two teams that will play their style today. We'll certainly try to play ours. I think they'll play theirs. It'll be interesting to see how the game unfolds.
You did mention that style that you like at the Leverkusen play yesterday in the press conference. If you are going to come away with a victory tonight, what are some of the things that you're going to have to do really well?
Well, I think we need a clean sheet. I think we need to defend better than we have done in recent games. It's not been all bad, but I think there's been certain moments where we haven't quite got our concentration levels to where they need to be. And then I think we back ourselves with the ball and our attacking players to give them problems. So a mix of those two things and we'll be okay.
Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
There you go. That was Eddie Howe there on TNT Sports, talking about the game. Let's go with some of the comments here that are being put by some people. The doctor that was live just a minute ago says, "I would have played Schär instead of Burn." Not a bad shout. I'm not exactly sure on Schär either, though. I'm not 100% sure that he is killing it like some people think he is. I don't have an issue with this lineup. I'm telling you, at all. And at all, I mean at all. I'm surprised actually that I have nothing bad to say, or a criticism, more or less, because Wissa, it's not. You could say he's not all the way there yet, but that's going to be the next hurdle for Eddie Howe to figure out how to put Wissa into the steam. And to me, it's pretty simple. You got to take Joe Linton out and put him in there, but and adjust the lineup. But I guarantee you, if things don't change, the argument is going to be whether, how, and why he's not putting Wissa onto the pitch. Not right now, because he's just been available, but it'll come, because I already know how this works, man. I can already see it.
Yeah, it's going to be. It's like I say, it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, obviously, they've got a couple of goalkeepers on the bench again. Couple of young guns. I mean, we the one thing that worries me a little bit more than anything else, we look very light when it comes to the defence. If you look at the subs, we've got Alex Murphy and we've got Fabian Schär, and that's it. So even if somebody makes if somebody gets injured, there's probably going to be a shuffling of the pack anyway to some degree. So, like I said, you can't really look at moving players around. For me, the one thing he's got now with Wissa, if we are chasing the game, you have got somebody I'm not saying he'd probably last 45 minutes type of thing, but you have got somebody who can potentially give you a good 30 minutes if you are chasing the game and need somebody for that extra input up top. Because, like I say, that's the only concern for me. It's like I say, do we get enough bodies forward to support them?
Yeah. The most important thing, I think, though, I have no complaints about the lineup, but it's now about the simple fact that now they got to play good. You got the right men on the pitch for the most part, or most people will agree. Now they have to perform, and that's the other part that it can be tough. It's to be honest, I keep looking at the lineup, and I can't believe how strong it is. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being weird about it, but I mean it's pretty strong.
That's what I said. I mean, it's what team turns up tonight, and that is the disappointing thing. If the lads turn up with that, bit between the teeth, where they're really going to get at the opposition, and again we've seen it so many times, and it's a case of the only team that we've really competed with, and we went down to 10 men, was Liverpool after going behind. And that is the other worry for me, is the fact that it doesn't matter what Eddie Howe does when he's trying to change the game, is we still don't look as though we've got many game changers on the bench. As good as that that bench was against Burnley, when they came on the field of play, did it change anything? Not really, did it? It was like, we still had to defend it. We still tried to keep, giving the ball away, if you like. So have we got that mental approach, the fact that, if we are chasing the game, do it with a tactic rather than just throwing 4 or 5 bodies up front. Try and get some idea of a shape so we don't throw players, you move there, and your jigsaw is all over the place for 10 minutes while people are trying to settle in a new position. Try and go, just, take one player out, put a player in, see how it goes, and do it that way rather than bomb a load of players in and then nobody looks right.
What I think as well is if we go 1-0 up, what we need to do is keep it going. The last few, whenever we seem to go a goal up in the last few weeks, we seem to sit back and start just letting them come on to it. There's no way we should be doing that tonight, and especially not with this team. This team's built to not go for it 100%, but go for it attacking wise. So if we take the lead, we then need to go and get the second, and then hopefully the third and the fourth goal. Not, as I say, then think, we've got a goal, let's sit back and keep what we've got.
Yeah. I mean, as far as Eddie Howe's decision, I think the was going to be could be blamed on him is the decision making when the game is happening, when the game is ongoing. What is he going to do? But other than that, I think it's about the players now to kick off this game. They're going to be the ones that. I mean, it's the best line. You can't argue really who you would put on and really make that big of a difference. Miley or Ilanga for Gordon. I mean, or Barnes more than likely. So I don't see anybody. Or I don't see any flaws in this lineup. But obviously the in-game management has been in question for the most part this season, and we'll see if that changes or not. The lineup is pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, what's your thoughts on two sub goalkeepers again?
Well,
does that prove how weak we are, depth of squad wise?
I mean, that's always going to be a thing that nobody has to do that, by the way. So it would be interesting to know what he thinks, why he does that. But who would you put other than giving a young lad an opportunity? That's a fair point. But an opportunity to just be on the bench, he's not going to come on.
I mean, Harrison. I mean, don't get me wrong. Watching the lads warm up, I mean, there's a good, 40-minute video of the lads training in Germany, and I must admit, Harrison held onto the ball a lot better than Gillespie did. Put it that way in the goalkeeper warm up.
I don't know with this game, Gary, but I've never tried to justify two keepers on the bench before, but I will for this one. Whether because they're both two young keepers, it's so they can sort of watch it together and bounce in case one of them does have to come on, which fingers crossed they don't. but if one does, they can sort of bounce off and talk to each other on the bench. So there's sort of...
Yeah, but I mean...
I know it's a poor excuse, but...
Yeah. I'm just... Because somebody in the chat's just asked who's the other keeper, Harrison. Adam Harrison. He's the other one. And again, you know, Max Thompson, you know, like I say, in the warm-up, in the training sessions, they looked okay, but it's a different kettle of fish. You know, in Germany, in Champions League, if something happens to Ramsdale, if touch wood it doesn't, but if something happens to him, then obviously you are literally asking for a lot out of these young lads. But it's great experience for them. Don't get me wrong, and it's something I'm looking for. But it just makes me wonder what's happened to the other lads in and around the team. What's happened to Lascelles? You know, why? I mean, I know he's not been involved in any of the Champions League squad, has he? I know. You know, is that the problem?
He's not in the squad, is he?
No, that's what I said. There's a number of players, number of the old ones that are not in the squad.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, which is a good thing, to be honest. I mean, as far as the center backs is concerned, we got so many of them. Well, Botman is not available, so that's. I mean, if Shar has to come in, but I guess you got that Murphy kid who's a center back. So, how many more do you need? So, midfielders, I think we only got 2. So,
I think there's a big question. Yeah, I think there's a big question why he hasn't put a young fullback on the bench, especially with Tino and Hall both being back recently from injury, and Shaw and who's the other defender on the bench again?
Murphy. Alex Murphy.
Yeah, sure. Well, Murphy can play left back, I suppose, but why not have a young right back on the bench as well, just in case? And just in case we go 4-5-0 up. I mean, let's not look at it as a negative thing. If we go 4-5-0 up, we could then give Hall and Tino a rest in this game.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, Shahar played.
The England's on.
Yeah, Shahar played for the under-19s against Leverkusen. They lost 2-1, unfortunately. But again, you know, they're there.
Yeah.
Why would you look at it and go, you know, that game? I mean, they were never going to qualify for that European competition anyway because they've lost every game.
Yeah.
But for me, like you said, we are threadbare at fullbacks, completely threadbare.
Yeah.
You have to. I mean, and again, listen. Malik Chow has played there. You know, Miley's played there. Tonali's played there. That's not the same as having somebody who's played there week in, week out. You know what I mean? We know we've got players that can play there. So, are we now just reliant on the likes of Malik Chow to be this versatile player that can play across the back four?
One thing about Malik Chow is he's played every game, really for the most season, for the season. There's not even a question whether he should be rotated when it comes to rotations. I wonder why. He's playing every game. He's not tired. So why can't these other lads?
But I think as well, going slightly off topic, but same point, I think this is something that Wilson needs to pick up on as well in regards to the team. In the likes of the Lascelles, we can't offer players new contracts simply down to the fact that they're good to have around the dressing room or, you know, the part of the leadership team. It's a load of rubbish that if a player isn't going to play, which Lascelles isn't, let's face it. I think the last few weeks have proved that when we've had injuries and he's not really been seen at all. When a player comes to the end of the useful life for the club, and it's for us and it's for the player as well, because the player themselves obviously still have a career. They need to be moved on. So I think the fact that we keep a hold of older players, I think, needs to start to be changed around.
Yeah,
totally agree, mate.
And as we see Newcastle United coming onto the pitch to warm up now, Voltemara, Tonali, Livramento, Bruno Guimaraes as well, captain for Newcastle United. Game coming up in minutes now, so don't forget to subscribe, smash the like button, stay with us so you can react to the game with us, see our raw reaction, and of course you do your reaction as well. Anthony Gordon, his headband gets bigger and bigger and bigger by the day, and his hair as well. He's not bothered about cutting it off. However, look at the Toon. Look at it. He's eating. That's a lovely Toon jumper, man. I tell you what, the guys out there just look at the yellow wall over there in Dortmund, in Borussia Dortmund. Yeah. Look at that, man.
Mind you, Adidas on after that hairband
no.
soon got an advertising logo on it.
Advertiser on.
It.
Absolutely.
That's right. That is
It's only
right.
because it was given to him, mate.
Man, look at that yellow. That yellow wall, man, is unbelievable.
Yeah.
That's the
Certainly
stadium.
know where
That
to
type
throw
of
it.
stadium. We would build a stadium like that, man. We'll fill it up. Don't worry, man. We will fill it up, just like that, but black and white. Don't forget to smash the like button, folks. Peter and UFC in the building as well. A lot of whinging, says Peter. Not from us, maybe from the chat. We're having a good time discussing. We're saying this is the strongest lineup I have personally seen really come out for Newcastle United. Maybe because of the injuries and all that. Now we finally have the strongest lineup. And I'm actually proud of Eddie Howe for doing that. So there you go. More comments. Let's get into the comments here. Here, let me see. A lot of people having their say. It looks like Doctor is going at it with a lot of folks. Stephen Gotti here says, we have seen teams made of average players and cast-offs beat us before Marseille. A perfect example. Well, to me, the biggest problem for Newcastle United's on and off season has been Newcastle United. It hasn't been the opponent. We've been the culprits in our own failure, I guess you can say. It's not been that we're playing against these great teams, and some of them have been, but it's been, and that's a good problem to have, by the way, because that means you have to fix it. You have the power to fix whatever's going on. So we'll see if the strong lineup will perform. I have hope that they will, and come out and which is could be a little concerning, because now you're putting this. I would like to see this exact lineup playing for the Maccabi, against the Maccabi. But is that going to happen now? We're seeing them against Leverkusen. We know how popular rotation seems to be. Are they going to play? Is he going to opt for Miley to come in for the Maccabi because he's a Geordie? Does that matter? I mean,
no.
I
think what this does prove is he realises this is an important game tonight. This is going to be an important game tonight. It's going to be an important game on Saturday. And again, it's what we were talking about before. They've got to go into every game, during this period. I'm all for rotating players. I have no issues with that. But like I say, when you rotate players and it looks like a different squad is playing out there, then there's something wrong with that mental approach. So maybe now, he has to look at what Bunsey's saying to him and say, okay, I will start making my changes around me 60, 65 minute mark. But he's got to do it in a way and in a manner that doesn't change the way the players create that tempo. Because once you start throwing 2 or 3 players on, yes, there may be fresh legs, but it takes them a good 10 minutes to get into the straight of the game. And that to me is where we've fallen off massively in the past. And that 10 minutes, if you concede a goal, especially away from home, we've known how difficult it's been to try and challenge.
Yeah. Bogey.
I think as well as said, he's obviously realised. I think this is a big week. It maybe whereas I've been seeing rotate. I think this week's maybe a week where you don't. This week's maybe a week where you keep the same team and just get the results, and then worry about the players' fitness at the end of the week and think, if we need to change things around, we'll worry about it at that point. But get this week out of the way and get the results that we need, because we all want to beat these lads tonight, which I think the team he's put out should be able to do. Everybody's going to want to beat the Maccabi. And then the Fulham game's a massive game as well. So, as I say, maybe this is the time where you just say, yes, we know it's a busy season, but for the next few games, we need to have our best team out that we possibly can, and just get these 3 games out of the way and get the results. And then you go into the Christmas period on a high.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. I mean, no, it's a massive week. I agree with that. And, as you said, maybe this is the time where you say rotations is for another day, not this week. For another week, not this week, type of thing, which is makes a lot of sense. Edwin Norris says, analysis is paralysis. Spin a few quick beats, DJ Chris. Get the viewers buzzing. There you go, man. Listen, man. It's match day, man. It's match day. You gotta be happy. You
Love
gotta
it.
be happy, man. You gotta love it. Love it, ladies and gents. Let's see, more comments. Bring up the comments. Come on, we want to get your takes. We want to get your predictions. We want to get you to have your say, basically. Peter and UFC, enjoy it for what it is. We are in the Champions League. Remember 4 years ago with the Cockney in charge, we are flying, generating income up the mags.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
Well,
well
that's true. That's true. Up the mags. That's always going to be the case. You know, that's never going to be in doubt. Jody Howayman says, get this game done and dusted, please. No injuries. See, it seems like a lot of people are waiting, are thinking of the Mackems, even fans right now, thinking of the weekend over there. It's not going to be an easy task, man. I'm telling you. Do you think, though, first of all, would injuries or anything like that weigh in their minds tonight? The same, I guess, if you will, if you got to go to a World Cup, you don't want to get hurt. Would that be almost the same thing for the Derby? I don't know either. I don't know, though, because
no,
it's not like they, none of them really know about it.
All the players
Gordon had
want to play at the highest level, you know, and you know you can't get, apart from like playing in a World Cup for your nationality, you can't get much higher in football than Champions League football. So you know, these lads are, as well. If you think about it, you know, there's going to be a lot of players that will see Newcastle as a stepping stone, and you know, it gives them that bit of a potential move to the said bigger club if that's what they want to do. The only way they're going to get these moves, if that's what they're looking at as Newcastle being a stepping stone, is to perform. You know, there's lots of rumours going around about certain individuals, and we've all spoke about it. And it's not about, you know, what's in the future, it's what's here and now. And they have to prove that they can do it at this level.
Yeah. Yeah, do you agree, Boki? Nobody's thinking about the Derby right now?
But I think about the Derby every day, to be perfectly honest. But
no, I'm talking about the players. The players.
Yeah, no, the players. The players. You've got to think these guys are professional players. You know, they'll be up for this game the night, and then all the focus will be on the Derby moving forward. So, I think for me, the Derby has to be in the back of your mind the night. It's hard, and I think it's hard to see as a fan, because as a fan, the Derby's always sort of in the front of your mind. But I don't think that'll be the case for the players. I think they will just take each game as it comes. And as I say, maybe even with Eddie sort of with them, not saying to them 100% you start every game, but just saying to them, look, if you play well, I'm not going to change your team around. That might play in the mind a little bit as well. So, you know, give the team that's going out every day, every time, a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Yeah, I don't think anybody will be. I mean, somebody. I think Christina said that Dan Byrne will be thinking about the Derby, or might. I think we overestimate that a little too much, though. Like being a Geordie, all of a sudden I mean, I get it. Trust me, but I mean, you know, it almost feels like your kid's about to give birth, and then you know, and you're worried about the Mackems, what they're doing. I don't think it's so much that. But
I think as a proper fan with Dan Byrne, he takes every game. I mean, don't get us wrong. I know sometimes I come on here and call him, but he takes he comes out every game and gives 100%, no matter what. So there's absolutely no chance that he's going to not give 100% one game, thinking of another game. That lad just wants to see Newcastle win every single game. So, you know, I don't think we've got anything to worry about with Dan Byrne in this game. And now that he's playing this game, I would have him in for the Derby as well. As I say, I wouldn't change the back four as long as the results go well tonight. That would be it. It should be set.
I would play this exact team against the Mackems, man, and trust me. You put this team next to the Mackem team, it ain't even close. It ain't even close. On their good day, it's not even close. Now, you know, anything can happen, and we've made other teams look good, and we've given up points a lot. But I do believe on their good day, we are much better than they can ever be this season, at least. But the problem has been our own problems. You know, we let up these leads. We let them be, and I think that playing over there in their stadium is not going to be an easy task for some either. And so, again, you know, this is none of these players. They've only been at the Derby once. A few of these guys, a few. Gordon, I think. Burn played his first Derby ever. That time in the FA Cup. So, you know, they got experience to help them out, but not a lot of experience with these type of games. I mean, we'll see if they're up for it. I'm not sure I will put young Miley there because some people want Mighty Wayne wants Miley to start just because he's a Geordie. I mean,
I think you can say the same for Sunderland as well, Chris. They haven't had many players that have played in a derby, so I think it'll be a new experience for a hell of a lot of players on that day. And I think some players for both sides will be in for a hell of a shock because the atmosphere. Let's face it, whether we play Sunderland at the Stadium of Light or at St James's, the atmosphere is going to be something that probably some of them players have never ever heard before. Never ever in their life.
Well, it's more the hate, isn't it, rather than the support? It's that hate
it is, yeah.
you get from it. It's that pure negativity, if you like.
It's simply because it's not even about the players. It's not even about. It's simply you can put your money that it's going to be above all types of atmospheres simply because those fans will try to go at the other fans as we're louder, we're this, we're that. It's just about it's about pride, man. Whether it be over there or over here. So you better believe it's going to be absolutely rocking. And you got to admit to that notion that that astronauts go to the Stadium of Light because there's no atmosphere. And NASA goes. NASA, I love the banter, but we know we're better than them. Don't you get mistaken. But they got an atmosphere. Let's not lie about that. And Boki knows all about it. Oh my God.
Hang on. I think there's only one guy came out as being a Mackham this week, and you've just played his voice there. He doesn't care what the result is.
That's true. Hey, listen, I apologize for Mighty Wayne not being on the show. He was at the Thai Girls Club. He caught a rash. He can't sit down. He's all swelled up. So he's going to the NHS to get a shot. So don't you worry, man. He'll be back at some. It takes about a week to clear up. So he knows all about it too. They know him already. He comes in. Let's go with some comments. Gavin Fuller, Eddie is more worried about getting Byrne and Gordon to the World Cup, but it should not be a consideration. Well, I mean, it's you're assuming that, Gavin, but I think that's a stretch, man. I don't think he'll be looking at that. And if he is, I mean, what are we talking about?
I think you could spin that round, Chris, and say who would Gavin play instead. Then, in which case, if he thinks that this isn't a strong team, who would he rather have on the pitch rather than Byrne and Gordon?
Yeah, Kenny. Only problem: no game winners on the bench. Well, that's also a point. That's also. Well, you got Ilanga coming in fresh with that speed. Could be a threat. Miley is a good. I mean, game winner is in like a Harvey Barnes that can win you the game. Well, I mean, but I mean, you're gonna have to have your best team. I'm always been a believer. Start with your best team, and I think we're doing that tonight. So
these are vulnerable in defence. I mean, if you just look at the Champions League after 5 games, they've scored 8, but they've conceded 10. They've conceded 10 goals. We've scored 11 and conceded 4. So we seem to be a little bit better in the Champions League defensively than they do. So, like I said, for me, it's all about getting at them and exposing them where they're weak. And like I say, for me, there's opportunities because they will get a high line, they will overload that midfield, and they will try and go narrow and utilise those wing backs. So again, if you look at goals per game, they're on 1.6, then we're on 2.2. Shots on target, they're on 3.2. We're on 7 in the Champions League. Big chances created per game, 1.8 for them, 3.6 for us. So, all the metrics are saying that Newcastle should actually come out of this with a win. For me, It's about aptitude. It's about how they, like we talk about the game, the weekend. That shouldn't even be in the focal point. The job tonight is the important job. When they come off the, when they get on the plane after the game and they're all shaking hands and hugging each other for a game well done, that's when they concentrate on Sunderland.
And that is true because if we don't win this game, then you got PSV. I'll be there as well, by the way. You got the PSV game to win it, or else you're knackered because you're not going to win. PSG away, that's a big task. You might be able to do something, but that's really a big task to say you got to go beat them. So you got to get something tonight. And if I'm close to the 3 points, of course. I think we're favorites in this game. Boki.
I think what we all want at 10:30 is that team photo in the dressing room, don't we, with them all gathered up together and celebrating. That's true. That's the big thing we want tonight.
Yeah, Ricky D. Tella plays for Leverkusen. Remember him from Burnley. There you go. Peter NUFC. Wissa will help us massively and take pressure off Nick when he comes on. Tony T question: if Ramsdale has a bad game, would you have seen enough of him to say he's not the answer? But the thing with Ramsdale, I don't think he's the greatest goalkeeper of all time. So it's not really a matter of Ramsdale being the lifesaver. It's been more about who's the better of what we got. And if he's not good enough, I mean, I haven't seen enough to say he's not good enough either. So that little missed punch or whatever.
I mean, I think it's like you are going to get a drop off in hands, height with Pope. He's only 6'2", so you saw when he conceded the goal against Tottenham. When he goes for competition against the likes of Burns and Voltemada, even with a jump, his arms extended, he's only just as tall type of situation. So, he's under the cosh from set pieces and things like that into the box. And that's why I said, to me, I don't know why he's not got any protection. But what he loses with the hand speed and everything else, we gain with the foot speed. And I think as the game has progressed now and we're utilising goalkeepers as that extra body in defence, as that extra player, I think, sometimes that loss of hand speed, you have to just say, well, you know what? We know what you can do with your feet. And that's the problem, isn't it? There's very few all-round goalkeepers. And the few that are great and all-rounders are unfortunately already at the big teams. So are you ever going to prize them away? No, you're not. So sometimes you do have to just get that level, work with what you've got, try and get him back to that sharpness that he was at Arsenal. And again, we all know with Ramsdale, it's more of a confidence thing. And I think the more he plays, I think the better he'll get.
That is true, ladies and gents. The players now walking onto the pitch. Grim Buck says, "How are the lads?" Straight at them. And that should be the last sentiment from all fans before kickoff. Everybody walking onto the pitch. Malik Chiao and Voltemara. The Berlin Wall is present at Leverkusen. How far is Leverkusen from the Berlin Wall, or the way where it was, the way in Berlin, I guess? That's a good question. That's for Mighty Win, because he's a German.
I was going to say,
that's a Mighty Win question. That's a Mighty Win question. But there you go, ladies and gents. Don't forget to subscribe, smash the like button. And boys, what are your predictions for tonight? As we look at Gordon, Tonali, Barnes, Voltemara, Lewis Hall, young Lewis Hall. Go on.
I did go with 1-1. That was in the prediction league. But I've got a sneaky feeling that we're going to put a few past these guys. So I'm going to go with 3-1. I'm going to change my prediction now in the prediction league, and I'm going to go 3-1 Newcastle. I'm sticking with
3-1 Newcastle. When was my prediction? 2-1, I think. I think that'd be all right.
I went 0-0, but I'm just about to change mine. I think we'll win 4-1 here. I think we could have a good game tonight.
Yeah, that could be. Let me see. I'm gonna say 2-0 now, Toon, because I'm not sure they're gonna score against us, but that might be a mistake. Folks, stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We got the live match commentary from Gary for the match, and of course our reaction. So stay with us. Don't go anywhere. React with us. We'll have the timer on the screen so you can sync to the time that we're on right now. Again, Tabsoba, Endrich, Kwanzaa for Leverkusen, Grimaldo, Alex Garcia, Maza, Arthur in the midfield for the Germans. And up there, Poku, Schick, and Tillman up front for Leverkusen. Seems like they're playing a 3-4-3 up there. That's what we're seeing anyway, at least. So there you go. That's the home team for Newcastle United. Nice little stadium. Not little at all. That nice stadium that Leverkusen's got. Good old flags. German atmosphere is always going to be there. You know that. So there you go. The Toon is playing. Oh, with a green shirt. Green shirt, white shorts, white socks for Newcastle United. And there you go. Bruno and Leverkusen's captain switching flags. People don't like the green. A lot of Toon fans are so superstitious, man. They're talking about the green shirt is bad luck. Man, give our man. Come on, man. Who cares, man, what color they play? That stuff's not real, man. But anyways.
I think it's more that it's that snot green, isn't it? You know, it's like it just doesn't.
It's just
look
because it's like a green, and so yeah.
You just blend into the grass. That's probably why they keep passing the ball away. I'll pass to the grass. He's over there.
That's right. Up front, Gordon, Voltemade, and Barnes. Midfield, Joe Linton, Bruno, and Tonali. In the back four, Hall, Byrne, Chiao, and Livramento, and right behind them, Ramsdale, ladies and gents. So there you go. Don't forget to smash the like button. We're just seconds right before kickoff. Voltemade, you better be scoring, man. Make me proud. I've been defending you against all of the swords. There you go. That's good. We better win tonight, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
I didn't see where Gordon was placed on the thing. I mean, you would assume the TV would get the graphics from the team. Kickoff, mate. There you go.
His left-hand side. Back to Ramsdale. We're kicking right to left team. So, yeah, Gordon is definitely on the left-hand side. It's long punt up the field of play. Looking for Vig Voltemade, but that's gone over the top of everybody from Ramsdale, and it's through to Flecken in goal. Is this Flecken from Brentford?
I think it might be, yeah.
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah. And Flecken again just draws the player in, and he just delivers the ball outside to Andrich, who's playing the right side of the three at the back. And it looks like Tapsoba's staying quite the middle. And again, you know, you've got Kwanzaa now, who's gone quite high down this right-hand side. As you can see, he's trying to overload on this right-hand side from the three at the back. So that's something you've got to watch. Newcastle now with the ball out to Harvey Barnes, just inside the Newcastle half. Newcastle just trying to slow it down and then bring the Germans out towards them. It's from Ramsdale out to Hall. Hall down the line to Gordon now, just inside the Leverkusen half. But Gordon just trying to, again, just see where they're going. But again, bodies come across to close that door. It's back with Byrne now. Across to Chow. Chow goes out to that right-hand side with Harvey Barnes now. Again, just having time on that ball. Just keeping hold of it, Newcastle, at the minute. Just having a touch, and the ball's gone back to Ramsdale from Chow. And again, Ramsdale is trying to get something going here with the lads up the top, but he's gone short to Dan Byrne. It's gone to Hall, back to Dan Byrne. Again, a bit of a half press here from Tillman. This was from Thing, but again, Ramsdale now goes long, seeking Harvey Barnes. It's picked up now from Tonali, who's got the ball from deep. Brings the ball back. Oh, he's played a poor ball though. Tonali into the German cluster with Schick. And then it's just calmed down with Grimaldo just playing it back there to Andrich, who's playing centre of the three. It's Kwanzaa on the right-hand side, and Andrich has gone to the three with Tapsoba on the left of the three. J7 now, good ball into the feet. It's central to Tonali. Tonali sees Harvey Barnes free on the right-hand side. Harvey Barnes tries to get one into the box, but it's blocked this time, and Harvey Barnes picks up the spare ball. Back to Bruno. Bruno now to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes delays the pass forward and goes back to Chow. Chow to Byrne. Byrne brings the ball into Bruno's feet. Again, just on the edge of the half of the Germans. Out to Gordon now. Hall goes past him, but he's decided to come back to Bruno. Central plays the ball across now, and we've got some good movement for Newcastle here with our midfield. Tonali and Bruno changing places. It's out now to Tino. Tino drops it back to Chow. And again, it's a slow process, this, for Newcastle. Nice slow build-up. Back to Dan Burn, who again gets half-pressed, and it goes all the way back to Ramsdale, who quickly delivers it back to Hall. Hall sees an opportunity to go over the top to try and get Anthony Gordon running. And it's Kwanzaa who's chasing this back, and it's a throw-in to Leverkusen deep in their half. What do you think of the first 3 minutes, boys?
Well, Newcastle with the ball, which is good. That's always going to be better than that. But that's interesting. Do you think not having the main coach affects things? You would assume so.
Well, it depends on what these personal reasons are. I mean, like I say, it's going to have a change to the chats. Yeah, there's a ball tried to go diagonal there for the Germans. Well done, Malik Chow on the turn there, and just stops the likes of Poku getting beyond. It's with Hall now on this left-hand side, giving it to Anthony Gordon just inside the Newcastle half. But again, Newcastle happy to keep hold of the ball and take the time. Back with Chow now on the right-hand side. All of the Germans now inside their own half, apart from the couple on the halfway line. Burn gives it into Bruno, who again goes square first time to Hall. Hall again just looking up, seeing if there's options behind and over the top of the Germans, because again, Leverkusen like to play a high line. Ball's out to Tino. Tino looks up, looking for runners. Brings the ball back, gives it to Chow. Again, Newcastle just keeping obedient with the ball and not giving it away too much. And again, just letting the Germans come onto them to try and get some ball behind. That was a great ball there in behind from J7 to Bruno. Bruno saw the Gordon run. Yeah, but he didn't play the right ball. Flecken now picks the ball up for Leverkusen. Gives the ball into Andrich. And I think that's Arthur. Again, they've gone down that left-hand side to Grimaldi. Back inside. And again, it's trying to get some fluidity to the German play. At the minute, they're just being pushed and pushed back. And every time the ball comes into the half space, the green of Newcastle seem to pick that loose ball up. It was a ball inside there to Tino from Anthony Gordon, who again become very central. Bruno sees Harvey Barnes with a little bit of space on the corner of the penalty area now. Comes onto his right foot, onto his left foot, drops that shoulder, gets a shot off, but unfortunately not hard enough to beat Flecken at the near post.
That's what you want.
Good try.
That's the unfortunate situation, because I think Harvey Barnes can do a job with his left foot. He's very talented, but you still lose a little bit of quality when he's not on the right. As opposed to when he's not on the left as opposed to the right. Oh, be careful.
Yeah, Dan Burn has gone with the player this time, and have we got Chow? The pace of Chow gets there.
Chow.
Yeah, Dan Burn got pulled out there by Schick. Good movement. And Schick then got the ball into feet, and he's just got a heel onto the right-hand side of him. And because Dan Burn is so far forward, player then just running, I think it was Marza or Garcia, the sixes just got space to run in behind. Played the ball forward, but again, into to Tillman, but
Malik Chow like a puma.
Malik Chow, yeah, like a cat.
I tell you what,
ready to pounce.
We're playing very much across the whole pitch. But if you watch it, there's always somebody wide on either side. So we're not trying to tighten the game. It's a wide open pitch we're doing.
Yeah, well you see, you're going to get that though, dude, because what's happening at the moment is Kwanzaa. Because of the way we are playing, and we've not got two bodies up top, it's very congested, but that's allowing Kwanzaa to be that extra man. He's the floating body at the moment, so he's everywhere for Leverkusen. Do you know what I mean? So he's the one that will just come out of that back line, because there's only Voltemada, who isn't the quickest, we know that. So Tapsoba and Andrich are just going to go man him. So that allows Kwanzaa just to roam. And that's what we've got to be careful of, especially down this right-hand side.
Yeah. Christina says, heck of a commentator, Gary Mind, and literally better than the radio commentary, which is there's a big compliment. And Becca says, Christina, 100%. There you go.
Thank you ever so much.
There you go.
There you go. It's all I can ask for. At the end of the day, I'm here for you guys. And like I say, I will watch the game for my leisure later on. Black with Flecken now for Germany. Plays the ball along the floor. And again, well picked off from J7. We've got a chance here. Voltemada's inside the penalty area. But again, bit of a half ball back towards J7 from Voltemada. And it's picked back to Flecken. Unlucky that, because J7 did well to pick that ball up. Now there's a bit of a run on Garcia in the middle of the park. Bursting forward, got a bit of space. Kwanzaa, that extra body has come forward. It's into Schlick, who turns, and it's blocked there by Malik Chow. It's come out to Anthony Gordon, who's, again, up against Garcia, I think, and there's a foul there on Anthony Gordon. Sorry, that was Maza. I thought it was Garcia. It's Maza who committed the foul then. But again, you can see the way the Germans overload that final third. When we lose the ball and we commit too many bodies forward, there's an out ball all the time for them, with Poku, Tillman and Schick staying quite tall. And like I say, Kwanzaa there, running again from that deep position, making that extra body for the Germans. Got to be very careful and watch that. Lewis Hall trying to get it down the line, but it's deflected out for a throw into Newcastle, into J7's feet. It's out to Bruno. Again, Schick on his heels. Kwanzaa again, really tall. He comes inside looking for some movement. Sorry, that's Tillman, not Kwanzaa. It's out to Kwanzaa now. Kwanzaa just looking for options. Ball has come inside to Garcia. Garcia now plays the ball out to Marza. Marza looks up, gives the ball to Tapsoba. Tapsoba, again, deep in the Newcastle half. The Newcastle bodies are 4-5-1 in shape at the moment, just allowing the Germans to have that ball and having a little bit of a breather. Ball comes back out to Garcia. Garcia switches the play all the way over. It looks like Tapsoba is going to pick this ball up. Is it Poku? Poku could have the ball. And again, a little bit too much juice on that ball. And it's out for a throw into Newcastle and Livramento to grab. Bit of a couple of shaky moments with the way they've set up, with, like I say, that spare body, if you like, with Kwanzaa being allowed to run from deep. Again, our shape is allowing that. Have we got to be a bit mindful of who picks him up on them runs? Do we lose a player to say, listen, that's your man, stay on him?
Well,
I think so far, they've come back into the game, having the other pushing that. Maybe he's pushed Tonali a little bit further back to cover that.
Yeah. Okay.
But
anyway,
I mean, I think we're all right. We just I don't see why to make adjustments yet. I mean, they do seem quick to counter though. So
yeah. Tillman just gets a pull on the shirt there from Bruno, and Bruno's got his hands up saying, not me, Gaffer. Free kick to Leverkusen. They've already taken it. It's Andrich now on the halfway line for the Germans in this all-black strip with red lettering. Outside there to Marza. Brings the ball back to Tapsoba on the halfway line. Again, Newcastle just allowing the German side just to keep hold of the ball. Ball goes out to that left-hand side now. Poku with the ball. Drops it back to Marza. Again, faced by this green wall of Newcastle. Only allowed to play it back into Andrich. And let's say he's got Kwanzaa if he needs him, but he plays it back to Tapsoba. Tapsoba looks up, tries to dink a ball up towards Tillman. Manages to get a little bit of his head to it. And again, allows that ball to go out of play. And it's a German throw-in. It's thrown back to Kwanzaa. Into Garcia, out to Andrich, then to Tapsoba at the halfway line now. The Germans just trying to pick this ball up, and again looking for those passing lanes. Ball comes through. There's a bit of space here for the Germans, but well done, Tino and Chow there. But again, it's deflected into the penalty area, headed away by Dan Burn, but it's picked up again from around about 30 yards for the German team by Andrich. Played out to Poku. Poku picks the ball up, gives it to Grimaldi, gets it back from Grimaldi on the edge of the box, plays the ball in. There's an opportunity for a shot here, but it's blocked again by big J7's boot there. Back out again to Poku and Grimaldi on that left-hand side. There's a chance here. Germans just inside the box. And again, it's deflected out for a corner to Germany this time off Malik Chow. Yeah, they're starting to pass through the lanes at the minute, finding it a bit too easy. And we've got to try and block these channels. Probably either push up another 2 or 3 yards to close that gap between the 4 and the 5 in midfield. Because at the minute there's a massive gap, and that's something that we need to address for me. In swinger now for Bayer Leverkusen, and again doing a very similar approach to corners as we've seen from Newcastle. Now everybody's standing at the back stick, all moving just as they approach to kick the ball to the front post. Let's see, ball comes in now. It's towards that back post and it's a goal.
Oh, man.
Andrich. I mean, it's ridiculous. I said, everybody moves forward. The ball goes to the back stick and it's headed back in. I think it's deflected off a Newcastle player. But, I mean, it was heading towards goal anyway. So, Newcastle are 1-0 down.
That's devastating, that, man.
Yeah, Andrich with a goal. And like I say, the movement was there, and Andrich just drops off Tonali. Tonali doesn't actually go up with the ball, and I think it deflects off Bruno and into the goal.
What the heck? So he's.
It's actually an own goal, that, isn't it? It's a Bruno.
Yeah, he tees it to Bruno own goal. Yeah, so it comes off Bruno's hip because it's actually coming across the 6-yard box again. Look, and he just couldn't get his head to it. But again, it's poor defending if you think, because Tonali had his back turned. He isn't looking at the ball at the time when Andrich goes behind him. The ball gets headed square, and then it just comes off the hip of Bruno and past Ramsdale's outstretched right hand.
I don't know.
Yeah, Tonali was a little bit weak there on the corner. He was out muscled by his counterpart.
Yeah. Well, like I say, we can't let heads drop now. It's a case of how we respond from being a goal behind. And this has been Newcastle's Achilles heel, if you like, because we haven't done well. Ball's been played long, and Anthony Gordon picks the ball up now down this left-hand side. Anthony Gordon keeps hold of the ball and plays the ball into Tonali's feet. A little bit of a touch left to right there from Tonali. Brings it to Hall, back to Tonali. Gives it now to Burn. All of the bodies now camped in the German half. Chow, out to Tino. Barnes comes deep to collect that ball. Barnes has to go back, though, and he's giving it back to Chow, who, again, looks to Ramsdale, has that extra body with the feet. Sweeping out of his goalkeeper, he gives it to Dan Burn. Dan Burn gives it to Lewis Hall. But again, as soon as the ball's passed, there's a press on from the Germans, and the ball up towards Anthony Gordon does get half challenged, but it's back with Lewis Hall, who gives it to Burn. Back to Hall. Hall goes all the way back to Ramsdale. One touch out of his feet, Ramsdale. He looks up and he's got options to that right-hand side with Tino and Harvey Barnes. Unfortunately, can't get it over Poku's head. So taps over now with the ball. Ball into Grimaldi. Again, Tino comes to close and it's deflected out for a throw-in to Newcastle. Like I say, it's come at a good time for Newcastle to respond. Like I say, it's if you're going to go a goal down, which you don't ever want to be, it's about now, because you have still got time to close this down. Flecker with
we are knackered.
Oh man, that's so. It's like a punch in the gut, man. I'm telling you, man. It's just
poor ball delivered there. There's a good chance here for Newcastle to turn and put some press on. Bruno out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes again comes onto his left foot, has a dink at that near post again, but again it's a poor effort. Yeah, a poor effort.
Left foot ain't working at the moment. That's the problem, though. I mean, you're
He's
gonna
getting
get
the options though, mate.
You're gonna get the same, but more deadly on the left wing. I don't know why he didn't make that change, man. And to be honest, those Gordon crosses would land good on Walter Mata as well.
Yeah. But I think you've seen there, like, we know Gordon hasn't really got a left foot, even though, he
No, I mean, if Gordon was on the right.
I mean, there'll be definitely opportunity. And that's what I said. For me, why don't you switch through the game? They can both play both sides, and that again causes, a bit of confusion for the opposition. So there's no real reasons why you have to stay in that position for the entire match. Walter Mata with the ball out to Harvey Barnes. J7 picks the ball up, sees Tino on the right-hand side, gives it to Tino. Tino now just delaying his options, plays the ball inside to Bruno. Bruno plays the ball up to Walter Mata's feet, back to J7. And again, J7 couldn't control it, and it's brought out of play. And again, Bruno wins that ball back, gives it to J7, who goes up the line to Tino. Now Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes comes on the inside, gives it to Bruno. Lovely first ball out to Tino, who gets the ball into the box. Come on, compete, boys. Oh, there was a dodgy header there from Leverkusen, which luckily for them fell to a black shirt rather than a green shirt. Oh, big Dan Burn comes through the back of a Leverkusen player there, and I think that's going to be a free kick to Leverkusen.
We could do Bruno taking sort of control of this game and sort of starting to G the players up and get things going. It's gone a little bit flat from Newcastle. It's a captain's performance we need from him now to get everybody up.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Marza there, as you saw it, I mean, I think he tried to flick that head on, and I think Anthony Gordon had judged that. But unfortunately, the ball hit him full on the face and just dropped lovely towards Andrich, who was able to clear down towards Schick. And it's a shame. Long ball for Hall to try and get his head back to Ramsdale, which he completes, and he does the job well under a bit of pressure there from the likes of Tillman. Again, thrown out by Ramsdale to Burn. Burn plays the ball up and again. J7 plays a really poor ball again, but luckily the ball from the Germans gives it straight back to Newcastle. Tino now has come on the inside again, hesitant, but he gets away with that on that drag back. Tino, he goes to the halfway line, plays the ball down that right hand side to Tonali. Tonali looks up again, drags the ball back because there's lots of black shirts in front of him. Newcastle just happy to keep hold of the ball at this point. Chow now into Bruno's feet in the centre circle, just inside the Leverkusen half. All now back to Dan Burn. Burn goes square to Chow. Chow looks up and he's again looking for options. Plays the ball central to Bruno. Bruno sees the run of Harvey Barnes, but again, it's really easy to cut that one out. Ball along to Schlick, and it's a touch out to Poku on that left-hand side for Germany now, deep into the Newcastle half. But again, not many black shirts with him. He has to wait, hold the ball up, gives the ball back to Grimaldi, gives the ball back to Marza. Again, Newcastle happy to sit off and allow the Germans to have it on the halfway line. Tapsoba now. Wasn't we linked with Tapsoba at one point?
Maybe. I think I remember that name.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Everybody at some point.
Well, yeah, I can say, yeah, we probably had about 4 or 5 A4 sheets full of names, didn't we? Marza now plays the ball into Andrich, who, again, just happy to hold on to the ball with Leverkusen. Again, under no pressure from Newcastle. Grimaldi now. Marza. Just dropped out of that 6th position, Marza. And again, Kwanzaa's asking him to throw the ball over across, but Kwanzaa's just broken from the 3 at the back. Back with Marza into Garcia. Garcia now, just again, a bit of a press from Bruno. Again, the furthest forward at the moment, Bruno. Ball comes through to the middle, though, and there's a half chance again for the Germans. They've broke the lines.
Penalty.
That's going to be a penalty, and it is a penalty.
Is it?
And that could be a red card, yeah. Oh, is he outside the box? The referee pointed to the penalty spot, and then it's going to be a red card here, isn't it?
What's he doing?
I don't know. I think he's having a word with VAR because, like I say, they're unsure of whether this was. It was Mitchell. Yeah, Connor's just said Mitchell wanted Tapsoba instead of Gay. There you go.
Oh, Lord have mercy. What the heck?
So, again, breaking of the lines, and the ball goes into... there's a bit of a push on this shoulder. He's outside the box.
It's outside the box.
And there wasn't that much contact on him. There wasn't that much
it's outside the
contact
box.
on him.
It's outside the box.
Yeah.
But that's not a red card either, though.
No, he'll get a yellow card, if I'm honest with you. If anything, he'll get something, but it ain't much.
Okay, now...
Looks like he's done more damage to himself. Oh, yellow card. There you go. To Chow. Thank God for that. Because Tino was covering as last man. So we'll take that one on board. So it's a free kick. Again, I'm not 100% sure because we've not really seen. The referee has pointed to the spot and then walked outside of the box and stood a yard out the box. So at this present moment in time, it could be a number of things. There is a penalty check being done by VAR. For everybody that's listening. So we're going to just see what VAR comes back with. But from what we could see on the angle, it certainly looked first contact was outside the box. He falls into the box, but first contact was definitely out. So we're just waiting for the decision.
It's worrying how they can cut us open so quickly with just a couple of passes.
Yellow card.
There you go. Yeah. So it's a free kick to Leverkusen, literally a couple of yards outside the box. And like I say, they're trying desperately to make a couple of more yards because we all know how difficult it is.
Where's the referee from? He looks Italian.
Yeah.
He's short-tempered.
Yeah. The They're all questioning now. Again, nice little ball from Tillman inside to Schlick. Who again?
Well outside.
Yeah, he cut us open, to be fair, though, with that little pass. So, like I say, this is the system that I really wanted Newcastle to play, because we've got those two quick left and right wing backs, if you like, and playing too narrow to support. And that's what I said. You look how many times they're close to Schick here, you know. Poku goes out to the left-hand side a lot, but Tillman always stays close to him.
Thanks, Connor. Super chat. They are getting past the midfield too easy.
Shot over the bar there from Germany. There's all calm on the Western Front.
I have no clue how they're getting past through. I mean, we got Tonali and Bruno.
It's because we go flat.
It's
just because we go flat across the middle, and you can never do that. But, and again, if your back four stays too far off, if they stand too far off, that allows 10 to 15 yards for the ball to get through. So if it beats a player, there's no press from somebody else because you're too far away. So the midfield can't recover, and the defenders then get out of shape because it's one ball past them. Poku now dabs the ball past Tonali, but again, the ball is cleared up the line, but it's taps over now for the German side to bring the ball back. Marza plays the ball back to Tapsoba. Tapsoba looks across, plays the ball back to Fleck. At the minute, Schick is still off the field of play, getting some treatment. J7 picks the ball up and gives it to Tonali, though. Plays the ball into Gordon, back to Tonali. Lewis Hall now picks the ball up. Again, got a bit of grass to run into, Lewis Hall, on this left-hand side, but decides to go back to Tonali. Bit negative, this from Newcastle, if I'm honest. Line from Malik Chick to who's that? Who's gone over there? No, is that Hall? No, it's not. It's Anthony Gordon and Harvey Barnes. No, it's Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes out there on the right hand side. Yeah, he's on the left.
Yeah.
The camera's so far away on that left hand side, on the right hand side. Gordon now on the left hand side. Yeah, again deflected cross attempt there from Anthony Gordon out for a Newcastle throw. Hall delivers it back. Schick's back on the field now. Gordon plays the ball square to Malik Chow. Malik Chow now looks up and he gives it to Bruno. Bruno plays it out to wide to Harvey Barnes, who again gets challenged. And there's another free kick there from Grimaldi. And Bayer Leverkusen just in the lead with possession, 52% to 48%. And again, you can see that. But again, both sides quite happy for the opposition to play in their own half and play in front of them. Nobody really chasing the game, but Newcastle need to chase it a little bit now because, like I say, they're still a goal behind in 26 minutes. Leverkusen 1, Newcastle 0. Bruno with the free kick. Bruno delivers the ball towards the back stick, but it's too long for everybody. Oh. And again, just hammered clear by the Leverkusen team. And Lewis Hall will pick this up on the halfway line. Goes square to Tino. Tino looks up and he's got player to the right-hand side. Ball goes across from Bruno, again on the diagonal, looking for J7. J7 heads the ball down, but it's cleared by Leverkusen. And again, it's a bit of head tennis there, but the ball does eventually come to Lewis Hall. Gives it to Gordon. Gordon goes inside to J7. J7 looks up, does a pirouette, gives it to Tonali. Out to Tino. Tino now got Barnes on the right-hand side. Tino carries on his run. Bruno comes deep to collect the ball. Hall's there for him. He gives it to Hall. Hall now goes back to Burn. Burn goes square to Chow. Chow now plays a long-driven ball, but again, that first ball from Voltemada trying to find Tonali just didn't work. And again, a little bit of a press from Newcastle, but Germans easily to bring that ball out with Poku now on the halfway line on that left-hand side. Poku got lots of grass to run into. Again, driving towards that penalty area. Great recovery from Tonali, that. And again, a ball up to Harvey Barnes, whose first-time ball finds Bruno central. Bruno goes out just on the halfway line to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon now, again, slows the game down because he's waiting for Hall.
Run him.
Yeah, exactly. Hall on the outside now. Anthony Gordon stays inside left. Gordon plays the ball in with J7. Gordon again goes square to Tino. Tino in line with the 18-yard box. Gives it out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes plays it again inside to Bruno. Bruno tries a reverse pass to try and Voltemada. But again, the Germans give it straight back to Byrne. Byrne gives it straight back to German. And nobody wants the ball. Anyway, Germany again. It's 2-on-3 here. Germany with a big run going forward down that left-hand side. Marza with a red run with Malik Chow. Into the box now, the German side. Driven across, but it's down to the left-hand side of Ramsdale. And it's saved comfortably in the end. But again, you've got to be careful of these breaks, boys.
Man, I don't know, man. We started so good, but that goal has flattened us emotionally.
But trying too clever a ball, do you think?
Well, Gordon had the perfect chance there when we first broke there to just sprint forward down the wing, and he didn't. He slowed play up. We need to speed things up a little bit at times, and go for it. Go for the first time ball, or go for the first time run, and get the ball straight into them. That's what Leverkusen are doing.
Yeah, Malik Chow there just hammering the ball against the German opposition. Sorry, I keep on saying Germany and everybody's laughing. Hey. It's bad.
Right.
It's bad. Oh, bless. Marza now in the middle of the box gives it to Andrich, who gets that lucky deflected goal and goes down as Bruno's own goal, as the boys have said. Taps over now, plays the ball out to Grimaldi. Grimaldi and Garcia look very similar from a distance. So I might get them two wrong. Comes out to Kwanzaa, who, actual fact, as much as he's been running, hasn't had much of the ball. Ball goes back to Andrich and all the way back to Flecken in goal. Oof. Little bit of tippy-tappy there with Flecken on the ball, but he manages to get out of his feet and again dinks the ball over the top of Voltemade back to Andrich. Andrich goes back inside now to Garcia. Taps over now, drills the ball down to Marza in the midfield. Goes outside now to Kwanzaa on the right-hand side. Ball down towards Tillman, but again, it's well done by Lewis Hall. But again, Anthony Gordon gets a deflection and the ball goes back to the German side. Lewis Hall gets a touch on it, and it's a throw into Newcastle in the end. So it's quickly done. Into Byrne, into Chow now, goes square, and he goes out again. Harvey Barnes dropping deep now to pick that ball up. Tia now playing in the inside right position, drops it back into the centre circle to Tonali, out to Lewis Hall now on this left-hand side to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon looks up again, trying to get down this line. He tries for the first time to get past Arthur, but Arthur wins that one, but it's deflected out for the corner. First corner for Newcastle on the 30th minute. Come on, boys, let's see what we can do. Madrid 1, Man City 0.
Man, I don't know. I feel like the Burnley game, man. I'm knackered. I don't know.
I tell you,
we just need a spark.
Their fans who are waving them flags must be knackered. They've never stopped for the full game.
That's true, man. That's true.
Yeah, it must be a nightmare behind them now, mustn't it? You can't see the game. Ball
Maybe
comes in towards centre
Oh,
circle. It's a goal!
Man.
Hell, man.
It dropped lovely in that centre circle, and I thought somebody was going to get a toe on that. Voltemade looks angry, so maybe Voltemade got the last shout of that one. Great delivery from Bruno. And again, it dropped, and then it was just toe poked forward by Voltemade.
Yeah, the ball just dropped there.
Yeah, and he toe poked it just the wrong side of the post.
But look at what Voltemade has to work with. To be honest, though, man, a ball that's just there, he barely puts a toe on it, and then earlier in the game he was given the ball once. If you count this rubbish opportunity, that's 2 the whole game. You know, it's criminal, man. You put Wissa in if you want to, it ain't gonna change nothing.
No. But again, it makes them think. And that's what I said. If you keep the same system, and that's what I said. For me, there's not enough bodies in and around Voltemade. You know, there's a massive gap between Voltemade and the midfield. The two boys are staying out wide. They need to come a little bit narrow to be effective on this game and overload that middle section. Because at the minute, he's getting muscled out because you've got the 2 6s. You've got 3, sometimes 2 at the back. They go like this box square at the back. So there's always an out ball. Lewis goes across the side, trying to find out Harvey Barnes there. But again, it's Eddie easy back line from, I think that was Poku, who come deep then just to support the defenders, back with Flecken. Again, the lads just finding it a little bit too easy to get it out of the Leverkusen half. Ball again driven up to the halfway line, and I've got Tillman there trying to get onto the end of that one, but it was a good challenge from, Tonali. Lewis Hall now with the ball onto the halfway line to Gordon. Gordon hugging this left touchline. Again, just trying to draw Kwanzaa out towards him. He's going down the line now with Arthur and Kwanzaa in this space. The ball into the box. It was a good ball. The ball comes out to Tino. Tino gives it to Tonali. Tonali out to Harvey Barnes. Again, just inside that right-hand side. Ball into the box. Tino now picks the ball up. And again...
What the heck is he doing, man?
Yeah, he tries to beat too many players, and it's easy.
He's beating himself.
Yeah. His second
dribbling
touch
against
was awful.
nobody.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like Maxi, man. He's doing that dribbling all by himself. Like, oh wait, man.
Tonali drives the ball up to J7 just inside the Leverkusen half. Gives it back to Tonali, who again, first time into Bruno's feet. Out to Tino now. Back to Tonali. Again, these nice little triangles, but Newcastle aren't getting further forward. They're just placing in the same lanes. Tonali got Bruno inside if he wants, goes outside to Tino. Tino down the line to Barnes. Barnes plays the ball over the top to Tino and Barnes again. Barnes getting a bit of more possession than he expected, but Poku wins the ball back that time. Drives the ball down to Grimaldi. Grimaldi to Top-Soba. And then it's all the way back to Flecken by Andrich. Flecken then decides to go long, looking for Schmick down the side, but Hall's got time to bring that down under control on his chest. J7 into Tonali. Tonali looks up, gives the ball out to Harvey Barnes again. Got lots of space, Harvey Barnes, if he wants to deliver the ball into the box. It's a good ball. Headed clear this time now. It's going to be a Newcastle throw deep in the Germans' half on this left-hand side. Anthony Gordon leaves it to Lewis Hall. That was a better cross in towards Voltemada. But again, he's got 3 black shirts around him, so he's got a lot of competing to do there on his own.
Looks like Lewis Hall might have a long throw on him by this.
Yeah, but he's got 10 fingers. You've got to have 9 fingers to throw the ball long. Lewis Hall throws the ball in. He comes to the edge of the 6-yard box. It's flicked on by Byrne. Byrne's got a Gordon now on that inside right position. Again, the Germans all tucked in, so it goes all the way back to Ramsdale, just inside the Newcastle half. Gives it to Tonali on the halfway line on this left-hand side. Up to Hall. Hall again backed by 2 players, and it's just fallen over, and it's a German throwing on the halfway line. That's poor.
The thing is, red light says, need that unpredictable player like Cisse Lua or Ben Arfa and hit that banger from nowhere. We got one, but we put him on the right, where he can't really do that. Because he's got to shoot with his left foot, and that's Harvey Barnes. And now, unfortunately...
Yeah. Up to Bruno. Harvey Barnes now sees Tino. Ooh. Tino fires it in quick. Oh, it was a deflection. Flecken was wrong-footed at the time. I think that come off Grimaldi. Yeah. Or Garcia. It was one of the two. Again, they look so similar. The ball's driven in. And again, it just deflects. And it was going in. So it would have been a goal. It would have been interesting, wouldn't it? 2 own goals in the first half. Oh, dear. Flecken pats the hand of Andrich. Here we go then. Lewis Hall to swing this one in. Ball into the 6-yard box again. It's over everybody. Everybody had run to the front post, and it goes to the back stick, and again, eludes everybody. You have to question these set pieces when the wrong person's doing it, because if they've been talking about running from the back stick to the front stick, and then you deliver it to the back stick, what's going on? Should one not just stay out and just in case something like that happens? Because we're always going to have it to every other ball. You're never going to get one ball bang on all the time.
I think what you can ask a little bit as well, Gary, is we've seen this in the last few games. We've played like this. Why aren't things getting changed by the bench in game? Why? Come on. Making little tweaks to try to make things better.
So, like I said, there's very little movement. You see, that's the problem in the box. When the opportunity comes to get a cross in, Voltemada is like on the penalty box. He's not running to that near post, and that's what they're going to be looking for because he's competing against 3 bodies in the air. So get it on the floor, but there's got to be movement to that near post, and then somebody's got to run off him. Tino now with a throw-in, attempted long throw, looking for the big boys in the front post on the 6-yard box. Ball comes in now, looking for Dan Burn. Dan Burn goes up, headers the ball more up than long. Again, comes to Dan Burn. Again, very comfortable from Andrich, who just heads the ball back to Flecken. Composed defender there.
we need to try something different. And as you said, just a simple change of switching the two wingers or something like that.
Yeah,
Just
something different.
to mix the game up a little bit and to make them have something to think about at the minute. To be fair, it looks comfortable for them against us.
Well, even when they play a poor ball, if you notice, they're picking up all the second ball because of this formation, because every position with this three at the back and Kwanzaa being that free man, there's space for them to exploit. So down this right-hand side, more than the left, because Grimaldi, to be fair, Poku's coming out, Garcia and Marza are dropping into that hole when Poku goes out, keeping Grimaldi back, because, like I said, he is their weakest point, if you look at their team. But he's not getting exposed enough for me. And I mean, you can see how much room Harvey Barnes has had in the first half up to yet. So I think now, Anthony Gordon, go out there. Go and put a bit of pace against him, because you're going to have Topsoba then come out in the middle, which gives Voltemada more space. So things like that does work for you. Ball headed forward now for Newcastle. Bruno picks the ball up, plays the ball out to Tino. Tino again has got Harvey Barnes on the inside, gives it to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes again got time to play this into the box, but he doesn't, gives it back to Tino. Tino drops it back to Bruno, who plays it for the first time, but again, doesn't really beat the first defender. Back out to Chow though. Back to Bruno. Bruno on the outside of his foot plays it inside to Tonali. Tonali picks the ball up, plays the ball square to Burn. Burn again got Hall on the outside of him. Hall out to Gordon now, hugging this left-hand line. Arthur stands him up. Gordon drives down towards that byline, but again, can't get past him. He's got a chance to bring it back to J7. He does. J7 goes square this time. Malik Chow, about 35, 40 yards out, plays the ball out to Harvey Barnes on that right-hand side. Harvey Barnes picks the ball up, stands up, and again, Grimaldi, Topsoba, Poku, all in front of him in a line for the German team. Plays the ball back to Bruno. Bruno into Chow. Bruno. Again, it's forcing Newcastle back, the Germans. Gives it back to Malik Chow, who stays tall. Chow plays the ball on the inside right position to Tino. Tino gives it out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes back to Chow. Again, it's nice football this, but they're going nowhere, Newcastle. Back out to Tino. Being really patient, Newcastle, at the minute. Trying to force an opening against the German team. Back out now with Tonali. Tonali down the line to Tino. Inside to Harvey Barnes. Back out to Tonali. Into Chow on the halfway line to Dan Burn in the centre circle. Burn now looks up, gives it into Bruno. Bruno again, just being driven backwards by Poku, gives it back to Dan Burn. Now Chow goes back out to Tonali on that again, staying out on that right-hand side, trying to get the overloads now. Harvey Barnes does really well to bring the ball out and into J7's feet, but again, it's not a great ball, and it's given back to the Germans, but again, Germans can't really do anything with that, and it's out for the Newcastle throw-in with Tino Livramento. Throws it straight back in. Again, but into the 40th minute, we're still losing 1-0 in Germany. Out to Hall from Dan Burn. Now Gordon on the left-hand side. Gordon now comes inside, his usual trait. Gives it to Bruno. Bruno again, got options to the left. He gives it to him. Tonali. Tonali again goes out right-hand side to Tino. Tino down the line to Barnes. Barnes brings it back. Drops it back into Tonali. Gives it back to Barnes. Again, it's all give-me's. Ball into the box, but again, it's just in front and behind everybody. And again, the Germans have got opportunity to clear with Tillman dropping into his own box there.
For God's sake, Gary, some of these players need to just take a chance and play the ball forward and actually try to create something. It's just tippy-tappy around, trying to keep possession. You've got to take chances at times when you're in the opposing half.
Yeah. Oh, God, Bruno giving the ball away there. Good run from Harvey Barnes, to be fair. Ball over the top here for Poku to chase. And again, Tonali tracks him all the way back, gets that ball back for Newcastle, and Cherb plays it out to Lewis Hall, who's got a bit of green to run into now. Hall driving into the Germans' half. Ball played up to Voltemada, and again, not really held well by Voltemada there, but again, we've been lucky. The deflection comes back to Newcastle. Bruno now, about 40 yards out, pretty central. Plays it out to Tino on that right-hand side. Tino looks up, gives it inside to Barnes. Barnes, Tino, little dink forward to J7. Again, gets outbeaten there by the defender. I think that was Tapsoba, but he's offside.
I think we're Dan Burn here.
I don't know. I think he was saying that somebody was offside, but I didn't see the linesman's flag go up. But he stopped the game anyway. I don't know, and he's given the decision to Leverkusen. So Oh, that wasn't handball.
Never give handball for that.
He's given handball.
Disgusting.
Jesus, that's shocking. Anyway, it's back in Newcastle's possession on the left-hand side with Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon spreads his arm out and saying, "Where are you, boys?" He goes inside, but again, 3-on-1. He's never going to get that, and Andrich plays the ball off Gordon. And Anthony Gordon has the right to question, where are the players? Where's the movement? Because he's got 3 players around him, and there's not a green shirt wanting to run towards him. Come on. It's shocking. Absolutely shocking.
But again, why aren't there just being some small tactical changes made here? We're just doing the same thing, in, out, in, out, in, out.
And you shake it all about. That is exactly what it is. It is pantomime season, and it looks like we've got more than one horse on the field. I don't know which one's the back end and which one's the front end. A good ball here for Leverkusen. It's 2-on-2 going into the box. There's a shot, but Ramsdale gets his hands to that. And again, it's half-headed out towards the edge of the penalty area. And again, panic with J7, but he manages to get it to Bruno. Bruno gives it to Harvey Barnes. Now he's got Voltemada on the right-hand side. Voltemada then comes on the inside, plays it back to Harvey Barnes. There's a chance here if he goes to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon on the edge of the box now. Gets it onto his right foot, comes inside, plays it back out. Harvey Barnes steps over the ball. It was nice play that for the second, but Andrich comes away with the ball it was Garcia that comes away from the ball just when you thought it was safe to shoot. And again, it's just too comfortable for the Germans, not enough green shirts to aim at, and they just pick the ball up and deliver it back to Flecken.
Why, when we're getting into their Gary, is there such a reluctance just to run forward with the ball, especially from the wingers? They're cut inside almost every time. Just have a run at them.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, is he giving a free kick there? No. I thought Poku as a ball down from Schick then into Poku's position. Again, this is why you've got to be careful, because they have these runners that come from the halfway line and they just do the diagonals. And again, Poku there, as you saw, just beats the lane, the passing lane, and he's got acres to run into. And it's a shot on the edge of the box that's saved by Ramsdale. Coming up to the first half play, 45th minute, Leverkusen 1, Newcastle 0. Throw into Leverkusen. Get ball back in deeper than half. 2 minutes of injury time. Marza now picks the ball up deep in his own half. Gives it out to Flecken now. Ball over the top here if somebody wants to pick it up. And again, Tillman runs from right to left. And again, Malik Chow. It's J7. I thought it was Malik Chow then for a second. Then I saw his white boots. And I'm thinking, you're safe. He's on a yellow card. I was just thinking, no.
I mean, what's Joe Linton doing there? That's just I don't know what that is.
Yeah, he's a stopper. That's what I said. That's what he's in the team for. But again, you just lose that little bit of composure in the midfield when it ain't going your way. Is the ball going out of play there? Arthur kept it in play. There's a ball over the top. There's Kwanzaa in the box on his own. Oh, well done, Ramsdale. Great save that is, because I think that was going into the top bin, you know. Again, Kwanzaa running literally from deep in his own half there. Long ball over the top, beats Louis Hall, and Arthur manages to get a toe on it, keeps it in play. Again, just waiting for runners. Kwanzaa runs from his own half to get his shot off. And like I say, a bit of an angle. He goes into that near post bin, but Ramsdale gets a fingertip to it and it goes over the bar. Great save, because that was it with some power.
They are opening us up every time like a hot knife through butter every time they go forward.
Yeah, they are. Another in-swinger for the Germans. Again, set up the way they did before. Front post, near post, and it's headed clear. Well, it's not headed clear. It was headed back out for a corner the other end by Voltemada. Newcastle hold on to just a 1 goal at half-time. That'll be a bonus. We certainly don't want to go in 2 goals down, because I think that is going to be hard hill to climb. Again, just waiting for the delivery back into the box. I think it's Schick who's going to go out there, and no, it's not. It's not Schick at all. The Schick's in the middle. Don't know who that is over there to take this ball for the Leverkusen player. Referee comes into the centre and he's saying, I'm seeing far too many scuffles going on there.
The referee seems a bit of a showman as well, doesn't he? He wants to be involved.
Oh, yes. I mean,
Well, mind
J7
you,
just...
to be fair to him,
Look at J7 there, just runs at Andrich, doesn't he? Ball comes in for Leverkusen into that centre circle, centre of the box. And again, the referee has seen something that he didn't like. Good header from Voltemada, to be fair, that one. Really good header, clear. I think that is it. That is the first half done, ladies and gentlemen. Leverkusen 1, Newcastle 0. Not been the ideal first half, boys.
Concern there, Gary, is I don't know if you noticed it, but towards the end of the half, especially, there seemed to be a few players with not the heads going down, I wouldn't say, but they're not looking happy on the pitch. The body language doesn't look great from some of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, whatever plan that they had for the first half, they haven't really committed bodies into the right spaces. Again, you think Voltemada has been isolated quite a lot. And all the play, if you like, has been in and around about the 30-yard mark, 35-yard mark. And again, we've just gone left to right. And when you do then decide to put the ball into the box, there ain't enough bodies in there to compete. So he's been muscled out by, at least 2 bodies most of the time, if not 3. And like I say, Garcia drops in. It allows Mars to run. We've seen the runs from Kwanzaa and Arthur. He's quite happy just to hold on to Gordon's curtails all the way. So, it's. I think Harvey Barnes has had a good first half. I'm not going to knock it. I think there's been a couple, but I think we have given the ball away pretty poorly at times.
Really poorly at times. And as you said, halfway through that game, it was crying out for there just to be something a little bit different, mix things up or, make them have something different to think about. And as you say, the easiest one in the world is, and it's something that's happened for years, switch the 2 wingers, and we never do it.
Yeah. It is criminal. It is criminal. But again, I still think this system, and I don't know why Eddie persists with it, because when you're playing width, you've got to have an out in that middle. And like I say, as much as Bruno goes and sits in there, there's not enough for me body wise. So Gordon goes down the left hand side, J7 goes into the middle, but it's more like inside left position. Barnes goes down the right hand side, and we've seen Tonali sometimes get into them channels, but it's usually Gilmares that gets on the inside right position. But nobody's getting in that centre position. What we're failing to do is J7 has got to start breaking the neck to get alongside Voltemada, because if he's the spoiler, then he's got to go and upset the centre halves of Leverkusen, and he's not doing enough for me. So, like I say, Tonali sits too deep. Gilmares goes right, J7 goes left, and when the ball does come in, there's no options. You've got to start getting bodies into the box, and with this system, like I say, you ain't gonna do anything. I mean, like I said, I would not be opposed, and again, this is where it comes down to making changes. And I know everybody says, do we need to make changes? Well, at this present moment in time, this system ain't working. It ain't working in the Premier League, and it certainly ain't working very well in the Champions League. So again, it's too easy to get against. And if you look at where they are with the 5 at the back, when they're defending with Grimaldo, Topsoba, Andrich, Kwanzaa and Arthur, then you've got Garcia and Marza sitting in the 6. They can leave 3 up top, and that's what they've done. They don't need to come any further. They can just leave those 3 bodies high, or at least 2 of them can go high, and Tillman could come in on the right-hand side. Poku goes in on that left-hand side on the inside channel. And it still leaves 1 body, and it seems as though we still can't deal with it, and who goes with the runs. And they've opened us up so many times. It has been incredible to see.
Just going back to their goal as well, again, it's from a corner. Again, 11 players in the box. And again, probably far too many players. I counted there was 3 players outside the 6-yard box. Every other player was inside of there. I think part of the issue with that goal was too many players in the 6-yard box. And again, the mistake happens. Well, it wasn't a mistake; it was obviously a little bit unlucky, but it happens because we've got too many players in there. You know, again, why haven't we got one or two players well outside the box? Then they can't have as many players as they had in the box, and we've got an out ball. It's. I mean, I don't get how the coaching staff don't see this. Surely enough, there's got to be something in the brain saying this is an ongoing issue with having too many players covering corners.
Yeah, you're right, mate, and that's what I said. I mean, it's not as if we haven't seen this before. We've seen it far too many times, and it doesn't seem like as though there's any change to the way we play, the way we set up. And like I said, I expected Gordon to make some more runs. I expected Lewis Hall to be on the outside a lot more, but actual fact, Gordon stayed on the outside, and Lewis Hall to me hasn't really. Is it Lewis Hall that's the problem because of the way they set up? Lewis Hall isn't playing on the inside left position, which J7 is occupied at the moment. But again, because J7's having to occupy that space, there's nobody then competing in the box with Voltemada. So are we trying to be too defence-minded here? You know what I mean? Are we not gambling enough to create those half chances? Down the right-hand side seems to be working, and maybe that's the gaffer's choice. Maybe he's saying to himself, listen, we're doing it okay on that right-hand side. We need to keep it tight on the left. I don't know. Buddy, are you happy just to do with some of the chats in the chat there? And I'm just going to go and say good night to my girls as they're just going off to bed. All right, buddy.
No problem. Say a good night from me as well. So firstly, Alanga and Murphy on the bench, right wing, and he's played left wing or right wing, square pegs. Exactly where the winger situation's a strange one. We were crying out for a right winger last season. We've got him in, and is he the right choice? The likes of Wynn's already on about selling him. Has he improved the team? I don't think he has. Has he given other options? Potentially with speed, and maybe when Wissa gets back, he will. But at the minute, I really, really don't see what the lad is given. Well, obviously, as a winger, and for 55 million, you've got him, and the other one that I'm worried about is Ramsdale. We've spent again 45 million on him, and has he come in and is he pulling up trees? Is he improving our first team? Definitely not. It's just a strange old transfer window we had with the players that were brought in. And then we've got from Still Bad Dad, no one is willing to move into space. We have a problem. They all wanted at their feet. 100%, mate. I was saying that to Gary and Chris, obviously, when we were doing the commentary. Gordon had the chance so many times down the left to push on with the ball and absolutely run it, and he didn't do it. It doesn't seem to be a tactic that they want him to do it. He's just cuts in every time and stagnant. And again, why we don't just swap Barnes and Murphy over for a couple of minutes just to see obviously what they can do on the opposite wings. So from Ali there, Ramsey is a class player, trust me, but now he looks like he shouldn't be in there. He should have been used better, in my opinion. I agree with that a little bit as well, mate. Maybe he should have had a lot more chances. He's just been really a proper bench player in that he's really just sat on the bench for most of the season. We do need to give him a chance, but in regards to what he has done, he hasn't really set anything alight so far. He hasn't been playing great. It's a strange one for him. As I see, he was a very expensive player, and a very expensive player just to sit on the bench, which seems to be what he's doing at the minute. I think he's one that the jury's out on, but it's quickly coming down on the point that maybe he wasn't the right signing to make in the first place. This one I agree with 100%. Joe Linton is a red card waiting to happen. That foul he gave away after 5 minutes before half time was just pointless. 5 seconds later, too late. 100%. He's more of a rugby player than a football player at times. He's a liability at times. But again, we had the opportunity. I've said this before. We had the opportunity during the summer to go out and get a Joe Linton replacement, and everybody was happy on the channel saying we didn't get a replacement. We got a replacement for the bench player who was Longstaff. To me, you never buy a replacement for a bench player. You buy a replacement for the first team player. Then the player that you've got who is being playing for you becomes the bench player, and it naturally improves your bench. So it's a one that I don't get the argument with. For me, you're always trying to improve your first team, unless they're a player who you can't replace as such. So sort of probably like a horrible one, but in Isaac, you'd struggle to get somebody who was as good as him, what he was for the last season. So you were looking for a backup for him. But 99 times out of 100, for me, you want to be buying better players for the team.
Okie doke. How are we doing? We all good?
Good. Can I just do one more? Ginger Hoskins, Boogie, Eddie Howe promised us attacking football. What the hell is this rubbish? He's a PE teacher in Europe. I've had enough of Gordon, robbing a wage and championship level. There's not much of that you're going to get a disagreement from me with after that first half, mate, to be honest. To be fair, it's not just in Europe, though. This season, it's been across the board. I think some of these managerial decisions have been pretty questionable.
Yeah, I mean, it's for me, like in Europe, you have to play different. You can't just go with your basic routine. I mean, like I say, we've struggled in the Premier League doing exactly the same thing. So for me, you have to have some way of working. And again, you can't tell me that these guys haven't done a bit of due diligence on Leverkusen, because, like I say, they haven't changed their system. It's a hard system to play against, if I'm honest with you, because, like I say, there's players all over the park, but they are vulnerable, and we've seen that we've been able to get lots of balls into the box. There's just not enough. There are enough targets. You're never going to get anything unless people are willing to break lines and get into the box. So it just makes it just makes for hard watching at times. It's just far too standard. It's regimental. I think that's the word I'm looking for. It seems as though everybody's been given orders and they're frightened to stray away from what the gaffer's told them to do. You must stay out wide. You must stay central. You can't break lines. You've got to do this. Make sure your defence in line's good. Doesn't win your games. You've sometimes just got to gamble. You've just got to commit a body into the space, and then hopefully you'll get the delivery. But again, you look at it's all tippy-tappy football in and around, and like I say, it allows Leverkusen to get the bodies back, and that's the problem. When you allow any team, it'll look good if you allow them space and time to get the ball and get the shape back. So we've got to move the ball quicker. But again, you saw Anthony. I know there's been quite a few people having a go towards Anthony Gordon, but even he's getting a bit frustrated, because, like you saw towards the end there, arms out wide. Why aren't you coming? Why isn't there a player? I have no out ball. I'm up against three players. We've got Arthur Garcia and Kwanzaa trying to back him up there. So you've got no chance of him getting through three players, and that's something, like I say, we've got to be better at. Unless you commit bodies forward, and have we got the players to go and play in a similar system to what they're doing? Yes, we have. That's the thing. We have got something similar, and have we got the same quality? Well, of course we have. But it's like I said, it's just far too regimental for me. And like I say, I think sometimes players go out there with that mentality of, I don't move, the way I play. This is how the gaffer wants me to play, and this is how I do it. So where's your freedom? Where's your chance taking? Because that is, what you need. Man City are beating Real Madrid 2-1. There you go. After being 1-0 down. So Haaland's just scored again. You see Langer and Wissa warming up on the pitch at half time. The lads look like they're just on the verge of coming back out. Anybody in the chat, is there anything that you'd change body-wise? Doesn't look like I can see any changes. I will let you know if I see anything.
I think we all know when the changes are coming.
Well, like
65 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if it's still 0-0, then that's fair enough. But something has to change because it's been far too easy.
He should mix something up. Even if he doesn't make an actual physical change of player, he should mix something up on the pitch at half time just to give these something different to think about, in my opinion, Gary.
Yeah, that's what I said. You've got to go and throw somebody out of that 3 in the middle into the 10, play alongside him. You know, I'm not saying it could be any of them. Bruno, Tonali. I mean, you'd probably say who would you pick up there? You'd probably say Bruno, wouldn't you? The way he's been playing at the moment, he's full of confidence, and drop Tonali and J7 into the 6. Lads are just coming back onto the field of play. Like I say, there's looks like they have changed. Schick's gone off because obviously when he went down after the chow, and Kafane's come on. So there you go. One change for Bayern.
I'm glad Schick's went off because I've been worried about you saying that name the whole game.
Yeah. We've been Schick, I must admit. So Kafane now up top for Leverkusen. And again, they've got the ball from the kickoff, ball inside, and Tonali's got his toe to that, and it's come through to Tino. Again, ball up to Voldemar. Harvey Barnes has gone more inside now into Tino. Tino's got a chance here, but he's driving towards that box again. You know, execution. Once you're in a decent position, he could have got a shot off there. Again, hasn't got the confidence to shoot. And now, like I say, they had if Grimaldi tried to play a ball down the line there for Poku, and it was an awful pass, and it's gone all the way through to Ramsdale. Like I say, he is weak down on this left-hand side. It needs to be exploited even more for me. And like I say, Harvey Barnes has done all right, but I think the pace of Gordon would upset Grimaldi even more. Burn now picks the ball up, plays it into Malik Chow. Again, Newcastle kicking left to right in the second half. In the green shirts, white shorts. Leverkusen in the all black and red trim. Again, ball, some nice play there going up, but again, the referee has stopped play, and he's saying that Poku, I think it was, who's had a bit of a left one on Harvey Barnes there. And he's having a bit of a talking to anyway.
These Leverkusen played in the black strips that remind you of sort of like a film team where they're the bad guys and we're the good guys sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's a strange one watching people play in a black strip.
Yeah, I mean, how many years was it? You know, you couldn't play in dark colours because of the referee. Yeah. No, you wear black. Free kick to Newcastle in this deep right-hand side, just inside the Leverkusen half. Malik Chow to take this one. Oh, it was Bruno, to be fair, plays the ball to the edge of the box. And then again, just headed to the right-hand side to Arthur now to pick this ball up. Again, he's stumped by Anthony Gordon, but it's deflected out for a throw-in to Leverkusen. Again, just waiting for something to happen. Again, Leverkusen will take the time in this second half. Don't get me wrong, they will try and spoil the game, the tempo of the game. They don't want to play at 100 mile an hour. Ball goes eventually back to Flecken, who clears long to the halfway line. Dan Burn heads it up in the air, looking towards J7. It's fallen to Tino, who again dinks the ball forward, but Voldemar had come to feet, and it went over the top of him. Kwanzaa now picks the ball up. He stood up by Anthony Gordon, Kwanzaa, but again, a couple of nice feet there from Kwanzaa. Plays the ball out to, well done, Hall. Arthur takes the ball, and Hall goes to the back post. Harvey Barnes is just in front of Harvey Barnes. Couldn't reach that one. Lewis Hall did everything right. Like a cross shot across to that back stick. Well seen that by Lewis Hall. He saw the opportunity to take possession of the ball, and again, he plays a shot across the box. It's just in front of Harvey Barnes and just wide of the far post. Oof, unlucky. That's better though. That's what we need. We need that little bit more spirit, you know, like I say. I think Lewis Hall did really well there to see that and take that off. Again, Flecken decides to go long rather than take a risky short pass. Again, competed by Byrne. Again, Tino gives the ball away, trying to play it back towards Bruno and Tonali. Again, it's quite comfortable for Leverkusen at the minute. Only a half press from Newcastle. Tapsoba goes back to Flecken. Flecken just holding on to the ball a little bit. And he's in trouble here. Voltemada's gone down in the box. Referees point to the spot.
It has to be.
What's he doing, Flecken? What is he doing?
Should there be a red card check on that, Gary?
It probably won't because he's running away from goal. So the ball gets passed back to Tapsoba. Tapsoba says he's done his job. Flecken holds on then, and I don't know what he's trying to do, but then Voltemada goes to the ball and Flecken just taps his foot. Voltemada goes down. And again, Flecken just seems to take an age here. Voltemada does extremely well, to be fair. Because like I say, working on that right foot of Flecken, let's have a look at this. Flecken then goes to swing a boot, and again, he doesn't make that much contact.
That may get to a turn, you know.
Yeah, that he doesn't make that much contact, to be fair.
Definitely not.
It's more of the foot that goes underneath. I love that. Look at that, a Newcastle and a Leverkusen fan hugging each other there.
Penalty.
Yeah, it's not been overturned, so penalty. Anthony Gordon obviously goes to take it.
To be fair, the keeper touched him, so I don't think they could have said it was a clear and obvious error.
No, I mean it's a referee decision, and that's what I said. They've left it with the referee's decision. And like I say, if they haven't seen anything to overrule it with and ask him to go and have a look at the monitor, they'll stay with the on-field decision. Not a clear and obvious error, because there was. It's not his tackling foot; it's the foot that he actually sits on that seems to catch the boot of Voltemada. Anyway. Here we go. This is a great opportunity for Newcastle to get back into this game. Anthony Gordon now composing himself, starts his run up, plays the penalty. Get in! Yes! That's what I want to see. Anthony Gordon. Again, great penalty, to be fair. Flecken goes to his left. He tucks it into the right-hand side, right into the corner as well. And Flecken hides his head in his shirt because he knows he's dropped a clanger.
We think we've got problems.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You know, you can talk about all these keepers that have moved this year. The keepers make issues, especially now because they want to play with the feet. And like I say, he did well there, Voltemada, because he runs in on the blind side, 100%. And because he's working on that right hand side, his right foot, it really makes him think. And once you hesitate, that's it. It's gone. Time is gone.
I mean, Voltemada's had so little involvement in the game and hasn't had the service that he deserves up there, but he's still been willing to do that run for the team and close down like that and, you know, get with the opportunity. So you've got to give the lad a due for that sort of being that sort of on the ball and that sort of chasing down.
Yeah. And here we go. Leverkusen straight back down the Newcastle half. There's a cross again that's blocked. And this time, Malik Chow punches the air as if he scored a goal with that tackle. It's funny how even the Leverkusen players was doing that in the first half. Every tackle they were getting in, and it was going out for a throw-in or a corner. It was as if they'd scored. Anthony Gordon, he's got his arms up. He's looking towards the bench. He's asking, I think he's asking for instruction who to mark. Anyway, ball's coming from Leverkusen to the near post. There's a bit of a collision coming together with Tino. It's headed clear, though. Again, it's picked up by Leverkusen. Ball down this left-hand side. And again, there's an opportunity to get the ball into the box here for Leverkusen. But again, Malik Chow sees the danger and just clears the ball out for a throw-in. Grimaldi to take on this left-hand side. So Leverkusen won, Newcastle won, 54th minute. So again, all to play for again now.
But sorry, Gary.
Go on.
Now's not the point that we want this to happen. We don't want them to attack, to just carry on attack, and we need to.
Well, this is look at it. Yeah, this is what I said. Yeah, when we sit deep, we just don't look comfortable at all, do we?
Yeah, not at all.
You know, you've got something because you're willing to go that extra mile and run at them. Mars are there on a trip on Bruno. Again, I'm not sure it was that much To be fair, he does win the ball, but then his follow through brings Bruno down, and the referee's given the decision to Newcastle. More of his lying foot, to be fair.
Yeah. He goes down like a starfish as well, doesn't he? Make sure he gets noticed that he's being fouled.
Yeah, a starfish. Not really sure who wants to take this ball, but Tino brings it into Tonali. Tonali goes down and gives him the angle down the line. Tonali now sees the opportunity to try and throw the ball down the line, but it's easily intercepted by Leverkusen, and Topsola gives it back to Flecken. I'm sure Flecken didn't want that much of an early touch, and straight away the hunt is on for that ball. Flecken goes long, looking. Oh, there's a coming together, and the referee says, "Carry on." Yeah, exactly. He's Tillman and is it, I mean, I don't know whether that was Caffeine, I'll be honest with you. Could have been Caffeine, not Tillman, that just walked and clattered into Dan Burn. Anyway, the ball is back with Ramsdale, who again, not risking anything now, goes long, looking for Anthony Gordon's run. Ball gets headed clear by Kwanzaa. Again, on the halfway line. Ball could drop to Dan Burn, but it's not. Dan Burn has resisted temptation to come to the ball and just gone back into shape. Again, it's just easy for Leverkusen. Topsola now on the halfway line, left of the three. Again, it's Poku's out on the left-hand side, but they've decided to go back inside. Again, Poku now decides to give it an opportunity. And again, he's got runners. Marza coming in now, and it's fired into the box. But again, Garcia gets the deflection off Malik Chow, and it's out for another corner to Leverkusen. A little bit of early pressure in this second half from Leverkusen by getting the goal against. And Garcia's got a yellow card this time for some of the words spoken to the referee.
There's just so little intensity at times from Gary, and this has been a thing again from the last few games. You know, disappointing.
Yeah, ball into the box again, not dealt with really well. Oh, J7 again stuttered. He saw a chance to get the ball clear, but then he just toe pokes it out square for a throw in. But again, he was a minute. Oh, it felt like a minute. It was a second there where J7 was caught in two minds what to do. And he looked so nervous with that ball. Arthur throws the ball back in. Andrich now, and again, Lewis Hall sees that opportunity to get a foot on the ball, and it's out for another throw in to the German side. Sort of looking at the Magpies in the stand, still singing their heads off as they have been for the last couple of days by all accounts. Again, ball back into the centre circle now. Plenty of opportunities for Garcia and the lads to move the ball forward. Again, Poku plays the ball back to Grimaldi. Grimaldi inside now, and he gives Garcia the opportunity to drop the ball over the top, but he takes no risk, brings it back to Topsola on the halfway line for Leverkusen. Leverkusen again, Topsola drops it back again to Andrich. Again, Kwanzaa on the march forward to be that extra body to break the lines. Again, Topsoba. Oh, he's taking risks again, Topsoba, but managed to get away with it this time. Him and Andrich. Again, great ball though, through the lines. Again, it's broken through the midfield. Got an opportunity to play the ball into Fafane. Tonali sees the opportunity, but it's a poor ball from Tonali. Gives his butt straight back to the German side. Ball inside to Garcia. Garcia's got a chance to play the ball in simple. There's a chance here, but again, Newcastle block the lines and it's gone backwards for German. They come out to Grimaldi on this left-hand side. Piku now plays the ball inside, headed clear by J7. Grimaldi again. Again, out towards Marza. Marza now trying to drop a step. Oh, there's a shot here, but again, it's half a chance, and it's just taken off the foot of, again, Harvey Barnes trying to play on the outside. He's been tackled to the ground. The referee's going to stop play. I don't know what's happened here because Harvey Barnes was tackled. There was a half a chance there for a minute for Leverkusen. Oh, here we go. J7's down. This what makes me wonder, you know, is J7 went to the ground trying to block a shot. Then he gets to his feet. He seems to be walking absolutely fine. And then the ball goes out of play and he goes to ground. You know, when somebody's not having a great game and they just need to reset the mindset, the brain. I always think that this is potentially what's happened. I mean, he is trying to manipulate that groin. I wonder whether he's had a bit of a groin pull from that block there, that attempted block. Maybe his studs got caught in the turf. I'm not sure, but we don't. And like I say, potentially may need Miley on as daft it looks, just to get a bit more control in that midfield, a bit more composure.
Yeah. I've got to say, I'm a little bit disappointed with the Newcastle fans. Not one of them's got the shirt off.
It's too warm.
They've all got coats and things on.
Yeah.
Oh, here is Miley.
There you go. J7's off. Miley's on. And the lads, obviously, the Newcastle fans, I've looked in the corner of my eye here and my other television, and just as J7 was going off and Miley was coming on, they were all celebrating. I'm thinking, well, it ain't that much. But then it was the goal that we were showing again.
Just to say, Joe Linton didn't look happy there. He was trying to say, I want to get back on.
Yeah, that means that obviously there's going to be a little bit of a change, because I would imagine Bruno goes, you know what? You shouldn't go down. And this is what I'm saying. If you're going down like that and then holding on to your groin, the gaffer's got to make, you're making, a decision for the gaffer, aren't you? So I think if you've, like I said, for me, it looked more like he wanted just to reset the brain rather than do anything with it.
I think Eddie just needed as the excuse to do it.
And Miley on now for J7, like we said. I would imagine Bruno or Toon Army will go out to that left-hand side now, and Miley will stay on the right-hand side. Leverkusen have the ball on that right-hand side as we speak. Again, just played inside to Garcia. Again, played out to Poku, who's got lots of space on this left-hand side. Poku up against Tino, driving towards the line, but Tino gets his body in front of the ball, turns, runs up the line, but again, he's run that out of play for a throw-in to Leverkusen. Halfway in to their own half. Tapsola. Again, just Garcia now picking the ball up, looking for movement in front of him. You can see what he's trying to attempt here, Garcia, but instead he gives it to Marza. Again, some nice triangles here, and Grimaldi got an opportunity to play it up front to Cafane. Cafane now out to Poku. Poku looks up and he goes inside again to Garcia. Garcia seems to be pulling the strings from that sixth position. Great tackle from Bruno. Bruno out to Gordon. Gordon plays the ball back on the edge of his box to Malik Chow. Chow to Tino. Tino up the line to Harvey Barnes. Again, trying to pick that up, but Lewis Miley does well to find him. Harvey Barnes now on the halfway line. He's got Voltemada in front of him. Voltemada, long way off goal, and right thought, but the wrong player to do it to.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't got the pace to do that.
But Gary, why are we getting so deep now? We've got back into the game, but you look at how deep we got there, it was ridiculous. We're not pushing out when we get the ball. We're not pushing out.
That's what I said. There's too much gap between the midfield and the defence. The defence has got to step up 5 yards for me. Well done, Toon Army. Plays the ball. We've got Gordon now, got to run on. He goes on the outside to Kwanzaa. He gets a shot in off the post. Anthony Gordon with the... Oh, no, I thought the rebound was going to come to Anthony Gordon, but Leverkusen managed to get it clear. Great play that from Anthony Gordon, to be fair. He beats Kwanzaa on the left-hand side, drills a ball across. The ball beats Flecken in goal, but then cannons against the post and out to safety. Again, a bit of better play this from Newcastle. The ball now back with Bruno. Bruno, half a chance to get onto Voltemada's head. But again, it's just a bit of a time header anyway, but the referee had to give a foul, I think, against Voltemada. Again, Leverkusen trying to be too pretty in the middle. The ball gets won back by Toon Army. It feeds into Gordon, who drops a shoulder on Kwanzaa, gives himself a yard of space, fires a left-footed shot. But again, it's inside the post as well. The ball comes back out of play, heading back towards Anthony Gordon, but Kwanzaa has the ability to just get a toe on it, and he kicks it out. Again, good opportunity for Newcastle. Leverkusen rely on Flecken's footwork, and again, he finds Andrich. Andrich now got a couple of green shirts in front of him, and like I say, it is Bruno that's gone to that left side of midfield now, with Miley on the right side of midfield, with Toon Army still in the six. Played down the line towards Poku, but it's won back by Tino. Tino gives it to Bruno. Bruno into Voltemada. Voltemada with a shot. It's deflected. It's out for a corner. Better 5 minutes, this, Boki.
100%, and I don't know if it's just when just a coincidence Miley's come on, but our midfielders seem to be a lot further forward. We seem to be
you're right,
a lot
mate.
further.
You're right, mate. Yeah, I agree. Come on, boys and girls in the chat. If you haven't already, smash that likes for us. Does us the world of good, like I say. And it will encourage another goal. I can feel it. If you just hit that like button, if you haven't already, you've got a goal coming. I can feel it in my water. And that's just dribbled down my leg. Anyway, here we go. It's a corner for Newcastle on that right-hand side. Going to be an in-swinger again. I think Bruno's taking it this time. He is. Is he going to be an Olympico again? Bruno. Bit of pace on this ball. Goes to that back stick. But again, not a green shirt at the back stick. Everybody had gone to the front stick. What is the set-piece coach doing? I haven't got a clue. Eddie Howe's got his chin in his hands and he's just closed his eyes as if to say, that wasn't what we did at training.
but Gary, it was like we were talking about the other night. If you have a player at the back, leave a player at the back post. Like, to be fair, Bayern didn't, Leverkusen did in the first half. If a ball goes too far and that player manages to get the ball back across, you've got all your players in the 6-yard box ready for it.
Yeah, like I said, movement from that back stick, as we do. You saw the way they did it with Andrich. Andrich come from more centre to the back stick when he headed it against Bruno for the own goal. If you're going to move bodies from the back stick forward, you've got to have somebody running from centre to the back stick. You know what I mean? Because it's that unbalance, and that's what I said. Do I stay with the player that's run, or do I see this player that's coming back? So that's what for me, it's too easy, and it's upsetting because it's like you're letting them off. You let them off the hook. You let the pressure off. As soon as you do something like that, it's like, oh, go on, I'll give you the ball back. We weren't meant to shoot then anyway. And it's just, away from home, these are these small opportunities that you need to take on board. Yeah. Tino now plays the ball back to Malik Chow, plays the ball to Ramsdale. First time into Dan Burn. Dan Burn out to Lewis Hall, who's all alone on that left-hand side. Come on, Lewis. Break them legs. Get them forward. Plays the ball short this time. Going forward to Anthony Gordon, who's on the half turn. Can you give the ball back? He does. Gives it back to Lewis Hall. But again, it's very static. There's not much movement forward. Dan Burn plays it square to Malik Chow. Malik Chow has got options in front of him if you're willing to do it. But he goes back to Dan Burn, who's going to go central. But again, you ain't got that much time, Bruno. You've got to come to the ball. Leverkusen now got bodies forward now. Leverkusen, ball's out to Kwanzaa. Garcia plays the ball to the back stick. And it's into the hands of Ramsdale. I thought for a minute that beat him,
Yeah. He doesn't look a big guy, does he, Ramsdale, in goal?
Hey, come on, Sob. You can't say that. You promised a goal. I said I could feel it. I didn't say when it was coming. I didn't say it was coming from that corner. Thanks, mate, anyway, for giving us a like. Tino now, down the line. Oh, Miley's got a run on here. One-on-one, plays it inside towards Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes, first touch. Voltamorda. God, get a bit of composure, lad. Trying to play in Anthony Gordon. He had a chance of a shot there on his right foot. He was on the D. Tonali now plays the ball into Tino. It looks like there's a little bit of a surge going forward for Newcastle. Tonali down the line to Tino. Tino goes inside now to Harvey Barnes, but first touch wasn't great. Miley picks up the ball though. Chow back to Tino. Tino back to Chow. Plays the ball centrally into Bruno. Bruno out to Tino. Good play this by Newcastle, but again Tino's first touch wasn't great, trying to keep that ball in, and it allows number 21 for them. Or I think it was 20 actually. Grimaldo to get his foot to it, and it's out for a throw into Newcastle, deep in the Leverkusen half. Tino with the ball in his hands, looking for a towel to wipe. All the Newcastle subs getting warmed up, so we are at the 68th minute, so you can imagine any minute now.
Be interesting to see what he does. Be interesting to see because I don't think either of the wingers have had particularly bad games.
No. You're absolutely right. Ball thrown in, but it doesn't beat the man at the front post. Ball, dear. No. Harvey Barnes tries to play it in. But again, Tonali's got Poku. He's got there's 3-on-2 here for Leverkusen. Tonali's trying to get back. Poku comes inside and then lashes a ball. Again, luckily for us, I think that's Lewis Hall who had got himself back into a decent position centrally. manages to get something on the ball and the ball goes over. But that was 3-on-2, just from a little pass back. Tonali slips, and then that's it. Pauku's just got literally 3/4 of a pitch to run into. And Tonali at full stretch there trying to get back. Lewis Hall manages to get centre. And like I say, leaving everybody in their wake, to be fair, them two, and managed to get something on the ball for that deflection. Did well, to be fair, Lewis Hall, mate.
I think so, and so did Tonali. He obviously slipped, but then busted a gut to get back to make sure he wasn't going to be a fault for a goal.
Ball to the near post. It's half cleared. Shot comes in again. It's cannoned off Big Dan Burn, and it's out for a throw-in. Virtually in line with the penalty area on the left-hand side for Leverkusen. 70th minute team. Looks like they are going to make another sub very shortly, Leverkusen. So they're not sitting back. They are looking to go and get something out of this. Would you accept a draw at this present moment in time, team, out there in the chat, or would you want to go for all three? Well done, Miley, there, intercepting that ball. He's got Voltemada in front of him. Miley decides to go and have a run down this right-hand side. He's taking some players with him, but he decides to hold off because he's running into a black wall there with all the Leverkusen players in front of him. Keeps hold of the ball. Tonali plays the ball out to Dan Burn, just inside his own half. Out to Lewis Hall now. Got Gordon on the outside of him. He gives it Gordon, who's had a half-decent game, to be fair. Anthony Gordon, again, taking on Arthur down that left-hand side, but Arthur's got the pace to keep up with him. Standing him up now, comes back onto his right foot, plays the ball into the box. It's headed clear by Leverkusen. It's only to the edge of the box, though. Ball over the top from Bruno. And again, it looks like there's a little bit being left on somebody here. Leverkusen player's gone down. Not sure who that is. It's the lad that's just come on, Caffeine. Got to knock on the knee from Bruno. To be fair, I didn't think there wasn't too much in that, was there?
No.
Poku off for Teller. I'm glad he's off, to be fair, because he was causing us some problems. And we were talking about Teller. Like I say, somebody was saying that he's ex-Burnley player.
Right. There was a Newcastle player lacing the boots up there, so I think there might be some subs.
There'll be some changes now. Yeah, there'll be 70 minutes. It's gone past Eddie time. Grimaldi plays the ball up towards Caffeine. Again, Caffeine back heels it into the path of Grimaldi down this left-hand side. Tino for company now, and Grimaldi has to stop and go backwards towards Tapsoba. Tapsoba now picking the ball up again. Newcastle with his 4-5-1 formation, deep in their own half, on the edge of the box. There's lots of shirts in and around the box. The ball in towards that back stick. And again, Lewis Hall up against Tillman there, or Caffeine. Couldn't quite get his head to it.
To be fair, Gary, sometimes it's almost turned into a 5-5 formation.
Yeah.
Well, like I say, so far back.
Yeah. Voldemort, I mean, literally, there's 9 green shirts in the box, and he still manages to get his head on it. It's crazy, isn't it?
Absolutely. But if Voldemort pushes a little bit further forward, then they've got to defend a little bit higher up, further back for them. It just invites pressure at times onto it.
Yeah. Ramsdale goes long through the middle looking for Voldemort. The ball's bounced over him, and it was on towards Harvey Barnes, but it's headed clear by Leverkusen. It falls to Tonali. Tonali sees Hall on that left-hand side, but Hall, again, has to go and run after that ball. He drives it back to Burn, and Burn takes no risk, gives it back to Ramsdale. Ramsdale, again, along the floor, sees Tonali, got acres of room to turn into Tonali, plays the ball along the floor. That's better football. There's a lot of space for Bruno to expose there, brings the ball out to Tino. Tino gets it out of his feet, first time cross, again, headed clear by Leverkusen. Much better football that with Bruno playing in that half space, in the 10 slot, and there's an out ball all the time. That's what we want. Ball thrown in by Gordon to Hall. Gives it back to Gordon. Gordon on that left-hand side. A couple of step overs. Arthur's face. It's into the box. It's a good ball. Oh, get in! Miley! Get in! What a goal! What a goal! Lewis Miley. Fantastic goal. Come on! Yes!
What we've been asking
well done, Anthony Gordon, again down that left-hand side. Really good ball.
Actually take your man on and get down the left-hand side. Brilliant.
Yeah, he did superb there because, like I say, Arthur expected him to come on his good foot. He plays a delicious ball into that 6-yard box. No, he's not driven in. It's just floated in. And Miley manages to get in front of his defender and gets his head onto it and places it deep into that corner. Brilliant pass, Keller. Well done, boys. Leverkusen 1, Newcastle 2. And how different it looks now all of a sudden. Come on, boys.
Do you know what I like about Champions League football as well, Gary? With the whole VAR thing, obviously they do check on things, but they don't. There's never like a massive hold up in play, and it's very rarely that they sort of have a delay where they're going to look at the screen. So you can't actually celebrate a goal when it goes in, because I think most of the times it is going to be allowed.
All of the fans jumping up there, and all the Leverkusen players now starting to look at each other, starting to question each other. What's going on here? Again, Newcastle intercept there. Miley again with a tackle. It's come back to Leverkusen on the halfway line now, who go backwards this time, Leverkusen. Leverkusen have to start chasing this game now in the 75th minute. 1 goal in 5 matches in the Champions League for Miley.
Does Miley start the derby now?
I mean, like I say, I've called it all the time. I don't think the lad has had a bad game. I know people say he has, but he's a steady player. You know, he doesn't do anything dramatic. But again, you talk about getting bodies in the box. There you go. That's what you get from midfield if you get bodies in the box. Ball comes out to this left-hand side for Leverkusen. Again, Newcastle with a low block. Ball's so easy to pass through, though. And again, cross the field, and it's blocked this time. The ball forced up towards Voltamada, but it's straight back to Topsola for Leverkusen, who again is going to bring it straight back to us. He's walked past Voltamada, who's not really looking for that ball. Ball comes again, once out to Grimaldo. Back to Garcia. Garcia now just, again, that deep 6 roll. Topsola now just picking that ball up, and again, he's got Grimaldo on the left-hand side. Grimaldo takes care of his feet, drives the ball into the box, and again, it's a chance. Oh, well done, lads. Come on, get it going. Yeah. There's another shot. Oh, it's into the chest this time of Ramsdale. And again, it looked a bit hazardous, that one. It was a crazy ball into the back stick. Ramsdale gets his hands to it, but then brings it back into play. And I'm not sure whether that was Arthur who gets Arthur shot on it, and Hall gets a block, brings it back towards the centre. And then it's just a driven shot into the chest, luckily for Newcastle, of Ramsdale. Again, you've got to be careful because they, again, on the attack, can always get there. Oh, what you doing, referee? What you doing there, ref? There was he's giving a free kick to them. I don't know. Yeah, I thought that was against us then. I'm thinking, hold on, Harvey Barnes is clear on goal there. Grimaldo now picks the ball up, drives the ball back. Again, it's a little bit deep for where Leverkusen want this. Again, it's towards that near post. That's got to be a free kick. Foot up to Dan Burns' face there.
You're doing well kicking Dan Burn in the face, to be fair.
Grimaldi drives the ball into the box. It's a diving header, to be fair, from Dan. So he has the right to go for this.
I don't actually think that's a foul. To be perfectly honest, I think it's a legitimate challenge. Dan Burn's head is basically on the ground.
Yeah, I agree, mate. I think that is exactly what it is. And Murphy's coming on for Harvey Barnes. I knew it. I knew it.
What's Barnes done wrong this game?
Nothing at all. He's had a great game, I think. He's really took the task to them. But again, we've got to think of the weekend as well, I suppose. So
we do.
So there you go. Murphy on the right-hand side now. And again, we all know Murphy's got a left foot on him. So hopefully we can see something happen with that.
There's something with Barnes or checking something.
I say, he's checking his nose to see whether he's still straight. It wasn't pretty before. Headed back there, and again, it's right on Anthony Gordon's foot. He gives it out to Murphy. First touch of the ball for Murphy. Gets it ready to the byline. Dinks the ball to the back stick. And again, it's headed clear. Well done, Murphy. That was a really good opportunity. And the ball has gone to the back stick for another corner to Newcastle. Come on, boys. Now let's get one right. Just stick one on the back stick, just in case it gets over hit. That's the problem with these balls that have got pace on them, you see. Because sometimes that extra little bit of pace, just to get that whip on the ball, does take it a little bit further afield. So again, just put a body there and just let them head it back into the danger zone. It's not going to hurt them. Again, good play from Murphy when he come on there. Like I say, just took it the task. Bruno now drives the ball in. This is not so deep, but it's headed simple again because everybody had committed the bodies forward, but the referee had seen an infringement, and it's a free kick to Leverkusen. 79th minute. Leverkusen 1, Newcastle 2 in the Champions League. Tops over now with a opportunity to put the ball forward, but again, it's a bit of a poor pass, and Tonali manages to get that one. Bruno picks up the loose ball, fires it in towards Voltemada. Voltemada does the turn, keeps hold of the ball. The referee has given the challenge. Again, he let the first challenge on Tonali go. He doesn't leave the second one to go, though. Free kick to Newcastle.
The ref needs to
around
manage
about
this a little
30
bit.
yards. Yeah, go on, mate.
They begin to lose their heads a little bit.
Yeah, well, it's given Newcastle that little bit of a bounce, hasn't it? You know, that's what I said.
Yeah.
And that, you know, as daft it looks, that change. Bruno seems to be more involved in the game now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Coming in off that left-hand side, inside left position, playing a bit higher than J7 was. And when he does get the ball, he isn't giving it away so often. So, like I say, all of a sudden now, that one change, you've got a bit more control of the game in the central area, and you've got a pass to feet on Voltemada, who's not a million miles away. So even if Voltemada does lose the ball, there's players still around them to try and win that 50 ball back. So, you know, for me, it's been a positive change. Tonali Tonali plays it short to Tino, who's square of him. Tino out to Murphy. Murphy has got Grimaldo in front of him, so he's stepping over a couple of times, gives it back to Tonali. Tonali gets it out of his feet. Got a bit of grass to work with, plays the ball into a good zone. It's a shot! Oh, it's a header by Malik Chow. It's down. Fleck gets his hands to it and pushes it round the post for another corner to Newcastle. Great ball from Tonali, to be fair, mate.
Well done, keeper. Well done, keeper. But Chow's going to get some goals, you know. If he carries on like this, he's not shy in the box.
He's certainly not shy, mate. And the beauty of it is, if you have a look at his run there, he steps before he makes the run because he was going to be offside. So he checks his run in perfect time for when that ball's being delivered. Ball's taken short this time. Murphy with an opportunity. Goal! He's off the post again from Murphy. Drives a shot down low past Flecken into the post again from Newcastle. Very unlucky. Anthony Gordon now on the defensive. Does great, brings it to Ramsdale, but Ramsdale's let it run. He's being pressured by the Leverkusen. He rushes out to kick that one, but again, it's come to a black shirt. There's a shot, Ramsdale down to his right-hand side, and he's questioning all the team now in front of him and saying, where the bloody hell are you? But you know what? Should he have let that ball run past him? You've got to question Ramsdale from that back pass to Gordon. Great shot from Murphy. Far too much going on now, mate. I can't keep up.
would certainly be questioned if it was the other way around. It was Pope that had done that. So, yeah, I think you do have to question Ramsdale.
Big hoof from Voltemada back out for another corner. Leverkusen took it short that time and it didn't really work out. Didn't cost us anything. But again, Leverkusen got another chance. Ramsdale with a yellow card now for some verbal comments. Ball to the back stick. It's contested at the back stick. It's deflected. It's gone everywhere apart from... Oh, it's gone back. I wondered where the ball had gone. It's deflected into Ramsdale's hands. But again, didn't look very confident, did we? What's Ramsdale?
It's because he was shouting at the referee, got booked.
Yeah, I know, but what's he shouting at the referee for? That was... the referee let the game go. There was nothing on him. No. Good ball out to Tino. Ball inside now to Miley, who's trying to run with that ball. The ball bounced up to his head. It's back with Leverkusen, just inside their own half. Half a press from Newcastle. Kwanzaa. Diagonal ball out towards this left-hand side for Tell. But again, it's dealt with, and Tonali then just heads it forward back to Leverkusen. That's pretty poor, to be fair, because there was no bodies around him. He could have had a shout from somebody just to say time. Ball out back with Grimaldo. Top Solar now, just again allowing Newcastle just to sit off him because, like I say, they ain't rushing for this ball anymore. Newcastle. Ball goes square to Andrich, back to Top Solar. Half press there from Tonali. Again, Tell comes deep to try and give him a bit of an option. Ball comes out to Grimaldi on this left-hand side, but again, not really going anywhere. Murphy puts that block on. Ball goes across to the other side with Kwanzaa. Out to that right-hand side with Arthur. Back inside to Kwanzaa. Kwanzaa on the corner of the box. He's looking to get that ball into the box, but he doesn't. Gives it back to Arthur. Now there's a chance. Garcia put in the box. Tino follows his man. Heads the ball onto the angle. Again, shot comes in. Off Tonali. Out for another corner for Leverkusen. This gets a bit worrying for me now. And here we go.
I think we can both see what's happening. We're putting ourselves under pressure again, aren't we?
Yeah, Echeverry's on now, so another forward-thinking player for them. And Tillman's off. Echeverry's come on.
Are you surprised Dame Whistler isn't on for Voldemort yet?
I think he'll be looking more at his height now for corners and stuff like that. Ball swings into that near post. Voltemada gets his head on, but it only goes up in the air. Dan Burn only gets up in the air. He's fallen to Ettiman now, who pulls the ball back now for Leverkusen. Again, Leverkusen just trying to keep and rotate the ball to that right-hand side. They get it out there eventually. All the Newcastle bods still remain in the box, though. Ball comes in again to that back stick, but that's too heavy for everybody, and it's out for a goal kick. We're just waiting for the press, though, now, aren't we? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We just, again, Gary, that's Man City wonder kid. Oh, thanks, Ginge. Echeverry. See what he can do.
Has it been strange getting through a full match, Gary, without being called Barry so far as well?
Yeah, it's really strange. Becca, you're absolutely right. We want no more late goals. So, like I say, if you want no more late goals, hit the likes.
Yeah.
Long clearance from Ramsdale. Down the field of play. Voltemada goes up for this and Anthony Gordon. And again, it's headed clearly by Kwanzaa back to Flecken. Again, he's had a couple of dodgy moments, Flecken. He's been beaten a couple of times, but the post has saved him. Again, gives it to Andrich, who gives it back straight away. Again, Flecken being closed down by Voltemada, goes long. Headed clear by Malik Chow, but it hasn't gone far. Tonali picks this one up. Tonali now runs to the right back position. Again, looking for options. Come on, lads. Again, see where Tino was there. Didn't run off him, didn't run behind, just stood there. Give him bloody options, lad. Honest to God.
That has to be, I think that's got to be down to coaching as well, Gary. I think we've seen
No, it's not, mate. I see it far too often for that. No, I see it far too often. He switches off. You know what I mean? He thinks, oh, you're a good player. You can deal with this. And that's what I'm saying. Tino, you've just got to just stand off in 5-10 yards, go onto your left-hand side. If you're a static player, there should be nobody standing still in a green shirt. Nobody. You know what I mean? Even if you haven't got the ball, you move 5 yards left or right. If you're standing still, you're not in the game at all. And it just proved it there. Anyway, we've got the Leverkusen have got the ball. It's out to this left-hand side with Tell. Tell tries to drive it into the box, but it's cleared again up towards Tino. Again, Tino loses out to Grimaldi. Grimaldi's got an option to give it outside if he wants to. He does. Back with Grimaldi. Plays it inside. Again, it's all Leverkusen at the minute. Newcastle just can't get hold of the ball. Plays the ball back to Tapsola. Tapsola now about 35 yards out from goal. Plays the ball back out. And again, it's pushed into the box, but it's Murphy who gets a toe to this one towards the halfway line. But again, no green shirts up there. Yeah, there's no green shirts up there, so Leverkusen bring it back as a step over there. Right. And there's a chance here for Leverkusen, and it's a goal. 2-2. You could see it coming.
But
I think it's Garcia.
They had the perfect chance there to push out a little bit, and they didn't.
Yeah. That's what I said. It was a little ball from Andrich out, and then when he picks the ball up here, Garcia, you watch this. There's a ball driven. He steps over, then he turns, and he just carries on his run. And it's just a lovely little feed for Grimaldo, actually. It was Grimaldo who did it. Grimaldo steps over the ball and then just carries on his run. Grimaldo's come from this left-hand side. He's gone central. The ball driven into his feet. He just steps it, goes past Tonali, and then, look, Tonali just gives up.
That's terrible.
Just gives up.
That is.
Look, there's Tonali. And then he's past him. And look, there, he's not even breaking a neck to get back. Now, it is late in the game. He has been, crocked a little bit. Maybe he's blowing out of his backside. But, this late in the game, you can't afford to do that. There's 2 players free at the back there.
Keeper's very questionable there as well, mate. He manages to get
but
his aim.
It's a shot against him, isn't it?
It is, but I'm saying if you look at it, he does get a touch by the top half of his arm. I think there's questions to be asked about the keeper as well.
Yeah, it's 2-2, guys, in Germany. And again, here we go. The late goals are coming back to haunt us. And Newcastle are just looking, hopefully not vulnerable again. Bruno keeps that ball in play to Gordon, comes back to Hall. Tonali now gives it back to Hall. Out to Anthony Gordon, who's hugging that left-hand side. Again, giving it to Hall. Hall's got a chance to get this ball into the box. He does towards that back stick. Murphy goes up and the ball comes back out towards Tino. Tino plays the ball into Bruno. Bruno turns on the swivel. Again, he's being challenged by a number of black shirts. Plays the ball back to Malik Chow. Malik Chow plays a great ball into Tino on the edge of the box. Tino with a cross, but again deflected behind for the corner to Newcastle this time. It's like a bloody boxing match, this. Why can't they play like this when they're 2-1 up?
That's exactly what I was just going to say. Why is it taking for them to get back level for them to start attacking again? It's just so frustrating with them.
Yeah, and Werder Bremen going to make another change here. I don't know who's coming off. I don't know whether it's... Oh, it's Arthur. Arthur's come off and Bardet's on. So they've obviously put more of a defensive-minded player. So I would imagine Kwanzaa will go out to that right-hand side. And Bardet will sit in the middle because obviously they want to try and keep this out. Ball's played short, though. Tino into the box. Oh, it's just over the bar. Malik Chow again, I think, throwing a boot at that. Again, just couldn't keep it under the bar. He was a bit behind him. It was a great effort, to be fair.
We are knackered.
Ball into the box.
Oh, boys.
Unlucky that from Malik Chow, to be fair. Just got underneath the ball, didn't it?
Man?
This is a nightmare, Chris.
I mean, I don't know. Like seriously, man. I want to cry, dog. I want to cry. I don't know why it keeps happening, man. It keeps happening. I just ain't got a clue, man.
We just go too defensive. Both me and Gary said in minutes or seconds before the goal, we've gone way too defensive and we're not pushing out.
No, nine players in the box. There's only Voltemada that's contesting anything out of the box. And again, you've got to question, why aren't we playing like we're playing at the moment? Oh, come on, lads. Voltemada's asking Murphy, why aren't you coming to the ball? The ball's given back to Dan Burn, given to Hall now on that run. Hall's got a bit of grass to run into if he wants to. Plays the ball on the outside, looking for Voltemada on that left-hand side. But again, not going to win that against 4 players. Ball now with Balde. Or Bardet. Well done, Louis Saul again, trying to get that one, and he wins. Oh, referee. Come on.
At this point,
Kwanzaa gets his foot to that.
At this point, by not putting Wissa on, or he's doing it now.
I don't know why Wissa didn't come on super earlier though, man.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm not talking about for Voltemada either. I'm talking about
no. You need them
attack.
At this point. You want them 2 up front.
Yeah, but you've taken Livramento and Gordon off, and you've brought on Wissa and Ramsey. Work that one out.
No. I mean, you need to know Voltemada's off again. Not even when you need a goal does he put the 2 strikers on. That's a message from Mighty Wayne, by the way, who's knackered at home. I mean, I don't get it, man.
Oh, come on, ref. Not giving much away there. Oh, it's Voltemada, not Tino. They put. Going to say you can't take Tino off and put Murphy and Ramsey and Wissa on. So they've changed it because it was Tino Livramento's name that come up on the screen.
Oh, man. Literally, I was watching this in the kitchen, and I'm listening to you guys, and I'm watching on the laptop, and I'm creating the thumbnail. Get in 2-1, blah blah blah. And then this happens, and I swear I wanted to cry, man. And then I heard Boki's.
Jesus Christ!
Oh, Lord have
Hell,
mercy.
man.
Crikey. Go on, mate.
And I heard Boki's reaction, like voice breaking, and I'm like, fuck, I want to cry even more, man. I swear, I want to cry, man. I don't know, man. I don't know what's happening. And look at this, by the way. This is it almost goes in.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you might need another thumbnail if that went in.
Oh, that would have been it, wouldn't it? That would have been it.
I think the lights would have all went off and would have just went home if that had went in.
Yeah, Ramsdale Elder. I mean, this is where we needed to be playing in the last 10 minutes, boys. Not now. The ball towards Wissa. It gets challenged by Bardet. Comes back to Hall on the halfway line. Hall gets challenged, and it's a free kick to Newcastle on the halfway line on that left-hand side.
This is just fizzling out, isn't it?
Echeverry there with a challenge on Hall. What's going on now? Is that it? Wow. 2-2 then, team. Would you have not accepted that at the start?
Yeah, but that ain't got nothing to do with it, man.
No, I know.
Because
there's lots of discussions going on here with the officials.
I think it's just about the how much extra time was added.
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy. It's criminal what we've unfortunately done again to ourselves. We just make it so hard. It is scandalous. And again, another late goal, 88th minute, stops the 3 points. Is a point enough away from home? Interesting.
I'm sorry, but some of this now has to go down the way the team's being managed in regards to as soon as we get a goal, we just seem to have this attitude of sitting back, especially if it's late in the game. But whenever we get a goal, basically we've got this thing that we'll hold on to what we've got for the rest of the game. It's a strange old idea that we've got.
We'll get into the reaction. Book and Garrett, please follow me. And I don't know, man. I don't know. To be honest, I don't even have the energy to criticize nothing. I just want to sleep. So we'll get to it though. Match reaction coming up right now, ladies and gents. Thank you for the super chats. One super chat, I think, and we'll get to the match reaction right now. So.